Another season of Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing draws towards its thrilling conclusion. 8 rounds down, 2 races still to go, and remarkably 7 teams mathematically in contention to claim the 2024 title, and a whole host of others gunning for Masters Championship glory. All of this set to be decided at the spiritual home of the championship, Oulton Park, across 2 races, and with British GT stars Luca Hopkinson and Harry George, Janetta ace Charlie Hart, and this year's British Touring Car champion Jake Hill set to join the grid in the quest for the £10,000 prize. It's set to be a fascinating conclusion. There goes Marley Phillips on the inside of Uvio.
Oh, contact! Massive contact! Because he's lost traction and he's in the gravel. Morpheus racing down the inside, brilliant move there.
Contact between themselves and the Uvio.
Desperately late on the race. There's contact. There's contact meanwhile there for second place. Sails back round the outside. And he's done it again. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I don't believe it.
Down the inside, a fantastic late move.
MJ Tech won the first 2 races of the season before Morpheus stopped them in their tracks in the second race at Croft. Olympian then did the double at Anglesey, won again at Snetterton, and then inherited a win at Brands Hatch. But brake issues for them and a win for Morpheus at a washed out Donington Park have set us up nicely for a thrilling championship showdown. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Oulton Park and the championship decider for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2024. 2 races coming your way. 1 sprint race, well, sprint race by Fun Cup standards anyway, a 1-hour sprint to start the day. And later in the afternoon, a 3-hour main race, during which we will crown our 2024 champions, not only in the overall championship battle, but also within the Masters category as well. It's been a challenging morning so far here at Oulton Park. As you can see out on circuit, well, at the moment it looks lovely. Bright sunshine, relatively clear skies, a damp circuit, not necessarily because of a huge amount of overnight rain, but because of a huge amount of mist and fog that has rolled through across the circuit this morning. It has literally only just cleared about 10 or 15 minutes ago. If you'd have joined us 20 minutes earlier, we couldn't really have seen the circuit from certainly this point onwards. Cascades down the side of the lake, through Ireland, Shell, the Britain chicane, all completely obscured by fog. But we've done well to get through the morning's qualifying sessions. The final one of those qualifying sessions, just drawing towards its conclusion now, is for the ZEO Prototype Series, and then we are set to go racing the second visit of the year here to Oulton Park. Of course, we raced here earlier on in the season, but the spiritual home, as we said, of the championship, as often is the case, is playing host to the final rounds of what has been a thrilling campaign. We have got just 12 points separating the top 2 teams in the outright championship, Team Olympian GRD and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Once the drop scores are all calculated, it's just 12 points between them. We'll get into the intricacies of the drop scores later on, but basically neither of them had a particularly good run at Donington Park last time out, a race that was, if you didn't tune in, you might not be aware, a race that was shortened by an hour because of some torrential rain that came through and actually led to the cancellation in the end of all of Sunday's racing as well. Thankfully, we're not faced with quite such challenging conditions here this weekend. In fact, no rain in the forecast. I'm reliably informed throughout the rest of the day. And Oulton Park, a circuit that always produces great Fun Cup racing. There are so many championships that come here and say, well, you can't overtake, it's too narrow, it's too tight. Not in Fun Cup. In the Fun Cup, we have seen some truly epic encounters here over the years. A few truly epic championship deciders as well. And I'm very hopeful we're going to have another one of those here this afternoon. So the plan for the day then, we have got, as I said, 2 Fun Cup races, but also a selection of Brscc support categories as well. We will have 2 races for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, their final round of the championship, and the ZEO Prototype Series as well, with 2 final races in 2024 to conclude the season for them. And the Fun Cup races will top and tail the day, basically. So we have the 1 hour race coming up first. That will be our first race of the morning. And then the 3 hour feature race, if you like, starting at just after 2:30 later on. We'll be hearing from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane. We'll also be hearing from Richard John Neal alongside me in the commentary box a bit later on. So we've got a full team assembled for what is set to be a fascinating day of racing. Getting our first look here around the circuit. It is still pretty damp and greasy at the moment, it has to be said, with quite a few areas of the circuit, I would imagine, presenting a bit of a challenge to the drivers. There you can see up through Island Bend, you can see the amount of moisture still sitting on the grass to the side of the road. You don't want to be dipping your wheels out there because that will almost certainly lead to a fairly sizable accident, certainly at that part of the circuit. A very quick left-hander up at Island Bend. And that will very much be on the minds, and indeed is very much on the minds of a lot of the drivers and the teams contesting the championship this weekend. They're all a little bit nervous about this first race, partly because of the conditions, partly because of the fact we have, you know, this championship battle going on. As always with Fun Cup, a fully randomised grid as well, so no one knows where they're going to be starting the race until the grid draw that takes place during the driver's briefing, with one exception, that being the team that won the most recent race, and we'll get to them in a moment or two. They will always have to start from the back of the grid because that's a Fun Cup rule, but everyone else, it's a random grid. And in amongst that grid, well, we've got 28 cars set to race today, which is fantastic. It's the biggest grid we've had in Fun Cup for quite some time. In fact, it's the biggest grid we've had since, if I scroll all the way back to 2018 here at Oulton Park, and in fact the next round at Anglesey we had 28 cars on the grid, so it's been an awfully long time since we've had this many cars. That is a little bit of a stress for the teams fighting for a championship, and amongst that entry we've got a lot of new names to Fun Cup anyway, but very familiar names, many of them in the world of motorsport. Now the man who has the privilege of chatting to most of those people throughout the course of the day is Jamie Peters-Ennis. Let's head down and hear from him now.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning from a rather sunny but chilly pit lane down here at Oulton Park. It is certainly a crisp autumn day here in the Cheshire countryside for what is going to be a fabulous double header of Fun Cup action. As we heard earlier on, we have a 1 hour sprint which is about to kick off in a few minutes time, and all eyes will be on 2 teams hoping to win the £10,000 prize, which is going to be the team Morphers Motorsport, which has British Touring Car champion Jake Hill alongside Charlie Hart, and also the team HLR, which has GT4 stars Harry George and Luca Hopkinson, and then they will be the 2 teams we'll be watching to see who can win this fantastic prize. All eyes, as I say, will be on our 29 teams, and it's going to be a fantastic race. So we'll hand you over to our dynamic duo for round 9 as the cars make their way onto the grid, and that is Richard John Neal, and as you heard, he's got his voice back, it's Andy McEwen.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Just about got my voice back, thankfully, for this final one. I may not have it again by the end of the day, though, because there's usually quite a bit of shouting involved when the Fun Cup roll into town. We will have some brilliant pictures trackside, as we've already seen. We're also being treated to a couple of onboard cameras, live onboard cameras this weekend. They are on the number 110 car and another one, which I've forgotten. There are two onboards anyway, and we'll be 195. That's right, because they're starting at the back of the grid. 195 and 110 are the two cars we'll be able to take a look at throughout the course of the day. 195, of course, starting from the back of the grid because they won that rain-shortened race at Donington Park last time out. The other one is the 110. That is the car that our current British Touring Car Champion and multiple race winner in Ginetta Juniors as well will be sharing. So we will have BTCC star Jake Hill, who won, of course, here at Oulton Park earlier on in the summer in his Team WSR BMW, and he is joined by Charlie Hart. Now, the Hart name is a name familiar to Fun Cuppers because his father, Chris, was a regular frontrunner in the championship for many a year, still is when he comes and races with us in the championship, and Charlie himself now going on to forge a really impressive junior racing career, a winner in the Ginetta Junior Championship this year, and perennial podium finisher as well. So actually chatted to Jake earlier on today. We might well hear that interview later on, but he was saying that actually he's learning quite a few things from young Charlie at the moment, because there are slightly more transferable skills from Ginetta racing into Fun Cup than there are from the British Touring Car Championship, it turns out, but they're both going to be ones to watch. There's a whole host of names up and down the grid. We'll cover them a little bit later. It's a real star-studded affair, this. We've got British GT champions Phil Keane and Ian Loggy racing with us, a couple of other drivers with British GT experience under their belt as well, up and down the grid. Harry George and Luca Hopkinson, for example, in Team HLR's number 257 car. You've got the returning Johnny Molam in the Red River Sport car. And speaking of returns, Anthony Reid is back on the grid again this weekend. Anthony Reid, former runner-up in the British Touring Car Championship back in the Super Touring era, podium finisher at Le Mans, and an all-round legend of motor racing is Anthony. Caught up with him this morning. He's really enjoying being back in the paddock. He said there is no other paddock like it, and he has raced in pretty much everything there is to race in, as Anthony, and he absolutely adores the Fun Cup. Great to have him back on the grid as well. And then you throw into this star-studded entry list a championship battle that is separated by only 12 points, and you're guaranteed to have a pair of exciting races. The cars, as you can see, are making their way around the circuit. They're towards the grid. They'll line up on the grid, the dummy grid, if you like, and then we'll stand them off on their green flag lap, and a one-hour race will begin after that. Yeah, 1 hour race, 2 mandatory pit stops as well during that race, so it's a busy race not only out on track but also in the pit lane, pit window every 20 minutes or so. This is the way they're going to line up. We'll start going through the grid now because we've got a lot of them to go through. On pole position is the FNS Morpheus M Sport car. That's number 41. I can give you start drivers as well. So Harry Maley, young Harry Maley, they're back in the championship again, will be starting that car, and alongside him will be Fueled Up Racing, number 210. That car started by Jamie Price. Row 2 then for Red River Sport, the number 200, Johnny Molam at the wheel. That car will go well in the early stages. Could even be a tip for a win, maybe their first win in this race. EDF Motorsports for hire, the 104 car is next, and that is Anthony Reid, another driver who is guaranteed to get his elbows out at the start of the race. Morpheus Motorsports 110 is next. That is Jake Hill. What a fantastic front end of the grid this is. You've got 2 multiple British Touring Car race winners, and indeed the current champion, lining up together on the grid there, 4th and 5th, and then Axiometrics number 103, John Railton, starting that car from the outside of row 3. 4th row of the grid then is where you find Team Greenheath number 14. That car started by Gary Bate. Morpheus Motorsports number 109 is next. That car piloted by Chris Hart. So Chris Hart going toe-to-toe with his son Charlie in this race. That'll be interesting. Wave 9's number 207 car is next. That is started by Mark Burton. And the GMR Eco number 157 car is next. That will have Gracie Mitchell with William Antrobus alongside. Seed Data number 214 is next. Mike Devlin. And Rare Vinyl number 251, that car started by Jack Constable, former TCR UK race winner. Jack Constable, Ginetta racer, he's done Radicals as well, I think, in the past. Then we've got Not Fast, Extremely Furious, the team name. and perhaps a description of the drivers. In fact, looking at the driver lineup, yes, I'd say that's fair. John Perrott, Steve Harris and Vikram Sadira. It's John Perrott starting that car from 13th on the grid. Team Ratters Racing, they've gone well this year. David Ratcliffe starts 155 from 14th. And we are only halfway down the grid. 15th place, number 246, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. That is Simon Coles in the car he shares with Vlad Vasiliev. And Skull Club Racing, number 221 are next. That car started by Jack Constable. I think I might have got that wrong because I mentioned him earlier on. I think either that or he's appearing on the grid twice, which is interesting. Then it is Fun Cup Tifosi, number 97. Adam Fawcett starting that car. High Peak Racing, number 107 is next. And that is Guido Basile starting that car that he shares with Craig Keeble and Paul Calladine. Then we're nearly there, everyone. Team HLR 257, that's the British GT pairing, Luca Hopkinson and Harry George, one of the two British GT pairings. Luca Hopkinson starting the car. JPR KL Racing's number 22 is next, and that's the other, interestingly, the other British GT lineup, Ian Loggy and Phil Keane. Ian Loggy doing the first stint, Phil Keane double stinting at the end, doing stints 2 and 3, interestingly. Then, 21st on the grid, we get to the first of those big contenders in the championship. Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport, second in the championship, 21st on the grid. That's a nightmare for them. They were really hoping to be drawn nearer the front, of course. Farkini will start the car. Fabulous Randaccio will take over at the first round of pit stops. Then Team FFS, number 220 is next. That car started by Barry Thompson. PLR Racing, Masters contenders, remember, they're fighting with Olympian GRD for the Masters title. They start 23rd on the grid in the 146 car. Captain Neil Plimmer will be starting the race, and then number 99 Team Fast Track, Simon Lizen will be starting that car from 24th on the grid. Then finally we get to the back 2 rows of the grid. Signature RV, number 49, John Whitehouse at the wheel. Then Team Olympian GRD. Now, Team Olympian GRD would normally, we would expect to see starting stone dead last because they had that 4-race winning streak mid-season. For once, they arrived at a round not destined, they thought, to start from the back of the grid because they hadn't won the most recent round. They could have been drawn anywhere, and they were drawn 26th, third from the back. So both of the top 2 in the championship well down the order. That car, by the way, number 1, started by Simon Rudd, with Chris DeVell to do the middle stint and Riley Phillips to do the end. Then Team Summers, number 158, that will be Gary Summers, and they elected to start from the back of the grid. They were drawn on pole position, but because they're relatively inexperienced, they elected to start from the back, and they'll have number 195 alongside them. Now, we've seen 195's Neil Burrows and Ted Bradbury racing under a different team name earlier on in the season. They are now going by the name the Ninky Nonk. I don't know why, but they are. And we don't ask questions in Fun Cup, that's just what it says on the grid sheet. Anyway, they're starting in the back because they did win that rain-shortened race at Donington Park. And now I can pause for breath for the first time and introduce my co-commentator, Richard John Neal. I'm excited. You excited?
I'm just grateful you got your voice back, to be perfectly honest, Andy. It's very, very good news indeed. Do you know the reference? Do you know the Ninky Nonk? Do you know where that's from?
I've got a feeling I might be too young.
No.
Oh, really?
No, in the Night Garden kids programme, which my son used to watch.
Right.
But
no,
it's
wasn't familiar.
In the Night Garden. So,
okay.
There you go. But interesting enough, the top 2 contenders in the series, you probably mentioned this already, I was away having a little natter, but both the last round was both of their drop scores.
That's right, yes.
So
yes.
Is that a good thing? Get that out of the way? Is it a bad thing? I don't know, because they will want to... You want to have some sort of momentum, don't you, really, coming into the last, not that negativity of having the last 2 results to drop. So it could be a bit of a nail biter, especially as they've got a lot of cars to work through.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Yes, the biggest issue is they now don't have that drop score to fall back on, really. The drop score for Olympian is 45 points. So in other words, if they were to non-finish a race today, they would score back those 45 points that they're dropping from Donington. Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport dropping 32. They had an even worse race. So they don't really now, they can't afford a bad race. Neither of them can afford a bad race because that will open the door massively for the other, with only 12 points between them, to sweep in. They are some way away from the rest. It really is just those 2. It's a further 48 points back to EDF Motorsport in 3rd place. So it really is just Olympian GRD versus Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. There we ride on board with one of our onboard camera cars. That's the 195 that starts, well, not quite from the very back of the field, but well, no, they are right at the back, actually, aren't they? Behind Team Summers, even, who elected to start from the back, but they will still line up just ahead of the 195 car. Right then, place your bets, everyone. We've got 1 hour on the clock. Remember, if any of those brand new teams as well, and we'll outline these if we get a chance through the race, if any of those brand new teams win this race, £10,000 heads their way straight out of Paul Rose's bank account and straight into theirs. That is the challenge that the likes of Ian Logie and Phil Keane, Jake Hill and Charlie Hart, Luca Hopkinson and Harry George are all gunning for over the course of the next hour. It must be this race. It can't be the race later on. It's got to be in their first race. If they can get on the podium, indeed, there's money going their way. But the big prize is for the race win. Here we go then, 2x2, up and over Dearsley. Pole position for the number 41 car, the FNS Morpheus M Sport machine, alongside Fueled Up Racing. Title contenders both buried deep in the field. Lights out, away they go. The rush towards Old Hall Corner begins, and immediately it is the pole-sitting car, the number 41, that will hold the advantage into the first corner. And behind them on the grass up the inside was the 110, I think that was, wasn't it? Jake Hill taking to the curb on the inside line, immediately getting his elbows out as he tries to march his way towards the front of the field. All of them, by the looks of it, cleanly through Old Hall Corner, though, and they arrive down at Cascades with immediately a battle on for the race lead. Jake Hill, that is, up into third place, I think. EDF in fourth, trying to pick out some of the title contenders. Uvio look like they're getting a slightly better rub of the green through the traffic, maybe putting a few cars between themselves and Olympian GRD for now. But Richard John Neal, they're all through the first few corners safely, and immediately drivers getting their elbows out trying to move forwards.
Yeah, I think that was what Simon Rudd was looking for, wasn't it? It seemed to be not circumspect, but in my mind, doing what I would do, just looking for space, keeping it as safe as possible. The Uvio Hoffman car maybe a little bit more adventurous because they are those few points behind and they want to get up as quickly as they can. And it is only the hour race, so there is very, very limited time, isn't there, to get through the biggest field of the season.
Indeed, so biggest grid since 2018, this, Richard,
No
which
way.
is fantastic. And in fact, the Donington race last time, where we had 27, was the biggest grid since 2018. We've now got a match to the biggest grid since then. So, yes, really great to see the strength of the championship right now, and so many people wanting to come and race in Fun Cup. Leaders then through Hislop's and Knickerbrook for the first time. Pole sitting car still maintaining the lead then for now, so that is Harry Maley. You'd expect that. There were, the championship contenders, Richard, they were deep in the field, but at the front of the field, you had some serious talent actually. Harry Mailer, Johnny Molan, Jake Hill, Anthony Reid was up there as well, so there is some real great talent towards the front of the grid, and those are the drivers now who want to try and get away before that first pit stop window.
So who did Jake or Jake's dad bung to get row 3? Because that's not bad, is it?
And he's going for second, in fact, now, isn't he, looking to lodge, although backs out of it. Greenheath are on the grass in the background, trying to make a move, but there is the 110 car, started by this year's British Touring Car champion Jake Hill. As I said, a winner here at Oulton Park in his BMW several months ago, and he is third at the end of the opening lap, the best placed of those looking for the £10,000 prize. It is FNS M Sport that lead the way, Red River Sport second, Morpheus third, Morpheus fourth. It's the 109 car in fourth position. That is the Chris Hart car. Now remember, his son Charlie is teammates to Jake Hill in the 110. That could be an interesting battle a little bit later on in the race. Greenheath come through fifth, EDF's 104 car is sixth, then Rare Vinyl, GMR Eco, Axiometrics and Ratters Racing complete the top 10. What of the title contenders? Well, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport are 14th, Olympian GRD 18th, as we get a challenge for the lead, Richard, but both of those two title contenders moving forwards.
Yeah, significant progress from them. The thing about Jake Hill, of course, as well, is that Jake can drive absolutely anything quickly. Literally anything.
Yes, and he's driving pretty quickly now because he's around the outside of Johnny Molan. That's not usually an easy thing to do. He might be into second place, is he? Struggling a bit with some condensation on the cameras. This was the part of the circuit worst affected by the fog this morning. But I tell you what, I spoke to Jake Hill this morning. He was enjoying himself, really enjoying himself, but he didn't sound super confident. He said, well, to be honest with you, Charlie's faster than me at the moment. If Charlie is faster than Jake, and Jake is now knocking on the door of the race lead, Paul Rose may well be getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, we're going to be getting wallet itch, I think, or something similar to that. Yeah, well placed. And you know, the other thing is that they're going to be super quick at the changeovers as well.
Yes, and you can imagine they've been practicing that, although Jake said actually the first time he got in the car was yesterday, so he maybe hasn't done a huge amount of pit stop practice.
He'll have done in and out of other cars
of course,
and getting in training because he's super serious. This is where he had his first win, but it was taken away, wasn't it, in touring cars?
That's right,
when,
yes.
Didn't he tag Matt Neal or something? And
in the Honda, yes,
Matt
that's
was
right.
very rude and nasty afterwards, remember that well.
No rudeness here, that's for sure.
No,
this is much friendlier.
It's fun.
It is fun, yes. Clue is in the name, as we always say. Leaders then arriving down at Lodge Corner, still leading the race, Harry Mailer. Jake Hill is not going to have an easy time getting past him, that's for sure. Then Johnny Molam third, Chris Hart in fourth. Who's in the Greenheath car, fifth position? That is Gary Bate at the moment. He's sort of in no man's land, really, in fifth place. Then comes a brilliant battle for sixth going on just behind them, which sees the likes of the 104 EDF car in it, slipping backwards slightly, actually, as the lead group goes through Old Hall Corner. The championship contenders, by the way, Uvio moving forwards. I don't think Olympian GRD gained too much ground on that lap, so there are now a few more cars between them. I'm not even going to touch the point spreadsheet just yet because positions are changing by the corner. We'll maybe wait until that first pit stop window is out of the way and then take a look at what it all means for the championship. But right now, it is advantage Uvio.
Yeah, they've got the upper hand. It's only 2 points per place, isn't it? So yes. You can probably do the maths at Sells Your Home if you want to try and work out who is where. Ninky Nonk's got fastest lap at the moment. So early doors, of course, for that. Pit stop window would be, let me see, our race, done my homework. 2 stops, between 20 and 30 and 40 and 50.
Yes, that sounds about right, yes. And oh, now that's drama. That's the 97 off the road. That is Adam Fawcett, I'm afraid, who's off at Old Hall Corner on his own, I think, and I don't think he's made contact with the barrier, so I think that car may have just stalled. Oh, in fact, it's in the new for 2024 gravel trap, which, to be fair, when they announced when they revealed that they put that gravel trap there at the start of the year, I thought it was going to have a lot more visitors over the course of the season than it has done. That's, I think, the first car I've seen stuck in that gravel trap this year.
I thought it was going to facilitate rollovers there, and I had visions of red flags at token meetings and things like that, but to be fair, it hasn't.
Wasn't too bad, no. So, and it has stopped. It's done its job because it stopped Adam Fawcett's car before it made the barrier, which is exactly the reason for putting the gravel trap there. So what do we know, hey? Anyway, that car is stuck, which means we go safety car, and this is not a rare occurrence here at Oulton Park. You'll be shocked to hear, because there really isn't anywhere to go. If you go off the road, it's grass, it's gravel, it's barrier. There's a very good chance that your car will need recovery, and that is the case for the 97 car. So the safety car is out, coming towards the conclusion of lap 3, and it is going to bunch everyone together. It means they'll be even closer together when we get to the pit window. The pit window may even open whilst we're behind safety car, depending on how long it takes them to clear this car out of the way. And that means the pit lane could become a very, very busy place during the qualifying session earlier on today, which had to take place behind the safety car because of the foggy conditions. Because in Fun Cup you don't actually qualify to set your grid position, so each driver just has to complete 3 laps. There's nothing saying they have to be at speed, so they do those 3 laps behind the safety car.
In the fog.
In the fog, yes. And then, of course, they all come into the pit lane together to send the next driver on their way. Richard, it was absolute pandemonium. I've never felt less safe in my life. If we do get a pit stop window that coincides with the safety car period, that could be a game changer.
It could well be, couldn't it? It's going to be interesting to see whether that is the case. It's not going to be a long one, is it? We've got 52 on the clock, so we're probably going to be clear. But, as you say, maybe safety cars a little bit later on in pit window. Safety car great for the guys coming through the field because it just negates any gaps. So we'll see. What was the gap on points? I can't remember. 525
12.
500. Is it? Oh, on drops.
On drops,
12
yes.
on drops, 25 on gross scores. And at the moment, we've got 17th to 12th. So that's 5-10 points, isn't it?
It is, except this would be a drop for Olympian GRD at the moment because they're scoring at the moment 38.
I hate drops.
I hate drops, especially at the final round. Shouldn't be allowed, but again, what do we know? This would become a drop. I know I said I wasn't going to touch the point spreadsheet, but the safety car gave me a chance to. So as it stands, Olympian GRD would count this as a dropped score. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport wouldn't. As it stands, they would go into the final race 9 points apart. But of course, I can say with some certainty they will not finish in these positions in 52 minutes' time. So we will keep on updating that. But as it stands, Olympian GRD's lead would come down from 12 to 9 points.
Interesting stuff. And it's the finale of the day as it wraps up nicely. It's like a bit like
yes.
For Jake, it's like a touring car weekend because we start.
True.
Well, we don't start with touring cars on a Saturday, but on a Sunday, everything's bookended normally with touring cars, and him and Anthony Reid as well. Great to see Anthony out. Yes,
chatted to him again this morning as well. He hasn't raced with us for a couple of years now, but what did do 2 or 3 full seasons in a row and was a race winner. And he said he's absolutely loving being back. He said, I've raced in basically every paddock in the world. This is my favourite. He absolutely adores Fun Cup.
That's a massive accolade, isn't it? We've got guys joining us as well from City Car Cup watching for next year. Do you remember last weekend
yes.
I said on, is it Stuart Bliss? I said racing's the best form of testing, so I was kind of hoping they might rock up. But they are here and they're sort of soaking up the atmosphere and seeing, how it's going to go for next year. Pity they're not out, but when you think we've got the biggest grid for years and years and years,
yes,
and there are more people on the bylines, not just the ones I've spoken to. So there's plenty of interest for next year. All the dates went out in the week. There was a great big flurry of activity on social media over the midweek when we got the dates for next season for all of the Brscc Formula as well, which was big excitement. And I was trying to work out who's on with what. I think City Car Cup are on twice with Fun Cup next year, chatting to Steve Moss in the cafe earlier on today. So they're excited about that and looking forward to the 2025 dates. It's amazing they all seem to get published a lot earlier these days, which is very, very good for you. I remember the days when you used to have to wait sort of for January, February time or Autosport show time before the dates were announced, but they do, and I think courtesy of probably Formula One ultimately, and then BTCC announced theirs. We get the BTCC dates halfway through the year now, which is great because you can, plan your weekends and your holidays accordingly.
Holidays? What are those, Richard? I'm not familiar.
You need to.
Yes, yes, quite right. Well, this is a holiday to me. This is a day out at the races, enjoying the Fun Cup, local for me as well. So I actually don't have a 6-hour drive home with no voice as I had last week at Brands Hatch. That wasn't much fun. Couldn't sing along to my Status Quo in the car on the way back from Brands. That was.
You like a bit of Quo, do you?
I do like a bit of Quo.
That's all right. We'll
we approve of that.
Approve of that one, yeah.
Anyway, 10 minutes in, we're already off topic. The safety car's still out. The car is, I think, still in the gravel. You can just see the recovery truck at the bottom of the shot there. The marshals waving the drivers away from the recovery truck
waving.
in case they hadn't seen the big red thing with flashing lights on it. But, drivers behind the safety car, I'm not going to say their minds wander, but they've got other things they're thinking about. They'll be monitoring things like engine temperature, trying to keep heat in the tyres. Obviously, you're bunched very closely together as well, so visibility isn't actually that great. And so it's a good job done by the marshals, who immediately have sprung into action first thing this morning, bright and early, here at Oulton Park, a damp Oulton Park circuit at the moment as well. Of course, the car's going round slowly behind the safety car, means the track won't really be drying that much either, so it's going to remain quite slippery, I think, until probably the end of the race, to be honest with you. So FNS M Sport leading. Who else has made some good progress? There were a few quick cars a little bit deeper in the field than I wanted to keep an eye on. One of them was Team HLR, actually, which is the Harry George and Luca Hopkinson car. They're 19th at the moment, having started 19th, so they've actually maintained their position. GT4 racers in the British GT Championship, those two, also gunning for that prize. And Ian Logie and Phil Keane, where have they ended up as well? They are, let me remind myself, it's a massive entry list to have to scroll down now, isn't it, to try and find someone. They are in car number 22, and they're not in the top 20, that much I can tell you. 22 is running 21st at the moment, having started 20th, so Ian Loggie's lost one position from where he started, but he very much said that he is just here to have fun. Yes, they're eligible for the prize fund, but he's not necessarily expecting to be walking away with that check by the end of the day, just wants to learn, and actually did sort of suggest to me that he might be back next year to have another go.
That'd be good. Can't have another go for the 10k though.
No, but he said he's already enjoying Fun Cup so much, he thinks it's something he'd like to keep on doing, which is what so often happens, isn't it? You do a race, you get the bug, and you tend to stick around. That's good news though, Richard. The car out of the gravel and heading back to the pit lane, I would imagine, yes, for a little inspection, but that should mean we go racing this time.
Great news, great work by the rescuers and marshals, so well done to them. And yeah, not too long, was it? So we're 6 minutes away from the first pit stop window being open, so they've done an absolutely grand job. Car in pit lane. Jamie will be there to find out what happened, I'm absolutely sure. Poor old Jamie was tired before he started this morning.
Oh, really?
Coming up the stairs with the driver sheets for us, which I have to commend him and Fun Cup for doing.
Yes.
The information that comes through is absolutely top notch.
100%.
So many other championships and series that don't keep you up to speed with who's in the car and everything else, but it's all very nicely laid out all season. Don't have to worry about it. Top job. Jamie's down there.
Yes, so he is.
He's not going to. I don't think he's going to be able to stick a mic in at the moment.
No, driver staying in the car, because of course you can't count this as a mandatory stop. You can't count this as a driver change. The driver has to stay in the car until that pit window, so they will keep Adam Fawcett in the car now, send him back on his way. They probably just want to check the car over, make sure there isn't gravel anywhere it shouldn't be or any damage to the car. Of course, we don't know how he ended up off the road. Maybe there was contact. I did notice a car going through, actually, with a bit of splitter damage. I'll try and pick it out in a moment or two midfield, so I don't know whether they were maybe involved in that. But anyway, we'll sort that in a moment. We have 3/4 of an hour still to go, and the race about to resume then. The Jaguar safety car peels into the pit lane. The 97 car's going to rejoin right in front of the pack as they restart the race. That can only end well. Over Deersley they will come then, and the race gets back underway, and absolutely neck and neck between the leaders. In fact, Jake Hill pushing the race leader, Harry Mailer, down into Old Hall Corner. Jake Hill goes to the outside line. Is he going to go right round the outside? That's not quite going to work, but he will cut back on the exit, try and get the run down the avenue, and maybe make a move into Cascades Corner. That's the School Club car, which is missing that bit of splitter, which I'd spotted, the 22. Jake Hill for the lead. He's on the outside again into Cascades Corner. He is late on the brakes, carries the speed through, and the current British Touring Car champion is the race leader with Richard. A fabulous move around the outside.
Brilliant stuff from Jake Hill. You saw the intent as they went across the line. They were so close. The proverbial cigarette paper couldn't have gone through. Battle on for second as well. That
was contact, I think, there. Johnny Molan trying to squeeze up the inside of Harry Mailer, who was having none of it, and in the end Johnny had to back out of it. But this is feisty stuff, and this is exactly what some of those championship contenders were worried about. The teams coming into this with nothing to lose. They just want to win, and they are probably willing to take a few more risks than some of the regular championship contenders would be. But Jake Hill, it was a clean move, it was a great move. He showed his experience, really. You forget what an experienced racer Jake Hill is, really, despite his relatively young age, and he leads them over hilltop. I would say, actually, those top two, Richard, starting to get away slightly.
Yeah, and I will point out that Jake's got history of winning races when his dad's not here. I'm not saying Simon should stay away, but his first win in Ginetta Junior, I think it was Ginetta Junior, was at Croft when Simon, his dad, was away working at Le Mans. And I remember pinging Simon, as I always do when Jake has a success, did when he literally as he crossed the line for the BTCC fund. Although he had so many messages, he didn't get to read it until the following day.
Really?
Even though it was as they went across the line. But yeah, Simon couldn't make it today, but I think he'll probably be watching on the stream. So.
Well, he'll be liking what he's seeing at the moment. His son out in front. Johnny Molan, all of a sudden, his pace seems to have deserted him. He had that little go at Harry Mailer into Ireland and now has dropped back, in fact, into the clutches, really, of Chris Hart, who is at the inside now of the third position as they round Lodge Corner. Is that going to be a change? Not quite. The grip in the damper conditions is still on the outside line, really, so through will go, or just ahead will stay, I should say, car number 200. The leaders, though, absolutely nose to tail into Old Hall Corner, but it doesn't look to me as though Harry Mailer is necessarily on the attack. I think for now he's content to work with Jake Hill to get away from this ever-increasing battle for third place.
Yeah, not a bad thing, is it? Any track of another safety car, maybe?
That's the School Club car. 97 picking its way through, I think unrelated this time. But yes, the School Club car in the middle of the road under the Paul Warwick Bridge. That's an odd place to end up.
It is, and look what the marshals are doing. They you know, just get on with the job, run across the track, trying to sort things out. A little bit more drafting going on here. I think Jake's was bump. The bump variety, that probably wasn't that we were just looking at.
Safety car
again. This is going to run into the pit stop window, isn't it?
Yes, 100%, because we're only a couple of minutes away from that now. Remember, they must pass the pit lane open board once, which is held out over the starting gantry when the pit window opens, so you can't anticipate it, so you couldn't sort of trundle around at the end of this lap, dive for the pit lane just as the window opens. You have to go past the board once. Well, that car's been in the barriers, hasn't it?
Goodness me, yeah, that is very definitely a safety car.
Yes, that is Ian Loggy, isn't it? Yes, that's the Ian Loggy car. That's a shame. So Loggy is off, and Phil Keane may not get a drive in this race at least. Hopefully the car not too badly damaged.
This is from Simon Hill.
Ah, lovely. That's nice to see. Simon is tuning in. Good stuff. I met Simon years and years ago, long before I was a commentator, back when he was doing the ITV stuff, and he was very kind to sit down with me at Brands Hatch. I could have only been, how old would I have been? 14, 15 years old maybe. I said I wanted to be a commentator. He sat down in the Kentagon, had about half an hour chat with me. Didn't have to do it, and I've never forgotten that. So Simon, thank you for that.
It was great. Yeah, first time we did touring cars was Mondello, and Simon made a point meeting me at the airport. We travelled over together. Great day. Yeah,
really?
Lovely man, lovely family.
100% agree. And
he's my great mate. We call each other great mate.
Great mate.
A bit like the Smashy and Nicey. That, again, you won't remember Smashy and Nicey.
Not at all.
You need to check that out.
Right,
the younger generation are missing out on so much.
You need to send me a list.
You didn't know about the Ninky Nonk.
No, kids' TV, Richard, not my thing, I'm afraid. I steer clear where I can. Yes, send me a list for some winter viewing, and I'll work my way through it, Richard. So, Ian Loggie's car needs recovery. The point I was about to make is that there is Recticell barrier, which is now partly on the track, actually, courtesy of Ian Loggie, but there's Recticell barrier up against the fence there, which will have cushioned the blow, hopefully, so he hopefully is okay. But also the car, fingers crossed, hasn't sustained too much damage either. And so we should be able to see that car out again later on. Maybe not in this race, but perhaps in the 3-hour race later on. So Jake Hill leads them through then. The second safety car period of the race already. And in a 1-hour race, that is pretty good going, isn't it, for this early? The most safety cars, I hear you asking, in a 1-hour race in Fun Cup history. Only 2. That was a Brands Hatch back in 2012. So I think the record. We are fairly likely to beat it, I would imagine, the way things are going so far. We've certainly equalled it. But in these short races, in a way, you would expect there not to be too much drama and not too many safety cars, but because it's such a big grid, you've got next to no time to get through the field. Oh dear. It's Halloween, I've heard.
The Marshals are running on a skeleton crew today.
Oh, very good. Very good. Yes, I had heard it's Halloween. That's why children, I suppose, keep knocking on my door demanding chocolate. They don't get any, but they can demand it all they like.
You're a bit of a grump, are you, when it comes on? Was it Wednesday, isn't it?
Is it Wednesday?
I think it's Wednesday. Yeah, it is Wednesday, because I'll be travelling back from Fiesta Junior School. I always say Janetta. 8 years of it. Fiesta Junior Scholarship. I'm thinking, great, I don't have to do a trick-or-treating this year on the way back. So
lucky you.
I'm being grumpy as well. So.
Lucky you. It's my chocolate and I'm keeping it. It's not for the neighbours' kids. Anyway, the car's still in the road, actually. So it's going to take a couple of laps. Now, the pit window... Oh, I see a red flag. A red flag being waved. It's a shame, but actually I'm not against this idea because it means we're not wasting time. They've obviously realised this is going to take a bit of time. There could be some barrier damage that needs repairing. So rather than wasting the entire race behind the safety car, stop it, get it fixed, get the race restarted, and we should still get half an hour, 40 minutes of running.
I still laugh when I see those guys are very funny.
Fabulous Randaccio.
Does that mean we get into the Jamie Peters-Ennis show now?
Yes. Jamie, it's your time to shine. He's ready and waiting, I can see, in the pit lane, surrounded by drivers. There he is, just to the left of shot. And Jamie, go and see if you can find some people, because everyone, of course, is going to be ready because they were anticipating driver changes. That's now not going to happen. So no excuse for not being able to find some drivers.
So if the red flag goes on past the time, or we resume, so have they got to declare when the first pit window is?
That's a very good question. I don't recall seeing this happen, to be honest. I've only ever seen races red flagged in Fun Cup right at the end. So Donington was red flagged because of weather. Had it at Brands Hatch a few years ago as well. I think they may reissue new pit windows. They'll decide how long the restart will be, half an hour, let's say, and there might be one pit window in the middle, I would imagine. That rings a bell, but don't ask me where.
How does that work for 3 drivers?
One of them might not get a go. I think that might be the way it works. That's
straightforward.
Yeah, I think so. It rings a bell.
One thing we know is they'll tell us.
They'll
tell everybody and they'll tell us, which is a great thing. It's so funny.
Yes. Oh, well, there we go. The red flag obscures it from view momentarily, but that's new. I've never seen that before. I think that is a new addition for 2024, the Halloween special of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So cars trundle through Druids. Still, they'll pick their way past the Ian Loggie car. No confirmation as to why we have a red flag, but well, apart from the fact there's a car in the middle of the road, but that would normally only necessitate a safety car. I imagine the barrier has taken a whack. And unfortunately, as often is the case here, when a barrier takes a whack, it needs to be put back into place. So that, I imagine, is the reason for the delay. How lengthy a delay it will be and how lengthy a restart we'll get, we'll have to wait and see. But as you say, they're usually pretty forthcoming with information, so as soon as we know, we'll let you know. And in the meantime, the cars are going to be directed onto the grid. I suspect there are marshals awaiting. There are the marshals awaiting, waving their flags. And, yeah, safety car is going to bring them down the left-hand side of the pit straight. So whilst we organise things and figure out what's going on next, let's hear from Jamie, shall we, who is down in the pit lane and able to catch up with a few of the drivers, many of whom, of course, were hoping to be jumping in the cars about now.
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. I'm down with Charlie Hart, who is partnering with Jake Hill, current British Touring Car Champion. At the minute, Charlie, it's all going rather well.
Yeah, we obviously can't speak too soon. Still got 2/3 of a job to do. But yeah, he's done a mega job in this first stint, you know, obviously getting to the lead, which is always nice. Red flag now, so I think I'm going to get in the car and we'll see what we can do.
So you got 2 missions today.
Yes.
One is to win the 10 grand in the sprint race and also beat the old man.
Yes, of course. We'll leave the... I'm sure you'll see a bit of battling with me and the old man in the endurance race.
It must be nice though, because it's always been a dream, wasn't it, for the two of you to race together, and it's finally become a reality. Yeah,
no, it's mega. It's really mega. We've been talking about it for years and years, so for it to be finally happening on a weekend like this with the talent on display here, yeah, it's mega.
But I'm sure your mum's got other ideas.
My mum is probably scared right now.
All right, well, let you get yourself all ready, mate. That's Charlie Hart, who's partnering Jake Hill with Morphers Motorsport. We've got Steve Ruston just sat here getting himself ready. Bit of an unusual situation, but it's going to be a bit of a busy race, isn't it?
It's certainly going to be, yeah, it's going to be fun.
And car's been going well. You've had great pace all year, and testing's been going well yesterday as well.
Yes, no dilemmas. Kept it on the track when we needed to. Just improved through the day. Yeah, really good, really good.
And of course, you guys are in the battle for P3 in the championship. Are you trying not to think about that and just running your own race?
Yeah, we're just doing our normal thing. 3 drivers, rotate them all, and we'll see where we are.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Steve Ruston from Signature RV. Right, let's make our way up to Matt Hogg from Seed Data. He's just having a chat with Jake and Sam, just sorting out their pit strategy. I'm going to see if I can try and door stop him. Matt, quick word, if that's all right. Very well. How are things with you?
I'm all right, mate.
Bit of an unusual situation, this, isn't it?
It's sort of predicted, I think. Wet conditions out there. In little spots all over the track. There's some nice dry bits, which is probably giving people some confidence. And then, of course, you get caught out on the damp bits.
Yeah, I mean, the last place to dry always is up round Druids, because it all hangs in the trees and it just stays there. And it's not warm, is it? It's sort of that in-between stage.
It was the same yesterday when we got here in the morning. So, I mean, you should remember that and think it's always going to be damp round Druids. So.
Yeah, as I know as well. So, yeah, thanks a lot. That's Matt Hogg from Seed Data. Paul Turner's here from Greenheath. How are we doing?
All right, mate. Yeah. A bit concerned about the Skull Club, but we're hoping that the driver, whoever it is okay. But yeah.
Yeah, we understand that it's the 22 car, and I think they're down there now. I think it's more of a case that there might be some slight barrier damage, and just because the grass is muddy, as I found out yesterday. But no, again, great pace. Testing's been going well, hasn't it?
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, no, and it's great to test ourselves against, you know, some of the full pro drivers, and for the pro drivers to test themselves against us guys, you know. So.
And what a lineup!
Yeah, absolutely. Back to grassroots.
Yeah, I think the few of the new drivers that have come in, especially from doing other Formula, they've been quite surprised at the pace of this field, because the cars, as we say, they look very innocent, don't they? But they are proper bits of kit, aren't they?
No, absolutely. And what you're trying to say, Jamie, is that we're proper skilled racing drivers.
You're an absolute athlete, you know that. But yeah, it's great, and as we know, the championship's going from strength to strength again. Yeah, absolutely, and it's brilliant to see almost a 30-car grid again. Fantastic. All right, well, let yourself get all ready. That's Paul Turner from Greenheath. Let's see who else we can find. Elisha Day's here, back for another go in the fast track car. These 1-offs and 2-offs are now becoming a 3-off. You're enjoying these, aren't you?
It's a little bit addicting, yeah.
And how's things been going so far? Pace has been good.
Yeah, getting there slowly. It's been a couple months since I was last in the car, so a bit rusty, but yeah, trying to pick up the pace. I'll be in the car next after this restart. So. And
how are you finding Oulton? It's a unique circuit, isn't it?
It's mega fun. Yeah, it's really good. Probably one of my favourite that I've been to so far. So, yeah.
All right, well, enjoy your stint, Elisha. We'll have a chat with Anton Brscc as well later on today. Simon Lidson's currently in the car at the moment. Let's have a word with Fabio. I've got to say, Laura's doing a fabulous job at walking backwards. You're an absolute pro at this, aren't you? Walking backwards. Right, let's have a word with Mr. Randaccio. You're taking your lid off. I'm guessing potentially change of strategy?
No, not at all. I've got to get in the car. It's just when, isn't it? And if there's a battle. Well, as fast as you say that, the 1 minute boards just go out. I'm just about to put my lid back on, Jamie.
It's going to be one of those races, isn't it? I mean, you're battling with Olympia and you're just going to treat it like any normal day, aren't you?
Yeah, you've got to. Like, you know what we're like. We just drive the way we drive. I think with this sort of stuff, if you start changing the way you drive, you end up in a pickle, don't you? Because, you know, you just get out of sort. So, no, we just do the races we usually do and fight as hard as we can. But, you know, Jake's got a good position at the moment, but we're coming to get him.
All right, thank you. That's fighting talk from Mr. Randaccio. Right, as we head out on green flag, I'll hand back to Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, so the cars then are waved off. The time has started ticking down once again. So we are racing now. Basically just paused the clock, restart with 39 minutes still to go. And as you can see, the pit window or pit window is now open. So the pit window open. We know what that means, Richard, because I think technically they will have all seen the board now. It was being held out as they left the grid. The race presumably can restart at the end of this lap, but I suspect pit lane will become a very, very busy place.
Yeah, you're right, it will. And that is, again, the way that that's been restarted with the clock just running is the simplest way of dealing with it. Well done, Fun Cup. Superb stuff.
Oh, yes, although there is a slight discretion between the clock on the timing screen and on our timing tower, so ignore the timing tower for now. There are 38 minutes to go.
But isn't that just wonderfully straightforward?
Yeah.
Because you could be anything else. It would be, oh, hang on, we've got to have a meeting about this, change this, do that, new regulations, but no, just get back out, remaining time, bang.
Exactly. There is something very, very refreshing about the way this championship is run, I think. It's a little bit old school, really. I think these days we have a tendency to overcomplicate things, don't we?
Absolutely, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, and in a small team that, you know, Julian in race control is overseeing everything, and it's a very small team that run the championship, but they do a fabulous job, and another great example of that here, because we should go racing again this time, and as we said, it's not really affected the time left in the race one little bit. Now, what would you do if the safety car comes in this time? Would you pit, or do you stay out, get up to speed, hope maybe for another safety car? I think I'd be inclined, certainly if you're one of those championship contenders and you're buried in the middle of the pack, I think I'd be inclined to pit here.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It depends on where you are, doesn't it? But out front, maybe bang a couple of laps in, wait for it all to calm down. But if you're in the middle, nothing to be lost by coming in straight away, I would say.
It depends a bit who's in the car as well, who's getting in the car next. Obviously, you want to maximise the driver time for your quicker driver, so that might come into it as well. But let's wait and see. Jake Hill does not have quite clear track in front of him, does he? Because he's got that Adam Fawcett car, the 97, just ahead, Fun Cup Tifosi car. Can it spin at Oulton Corner earlier on, bringing about the first safety car period? And he is now in front of the leader. Now, ordinarily, I think we'd see him get waved around. But whether they choose to do that here, given the fact it's a much shorter race, I'm not sure. But if he does stay there, of course, he will essentially become the control car at the restart. So that could be an interesting situation. Also interesting, the lights are still on. Now, normally here, Richard, the lights would go out generally going up Clay Hill if the safety car were coming in this time. So I'm going to say it probably isn't. And I think that really simplifies the decision now, doesn't it? I think you've got a pit.
I would say so, yeah. Our lights out now, though.
There we go. What do I know? 3 times I've said that already. We're not even halfway through the race. So, safety car's coming in this time, as I confidently predicted, and we will see who dives for the pit lane. It could be 2 different races going on at once here, really. Those pitting, those not. They'll all have to pit within the next 10 minutes, but, well, 5 minutes really now before the window closes. But when they choose to do it, we'll have to wait and see. Morpheus, they're going very slowly on the restart.
Not helping the guys trying to come through the field, is it, this one?
No, that's interesting, and they're still going quite slowly actually towards the pit lane. So into the pit lane have come both of the both of the leaders. Certainly we've got, yes, Harry Mailer and Jake Hill are in, overtaking the 97 car in the pit lane. So there is Jake Hill to hand over to Charlie Hart. Harry Mailer will be handing over to Chris Walton, and Adam Fawcett in as well after what was a dramatic opening stint for him. who carried on is the question. Well, Red River Sport carried on. Johnny Molam now leads the race. Rare Vinyl are going to be up into second place, the 251 car. That is Rob Croydon, the car he shares with multiple former Fun Cup race winner Peter Belshore. And there the Greenheath car is in. This was always the concern, wasn't it, about pitting now. Uvio are gone already, Richard. Uvio going out right behind the 110 car.
Yeah, they were the first to move,
wow.
but cracking changeover for Jake and Charlie as well. So I'll tell you what, it was, but not as quick as Uvio Hoffman.
Interestingly, Olympian GRD have stayed out, so a split of strategy between the title contenders. That could be interesting, couldn't it? But I think, in hindsight, actually, because so many people came in, it was such a mess in the pit lane. You could so easily have got blocked in, stuck, delayed. Maybe it was better to stay out another lap. I think if you were at the front of the queue, it was fine. So that worked out well for the 110 squad. But for those further back, and of course Olympian were that bit further back than Uvio, they could assess the situation, see what everyone else did. As the rest of them dive for the pit lane, they've decided to stay out. This then is the race amongst those that haven't yet stopped, heading down through Hislop's Nick Brookratter's racing there ahead of the 195, which remember started from the back of the field. And in the back of that group, the black, white and blue car, that is your championship leading car, Olympian GRD. Having stayed out this long, Richard, do you think they'll stay out right to the end of the window, or will they be in this time?
Who's going in next? Is it Riley next?
Chris next.
Chris.
So they may extend.
They might do, yeah.
Maybe.
As, Simon Rudd and Riley generally regarded as the faster drivers of the trio, so you'd expect them to get more time.
Yes, I suspect that's probably right. This, by the way, is the battle for second place, I believe. So the race leader is Johnny Molam. He's continuing on. Olympian GRD are staying out. Interestingly, the 195 coming in, though. So the Ninky Nonk car, Ted Bradbury, Rapid Ted Bradbury, set to get into that car now. They come in. And they came in with somebody else, 221 that was, which is the School Club Racing car. Jack Constable to hand over to Russell Joyce. That's the car that sustained that little bit of damage earlier on. PLR Racing are in as well. Neil Plimmer handing over to Ben Pitch, but still quite a few of them out on track. That 195 car, by the way, being serviced by Ali Bray. AB Motorsport are here helping run that car.
I saw the AB livery in the...
Yes.
And he announced last week he's coming back to Mark 1s.
Yes, now that will be interesting. That championship's going to be one to watch next year, because I think most of this year's front runners are probably sticking around, and then we're getting a whole host of other potential champions as well. So, very interesting indeed. Right then, there is Charlie Hart. Is he ahead of all of the cars that were in that second wave of pit stoppers? I think he was, but massive gain here for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Not really sure how they did that, Richard, but that could prove hugely beneficial when all is said and done in this race.
You can practice the starts all you want, but there's no substitute for experience, and those guys just have that down to a T, don't they? Every time I've seen them do it.
Yeah, and so good in the pit lane. I mean, like, they rarely lose time, although... Again, chatted to Fabulous Randaccio this morning. He said actually they've been a bit disappointed with their pit stops this year. They said that's been letting them down a little bit, and they've been a little bit slower than normal. So clearly they've been brushing up on that before this final round.
It's one of the key things. I mean, I've been talking over the years to a lot of people about that want to come into this either as a one-off to have a go at the bounty or whatever. And I've said, and they all say, it's not the driving, it's the strategy and the stops. And included in that, the practicalities of getting in and out as smoothly, as quickly as you can.
Indeed so. Charlie Hart there vigorously navigating.
Is Charlie's first senior race as well?
Yes, it will be.
Is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know if he's done anything else in the meantime.
I don't think he has. I've not seen him pop up on an entry list anywhere else. No, getting the shake of the head from Scott Woodwis as well. So no, I don't think... I think this is his first senior race, and... well, could be a very, very profitable one, couldn't it, if things continue the way they're going. He will be the net leader at the moment. Johnny Molam, by the way, has just pitted the Red River Sport car, so he's handing over to Gareth Williams. And that car should be overtaken by these three, because look, the Ninky Nonk car is there as well now, the 195, so that's also made some big gains during that pit stop.
They have, haven't they? We can expect that, and that one has come right the way through from the back of the field. So we're looking at potentially our post pit stop podium.
Yeah,
alliterative.
Easy for you to say. Oh, now this for the lead, essentially, the net lead. Charlie Hart up alongside the Red River Sport car.
Net lead, that's what I was looking for.
There we go.
So much easier, thank you, Anne.
And up the inside goes Charlie Hart. Oh, that's the wetter side of the road, but he gets the car stopped. And at the part of the circuit where his teammate took the lead earlier on, he has moved essentially into the lead of the race, depending on what others do in the pit stops, though, because the Olympian GRD car did briefly hold the fastest lap on the previous lap, so they're in clean air, they're continuing to circulate, remember. They owe us a pit stop, but they are going very quickly. There's every chance they could gain some ground out of all of this as the UVO car goes up the inside ahead of Red River Sport into Shell.
Very neat move. I was going to say, Charlie Hart won't be worried about little nip and tuck moves, will he, having come from Ginetta Junior?
No.
Great training ground for that. And these away, but yeah, this is panning out superbly, isn't it?
Charlie, blimey, that car won't last the hour if you keep hammering the curbs like that. That was a very aggressive run through the chicane. Here comes the Ted Bradbury machine to challenge Red River Sport as well and move into what we anticipate will be about third place once the pit stops are done. He looks up the inside but couldn't quite commit and wanted to get that move made as soon as possible because these two are getting away, Charlie Hart and Fabulous Randaccio. Interesting to see what Fabulous's pace is now that he's up there near the front, and how aggressive will he be with Charlie Hart. Charlie wants to win because he wants the 10 grand, but really UVO need the points, so this could be a really tasty battle. Yeah,
another 2 points, isn't it, if he can get in front, plus the single point fastest lap as well. So all of that is going to come into play for our 3-hour race a little bit later on.
And UVO have that fastest lap at the moment. Now as the road dries it may get quicker, but at the moment they've got that bonus point too.
So giving chase, being more and more stoppers.
Ratters racing the 251. Rare Vinyl. Peter Belshaw about to get back in now. When did Peter Belshaw last do a Fun Cup race? It's been a few years, I think. For many a year, he paired up with Marcus Clutton in the Sherrodice car, and they had a number of wins. That was the same car, actually. It was the 251 car, as Charlie Hart is wide at Old Hall Corner. Nearly threw it all away. Here comes Randaccio, though, alongside, and off in the background was the Red River Sport car, by the way. But we've had a change. Through has gone the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, and it was a mistake in the end from Charlie Hart that opened the door.
It was. He's going to have to tame that down. That's potentially the 10K slipping away. Just, and it could be that close at the end of the day. So we've got a race on. Good for us, though. Brilliant for us to watch. And in typical Ginetta Junior style, or Fun Cup style now, as we can legitimately say, coming right back and going for the net lead on the outside, side by side they go. Nothing like a mistake, is there, to fire you up?
Yes, absolutely. But Fabulous not having any of that, was he there? So he was determined to keep Charlie Hart at bay. Of course, what this is doing, though, is allowing Ted Bradbury, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, to catch up as well. So it's about to become a three-way fight. And I've got a real feeling we're going to slot Olympian GRD into this somewhere when they pit as well, because they're continuing to lap more or less on the same pace as these guys as well. So up the inside goes Fabulous Randaccio into Hislop's, back through, or defends the position, I should say, into the Hislop chicane, but it's three of them together, and all the while they battle, Richard, they are holding each other up.
Bear in mind, this is after half an hour of racing. A lot of people say to me, the only people who criticise Fun Cup are the people that haven't watched it.
Exactly.
They, I had one a couple of weeks ago, and I said, if you actually watched one, well, no. I said, well, next time you do, go and watch it. Better still, get yourself a car and go out and have a go.
Absolutely. It does not get better than this, does it?
Half an hour and we've got three cars. Line astern.
Exactly. One more pit stop to go, of course. Two still for some. Olympian are in, by the way. Championship leaders are in. Now, are they going to get out in front of this battle pack, which arrives at Lodge Corner with Charlie Hart on the outside line? He'll look for the switchback to try and carry the speed through the dip. Up and over Deersley. The driver change is done on the Olympian car. Out goes Chris Devell. This is going to be very, very close. They're almost three abreast for the race lead, and the championship leader will not get out in front of them. He will drop in behind, but I think that will be fourth place for Olympian. Another big gain.
It is, and in fourth position, if you've got the UVO Hoffman's car out front, we're looking at 3 places back, for 6 points. So damage limitation for the championship leaders, not too bad. And who is to say what is going to happen with this trio? I'm not going to say they're going to take each other off. That's not what it, but it could happen. It's still damp out there, but yeah, great stop. And we've got, isn't it amazing how these guys come through with their driving, their pit stop strategies? They all seem to work. And we've got a great set of drivers at the front of the field. Now then, our attention will start to turn to the next stops, which will be between 40 and 50 minutes, so not actually that long to go.
A change of lead here, Richard. Look, UVO have dropped down into third place now, so I've just done the maths, and I had them, only 6 points behind Olympian, but that all changes now because they've been overtaken by Charlie Hart and they've been overtaken by Ted Bradbury. Not sure how that happened, but UVO with it all to do again.
They have got it all to do. They'll have a little bit in hand probably over the new race leaders in terms of pit stops because they are that much better drilled at them, having done them time and time again. But the question is, will they have that advantage over the second place car? Probably not, because Bradbury and company are going to be very, very quick at the stops as well.
Although a different team servicing that car now, remember. AB Motorsport know their stuff, but Ali was saying to me this morning, it's the pit stops he's worried about. They just know that you can gain or lose so much time in the pits, and they're not really that used to it. They were up until 2 o'clock in the morning, apparently, not only practicing pit stops, but fettling the car as well. And well, who knows, they may well find themselves struggling in that department as well slightly. Right now, though, Ted Bradbury doing all of his talking on the track, as often he does, and 2 of the youngest drivers on the grid going toe-to-toe into Lodge Corner.
And again, this has been a big appeal for this. The youngsters that are coming out, you know, out of Mazda Racing from karts, and then coming out of Ginetta Junior as well, having a go with some really big names side by side for the lead. Bradbury on the inside.
Yes, he is. Can he brake later than Charlie Hart? Charlie might well have the grip on the outside line. Yes, he does. Charlie Hart hangs on to the position. Fantastic racing between the 2 of them. And actually, Fabulous Randaccio, as much as he's probably itching to get involved in this, I think would be well served to just stay where he is for now, because these 2 are not leaving each other an inch more space than they need to, and the last thing Randaccio needs is to get involved in contact or indeed exceed track limits.
Well, the youngsters, of course, are going to all want their own bragging rights, aren't they? I mean, Charlie was saying obviously he wants to beat his dad in the race, but Ted Bradbury wants to beat the youngster out of juniors as well, doesn't he? So, well, just wants to win.
Well, yes. Which he's done already, of course. Remember, this car won at Donington, the 195 car. So they are proven winners these days. It took a while, didn't they, to get that first win, it felt, but once they got it, they really have now emerged as regular front runners. They're challenging the 110 car, which itself is a race-winning car. It won 3 races in the hands of Team Viking back in the day, the 110. It's had a few different owners, that car. And the 110 car is a proven machine, a quick car, and it's got a pair of quick drivers in it today. Can they propel themselves to the top step of the podium? At the moment, they're hanging on, but only just.
They are. Big that gap at the moment to the 4th place car. We wait, and there is the number 1 still there, and decent points, but yeah, only 3 minutes to the next pit stop window if we stay where we are.
Indeed so. So 3 minutes till the board goes out, plus a lap, so we're looking at probably about 5 minutes before they can pit again. And then what do you do? All side by side for the lead into Druids. They've got a back marker ahead as well. And that was Ted Bradbury almost on the grass into the wettest part of the circuit. So difficult to go side by side through there at the best of times, especially in the damp and sketchy conditions. But still, somehow, Charlie Hart remains in front.
You wouldn't think you're watching an endurance championship, would you?
This is fantastic stuff, isn't it? Very defensive driving here from Charlie, who is discovering that it's harder in some ways to get away at the front of a Fun Cup race than it is even in Ginetta Juniors. He's lost the lead this time, though. Bradbury goes through. Yeah, Randaccio up the inside. The door is closed in his face. But no, he forges a path, finds a gap, and I think has gone through into second position. Ran wide on the exit of Old Hall Corner, though. Let's see what happens as they get down into Cascades. There is Bradbury, side by side for second. Randaccio needs the points, needs the position, but doesn't want to take the risk on the wet side of the road and slots back into third.
There's just a difference in the styles, isn't there? You can see the old stages, if we can call them that, without offence, you know, just there and waiting and not wanting to be too rash. And then you've got the 2 young guns up front battling hard. I'm not saying that Fabulous isn't battling, but to me, you can just see he step back, he'll go back into it and make the move when he can, and probably thinking actually pit stop strategy will most likely pay as well.
Exactly so, but he really wants to make hay in this stint because he is quicker than Chris Devell in the Olympian GRD car. He really wants to try and maximise this stint, knowing Olympian are likely maybe to start losing some places. They had been caught by the Vape Club with EDF car and Ratters Racing at the beginning of the lap, I noticed, so there's now a chance Olympian may start to lose some positions. Really, Ovio needs to be gaining those positions, but he's struggling to get past these 2 because they're very much having a race of their own. And this is, again, very much this was the common feeling amongst the title contenders this morning. They know they need to get good results, but they're really, in this first race particularly, they're really going to have to fight for it because there are so many of these teams who know this is their chance to win that prize money, and they are going to leave nothing on the table, even if they are fighting against a team going for the championship. Out of Druids they go, approaching pit window time, Richard. We are nearly 2/3 of the way through the race. And, well, for the time being, these 3 have calmed down, which is good. Gives us a chance to catch our breath.
They have calmed down. I'm wondering whether the Ovio car, if they think they're stuck behind these 2, will pit early.
Quite possible. Quite possible. Get out of the
But it means
the
that
battle.
Fabulous hasn't had very much track time. That's the only thing.
don't think he'll care too much, to be honest. New fastest lap for the race leaders. So Ted Bradbury, of course, this is the other thing. Lots of quick drivers that could go and set the fastest lap in these races, potentially stealing the bonus point away from the title contenders. Olympian, by the way, have dropped 2 positions now, so they've fallen behind Vape Club with EDF and Ratters Racing. So that puts Olympian now into 6th position. As it stands, they would be 6 points ahead in the championship going to the final race. But they've got Simon Rudd locked up, ready and raring. Sorry, Riley Phillips, I should say, ready and raring to go. Riley, one of the fastest drivers in the championship. He will be taking that final stint, and that car, you can be fairly certain, Richard, will be one of the first this time to come in and make that driver change.
I think you're probably right. So won't be on this tour, but or is it? Pit window open, ball being prepared down below us here in the media centre at Oulton Park. Race leaders settled down just a little bit now, and is that because the drivers are thinking about pit window being open? And you're laughing. No, it isn't.
Well, maybe they just needed a moment to calm down, to be honest. It's possible, I suppose. They want to make sure they give a healthy car over to their teammates. Is there damage on the 110 car? The right front corner, something on the wheel, or it might have just been a bit of dirt or debris they picked up. Something looked like it was rolling around on the wheel that shouldn't have been. It's nothing too significant because their pace hasn't diminished too badly. They're very much sticking with Bradbury, whereas Uvio are dropping back slightly now in 3rd position. So the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car in 3rd place, no longer really in the tow. So I don't think Fabulous can argue he's being held up by these two anymore. He's actually dropping away.
He is dropping away a little bit. Now, according to the sheet, Charlie Hart's handing over to himself.
Yes. Hang on. Charlie Hart, 110. Yes, he is. That's interesting. So, well, I suppose Jake's only used to 20 minutes, isn't he? And then he probably needs a bit of a lie down after that, doesn't he? Charlie's good to go.
Now he's a dad as well.
Of course, yes. Congratulations, Jake. Yeah, I forgot about that. So he really is a busy boy, isn't he? Doesn't give himself much time off either. But he is, going to sit out the rest of this race then, interestingly. So Charlie Hart, and that may well allude to what he said to me this morning, which is that Charlie is faster than him. I actually don't think that's true, though. Jake looked every bit as quick as anyone else in that first stint, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, absolutely right. 17:55 on the clock. Race leaders settled for the moment. Linky Not Morpheus, Uvio Hoffman's, the trio still relatively together. Track drying out nicely. Bit of a scare, wasn't it, this morning with the fog?
Yes, we were staring down the barrel of some pretty hefty delays, we thought, but that thankfully has rectified itself. Now, this is Team Ratters Racing. They're in 5th position. In 6th place is the championship leading car, Olympian GRD, but look, they've got more cars coming up behind them now. That is Team HLR, so that is Harry George, the car that he shares with fellow British GT star Luca Hopkinson, and they've got behind them Ben Pitch in the PLR racing car, and behind them Greenheath's number 14, that is Paul Turner, experienced Fun Cup racer as well. So every chance here that Christophe is going to find himself losing a few more places. To the outside goes Harry George at Shell. That doesn't really work though, and actually Ben Pitch now has a little nibble at the inside. They all settle back into line, but another 3 places potentially could be lost here for Olympian GRD, and whilst I'm sure they're confident Riley Phillips can get those back, it's just an extra bit of work that Riley has to do, extra risks he may have to take in that final stint that they'd much rather not have to.
Yep, they've lost the Masters lead as well, haven't they, to Ratters Racing?
To Ratters, yeah, right.
I'd forgotten about the Masters, and you get extra points, don't you? You're in the class, but you get an extra 5 if you've got a Master, and then 5 less if you haven't.
Yes, something like that, yes.
So you get penalised for having other drivers in, but it's a good format. And if you look at the, we call that pink marker on the timing tower, that's the cars with Masters on board. So if you're all Masters, you get extra points for the, and Andy, as if by magic, has booted up the points. Yes, well, before drops, there are 11 points between Olympian and PLR. Olympian are dropping a 51 in the Masters, and PLR are dropping a 43. So they're dropping 8 points less, which means they are actually going to be, I think, only about 3 or 4 points apart as Christophe heads for the pit lane, but was getting swamped at the same time by some of those cars in the group behind. So Olympian GRD are in. We've had already someone in and out at the other end of the pit lane. Didn't quite spot who that was, but the championship leader's in, and this is Riley Phillips' moment to shine. Riley in the car. Yeah, Chris, we're not saying it on the cameras, but Chris got out of the car fairly sedately, didn't he? But anyway, the car has left. Handshakes all round in the Olympian GRD garage. And Simon Rudd
will watch on now, as will Chris Devell, as Riley Phillips goes to work. This battle, meanwhile, continuing. The 107 car was the car I saw leaving the pit lane. That is a lap down, so not part of this battle. Axiometrics are in the 103, a handful of others as well. 221 is in now as well. Jack Constable getting back into that car that Russell Joyce has just been piloting. The question is, though, when will Uvio pit in particular, and can they repeat that incredibly quick pit stop that they had the first time round?
I've absolutely no doubt they will. If you had to go to yourself, like Charlie Harty's, what's the SP there? Do you have to get out and run round? Or
it used to be you had to run round. I think now you just have to get out, close the door and get back in,
right, okay.
I think. But yeah, you did used to have to run round the car, which was quite comical. Oh, 221 won't fire up, by the way. Russell Joyce having to push Jack Constable's car along as there then pitch nips up the inside of Harry George. That would have felt good, wouldn't it? Overtaking a British GT star and gets the move made nicely into his lots. But Ratters Racing, the leaders of the Masters category, they've long gone, haven't they?
They have, yep. Very well away. So good points potentially on for them. 14.16 on the clock now. So what a great opener this is, and it sets us up for the 3-hour race absolutely perfectly, doesn't it?
Yes, it really does. Jamie, by the way, confirming that I'm right for once. You do get out, shut the door, and then get back in. That's now the format for a double stinting driver.
That actually adds to the time, doesn't it? Because when you've got one in, one out, you're using the separate doors.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's going to add a couple of seconds, maybe.
Good point. Good point. Actually, I hadn't thought of that. I suppose the flip side of that is that the driver. Well, there isn't a driver getting in, but that same driver is straight up to speed when they go out on track, whereas a new driver coming in inevitably will take a lap or so just to get fully up to speed.
You haven't got to put seat insert in as well.
Seat in, yeah, exactly. So it balances out quite nicely, I think, really. Right, lead battle out of Shell, and it is still the 195 car, Ted Bradbury, that leads the way. And Charlie Hart just keeping a watching brief. They've now pulled about 2.5 seconds of a gap back to the Uvio car in third. As these two hammer the curbs through Britons. They are neither of them driving with a huge amount of mechanical sympathy, are they? But I don't suppose they care about that all that much. They both want to be in the lead when they come in for the pit stop. In Ted Bradbury's case, I'm presuming he's not double stinting. Let me have a look. No, he is double stinting. So both of these are double stinting, interestingly, Bradbury and Charlie Hart. So neither will have a driver change at the pit stops. It is a straight fight in the pit lane. And they will resume this battle then when they come back out again for the final stint.
I think we should schedule them coming together just for the enjoyment of the viewers. It would be rather fun, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. They probably will as well. I think they'll both leave it as late as they can. So the board, by the way, went out, I think, just after 20 minutes to go. It's about 19 minutes to go. So they've probably got 2.5 minutes or so before that pit lane close board goes back out. And then they can do another lap after that. So they could feasibly pit inside the last 10 minutes, actually, for the final time.
At the moment, they've got one car to deal with in front of them.
Yes.
If they hit traffic, then there will be a good shout to come in and then not have to deal with the traffic, I suppose. But still battling for the lead, aren't they?
Ooh, Bradbury a little bit wide there. And does that now give Charlie Hart the momentum down the avenue? I think it probably does, but not enough to get alongside. Or is it? He's on the inside line. It's wet over there, though, Charlie. That was a risky place to be. I think he realised that pretty quickly, didn't he? And bailed out of it.
He did. So amazing to think that we're nearly 50 minutes into it and still first and second very much in together. Gaggle of cars goes past us at the start-finish line, but the battle for the lead very much on. Let's see what Charlie Hart can do. This is impressive, isn't it, for a debut as well? It says yes. Impressive just as he drives into the back of a...
Just snatch the inside brake.
Black and white flag for our second place car.
That'll be track limits, won't it?
Yep.
So monitored, I think, at Old Hall, Cascades and Lodge here, isn't it, by the sensors anyway. And so, yeah, he's been running wide a bit too often. Now, hello, 97 have been around again. Down at his lops this time. Who's the culprit this time around? So that is Steve Payne now, I think, in that car. So they both had a bit of a spin. But yeah, black and white warning flag, Jake Hill needs to be careful with that. Normally, in the longer races, those track limits warnings, I think they reset. Charlie Hart in the car. Jake was doing it before as well, wasn't he? But yeah, Charlie getting pinged for it. Normally, those track limits offences reset.
They get cleared, don't they, after a driver change?
I think it's either at the end of each stint or at the end of each hour. I forget which one it is now, but I don't know whether that's still the case in the sprint. So if it's not, they'll have to be careful in the final part of the race.
There is traffic beckoning now for the leaders, so possibly, if there isn't the if a change of plan is facilitated here, they might well come in rather than have to deal with the traffic and potentially slide them up. They're not coming in this time though. They're happy to deal with the cars that are out on track, which is interesting.
Yeah, I guess they just want to stick to the plan, but they have the benefit, don't they? Because they're not handing over to another driver. They can kind of pit whenever they like. The team will be ready.
Yeah.
They don't have to, you know, if they had another driver waiting, they have to make sure that driver is ready. But they don't really have that concern right now.
It'd be interesting to see one of those stops if we get the chance to do it. And in terms of, you know, you see the manhandling of the drivers in and out of the other cars, whether that's the case for somebody coming in and handing over to themselves.
I guess it probably still has to be, right? The principle's still the same. You want them out as quickly as possible.
But then you want them on the feet.
Yeah,
rather than just throw them out of the way, which they normally do.
That's true, yeah. So 97 has been in now after that spin. A fairly sort of slow trickling of cars into the pit lane. Greenheath have just pitted. They were in the top 10. 8th place they pit from, so that is Paul Turner to hand back over to Gary Bate, who started the race. Olympian GRD have just gone through as well. And look at this mess down at Cascades. That's the 155 car at the inside. This has been a good battle, hasn't it, between 155, 257 and PLR were in that. Yes, PLR Racing just behind them now, actually. So they've lost another place. They were ahead of HLR, weren't they, a couple of laps ago?
Yes, you're right. Yes, they have.
And now losing more time in the traffic as well. So Ben Pitch will be getting a bit frustrated maybe at that. 251 have just pitted as well. That's Peter Belshaw's return stint done again.
It's got to be this time for the leader, surely.
Pit window closed board is out. Yeah, so
well, they can go round again and see it closed, so they can come in at the end of that.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it was already closed when they came through last time. Possibly not. We'll find out, I suppose, at the end of this lap whether or not they come in. I did notice that Bradbury was having a slightly better run through the traffic than the Morpheus car behind. Stop and go penalties, 157 and 41. 157 is GMR Eco, Grace Mitchell and Will Antrobus, and the other one, 41, is, that's Harry Mailer. It's not Harry Mailer, that's Chris Walton in the car he shares with Harry Mailer. That car led early on, didn't it? It's, where are they now, 41? They've dropped right down the order, haven't they, for some reason? 16th place at the moment. They were leading at the start of the race, and they're well down the order, and now they picked up a stop-go penalty. Again, you have to assume track limits.
How worried are we, or are Fun Cup worried about the 10 grand at the moment, do you think?
I'd say reasonably worried. Reasonably worried, because we know that Charlie Hart's going to go for this, right? He's not going to let the 195 or indeed Uvio win the race, although Uvio looking less of a factor now, aren't they? But yeah, I'd say Paul's getting a little bit jittery, that's for sure. Hatters Racing come in, by the way. That was the noise you heard in the background. The leaders have been back through, by the way, so they must have not seen the pit lane close board just yet. But they'll be in this time, and a lot of them will be in this time. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, I think, yet to stop. And the top 6 all yet to stop at the moment.
Keeping us waiting at the minute.
Sort of pace as Riley Phillips had, by the way. Well, he's doing 2:01. It's 2:01.2 last time. That's actually quite a bit slower than the leader last time around. Riley may be in traffic, of course, but not actually going quite as quickly as I expected.
Yeah, their stop's done. It's going to be interesting to see where they are in relation to Hoffman's after their stop. We should get quite a few cars in for the remaining. It's only going to be 5 minutes remaining at the end of this.
Yes, real sprint to the end, isn't it, this one? Just one of the quirks of the pit lane window. Right, here we go. Down into Lodge Corner they come, Bradbury and Hart. And we anticipate them both in. Oh, both of those stop-go penalties, by the way, Jamie tells me, were for speeding in the pit lane, not track limits. Right, leaders in. Neither of them conducting driver changes, remember. This is a stop and go, almost. They have to get out of the car, get back into the car. And that will be that. So who is going to win the race on the pit lane? In comes the Uvio car in third as well. Where will that car end up in relation to Olympian GRD? Because their pace has really fallen off a cliff in this middle stint. So the 110 car is right at one end of the pit lane, of course, and the 195 is at the other end. 195 is on its way, and they are going to get ahead of 110, definitely. They were ahead anyway, remember.
Well ahead.
That's a bigger gap now, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, great stop. Great stop. Uvio Hoffman going to be challenging for second position again. Net as they chase the 110 car, Charlie Hart, out of pit lane. They have made up that time again in the pit stops, but what a great, from last to first,
Yes.
for the Ninky Nonk.
Yeah, absolutely. And the AB Motorsport team not struggling in the pit stops at all, were they? That was a really, really good pit stop. Across the line now, by the way, has gone Riley Phillips in the Olympian GRD car, so he is some way down the order. We'll wait a lap for the timing screen to reset itself, but I'm not convinced he's going to be in the top 5. He might be 4th. He might still be 4th, actually. I think he's got out ahead of Vape Club, HLR and PLR, as here Charlie Hart sets about chasing down race leader Ted Bradbury, but that is the biggest lead anyone's had all race, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely right, Andy. Really, really good for the bank balance as well, as far as the championship organisers are concerned. Charlie Hart is after the money big time. Has a little go. We've got a cop out there as well. If he wins, you can just drive a penalty.
Well, yeah. I was a bit concerned because that's the 104 car, which is the car that Anthony Reid drives, and Anthony is not the kind of driver I'd be roughing up on track, but it's not Anthony in the car,
right,
it's Dave Farrow at the moment, so that's good news for all concerned. Charlie Hart then taking no prisoners. There is his target. There is the 195 car off in the distance. Can he get there in 4.25 minutes? That'll be tough, won't it?
Uwe Hoffmann had a lock-up going down Cascades on the previous one. I was just worried whether there was a little bit more to it, but it was just a lock-up. But he's in 3rd place. So where are Olympian GRD? Have they crossed the line yet as well? They are down in 7th.
I think that will become 4th this time. I think once everything resets. 41 now getting a stop-go penalty as well for, I'm going to guess, speeding in the pit lane again. So that's the Harry Mailer car destined for the pit lane. Ted Bradbury comes across the line, though. He's got 3.75 minutes to go, so 2 more laps remain. And we'll now get to see what the official gap is. Back to Charlie Hart in 2nd place. It's 4.5 seconds with Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport in 3rd place. They're actually closer to Morpheus than Morpheus are to the race leaders. And then is the 4th place car going to be the Olympian GRD machine? Yes, it is. I can see through the trees. They're just appearing through Lodge Corner. So Olympian are going to be 4th. Can Uvio get into 2nd place maybe and salvage a couple of extra points out of this? That looks fairly doubtful as well. So actually, damage limitation-wise, this has actually been pretty good for Olympian GRD.
Yeah, shadowing is good, isn't it? 2 points will be dropped at the moment. Fastest lap with Morpheus, and you won't be ready for this and won't even know what I'm talking about. Iggle Piggle, Iggle Onk. The leading car's the Ninky Nonk.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
Exactly.
I really couldn't.
No, you're going to have to watch that over the winter. Nobody knows what I'm on about.
And then lots of blank faces in the media centre right now. Paul McCurley has turned his back on you. He's that ashamed. Right then, Olympian GRD on the inside of a lapped car into Island Bend. And, I mean, they're a country mile back now. They are 20 seconds nearly behind the top 3, but they are 14 seconds ahead of Signature RV behind. That 49 car is being driven by local expert Marcus Clutton, but I'm not sure even Marcus can gain that sort of time in 2.5, a lap and a half now really, before the checkered flag, which by the way a marshal has just reached for in the start of the marshal's gantry down below, so I hope they're not going to end the race early. But it might not matter because it looks like Ted Bradbury has done enough here, you would imagine, to keep the Morpheus car at bay. They have the fastest lap as well, Charlie Hart. There is Charlie in the background. He's not getting any closer, I don't think. Certainly not close enough. So with, in theory, 1 more lap to go. It is Ted Bradbury who leads them through Lodge Corner. And is it going to be a last lap board he receives, or is it going to be a checkered flag then? Out of the final turn he has gone. It is a last lap board, so 1 more lap to go. He's being told by the team to slow down. You don't need to push now. You've got this in the bag. On that particular lap, he was actually faster than Charlie Hart by 0.8 seconds.
Brilliant stuff, isn't it? What I see, it's been an absolute joy to watch, haven't they, Ted Bradbury and the youngsters coming in, and that's again the good thing about Fun Cup is you've got a lot of experience, a lot of older drivers coming back and having a go. The youngsters doing so well too. See that all over Brscc Formula, to be honest, at the moment. I make no apologies for saying it. You know, with BMW Kart, with Mazdas, you see Masters winning with the youngsters. It's an absolute joy. It's part and parcel of coming racing that it's not just all about the youngsters.
100%.
It's about everybody.
It certainly is. And the great thing about a series like this one, it's a level playing field as well. So the experienced drivers genuinely get an opportunity to prove themselves, don't they? So through the Britain chicane comes the race leader, Ted Bradbury, still hammering the curbs, not really heeding the advice of his team to slow down and take it easy on this final lap. But he is destined for a victory, a second win in a row. That's been a theme this year, hasn't it? Teams winning a race, then winning the next one. Olympian GRD had a 4 4-race winning streak in the middle of the season. MJ Tech won the first 2 races, very nearly won the 3rd race as well at Croft, finishing 2nd in the end. But it looks like the Dinky Donk are going to get the race win, and Morpheus are going to come home 2nd, and Paul Rose is going to be a very, very happy man, I'm sure. There's a part of him would have liked them to have done it. I think there's a bigger part of him that's quite glad they're not going to.
And if you put a youngster, a hot shoe out of juniors and the reigning British touring car champion in a car, and they can't win it, 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know,
and in fairness, they'll still take home some money for 2nd.
Will,
it's
yeah,
the podium finishes. It's not 10 grand, but they'll take some money home. Anyway, we'll get to that in a moment, because it's going to be a 2nd win in a row here for Ted Bradbury in the 195 car that he shares with Neil Burrows. Checkered flag waves, and it is a victory for the Ninky Nonk. And in 2nd position, it is going to be oh so near, but oh so far for Morpheus, Jake Hill and Charlie Hart, 2nd on their debut. And I'm sure they both really enjoyed that, particularly the battling in the first half of the race. 3rd place for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, so that's solid points in the championship for Uvio. They will score 66 points for that, but it looks like they're only going to outscore their rivals by 2 points, because here come the championship leaders, Olympian GRD to the line, and it's 4th position. It's 2 points lost. It's 10 points between them now, going into the final race later on. And just to double check something, yep, they have not won it yet, that's for sure. They can still be beaten by Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in that race later on today. The championship will go down to the wire, and they've got 3 hours left to settle it later on this afternoon. A brilliant race. It certainly provided us plenty of drama with the 2 safety cars, a red flag, lots of strategic intrigue, and the 195 car coming out victorious for the 2nd time in a row. There's also quite an interesting battle going on for 3rd in the championship. MJ Tech are 3rd at the moment, but they're not here this weekend, so they're going to drop down the order. But then EDF Motorsport 246 and the Morpheus 195 are very close together. Now, Morpheus just took a maximum points haul from that. Vape Club were 6th. And that means that Morpheus have now moved into 3rd place in the championship by 5 points ahead of EDF Motorsport. PLR are in that mix as well. They finished in 7th position. Might as well finish the rest of these off. Signature RV were 5th position. 62 points for them. Greenheath, where did they end up? They were 8th, so they're all in the top 10, aren't they? Scoring pretty similar points, really. Ratters Racing slipped down to 10th in the end after a strong early showing. And Seed Data, well, they in the end didn't finish the race. They were classified 26th, so they're going to drop out of it really now. But yeah, that means that we have an even tighter battle now for 3rd place. It is Morpheus who go 3rd, 5 points ahead of EDF Motorsport, and Signature RV move ahead of PLR Racing to move 5th in the championship. Well, fantastic opening race of the day here at Oulton Park. The penultimate round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is won not by the newcomers, thank goodness, says Paul Rose, but instead by the Ninky Nonk. The 195 car gets the victory, and it is Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows who will be on the top step of the podium. Morpheus Motorsport, Jake Hill and Charlie Hart 2nd, with Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport 2nd in the championship. They outscored the points leaders, but only by 2 points in the end. They'll be satisfied with 3rd, but not thrilled, and they really do need to try and win the race later on this afternoon. Signature RV in 5th, ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 6th, PLR Racing were 7th, Greenheath 8th, Team HLR also on their debut were in the top 10, with Team Ratters Racing completing that top 10. Then it was Axiometrics and Red River Sport who led early on, in the lead group anyway early on. Rare Vinyl the 13th, 14th for Morpheus Motorsports 109 car, and Team FFS in 15th place. School Club Racing 16th, GMR Eco was 17th, Wave 9 18th, 19th for FNS Morpheus M Sport. Again, they led early on, but had that stop go penalty, and Fueled Up Racing complete the top 10. EDF's 104 car 21st, ahead of High Peak Racing. Not Fast Extremely Furious were 23rd, Fast Track 24th, 25th Team Summers, 26th Seed Data, but they were actually in the pit lane at the checkered flag. And Fun Cup Tifosi were 27th after 2 spins early on in the race. 28th and last, JPRKL Racing, who again were 21 laps down, and they had some early dramas that very much took them out of contention. So, the cars return to Parc Fermé. Of course, we've got more racing to come still here this afternoon. We've got the final detail Fiesta ST150s coming up shortly, but for now, let's head down and hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis, who I believe is catching up with our race winners.
I am, Andy. It's an emotional victory for the Ninky Nonk, and I've got Neil Burrows here. You fought to the very end, and Charlie was putting up a good fight, wasn't he?
What would you expect? I mean, Ted and Charlie have been racing since they were kids together, battling in the karting scene, but we've definitely hit them for 6 today, so that's good. Ted, again, brilliant job. I mean, we were coming off the back, of course, so coming from last in a 1 hour sprint against that grid, car's been phenomenal to allow us to do that. So, yeah, all the boys are down for the count on that one. So we've done a brilliant job today, I think. So yeah, I mean, we've got the 3 hour to come. Hopefully that'll be a bit more settled at the start. The start of that first stint was rough. You know, I think I made, I don't know, 18 places, something like that. We got through. It was a bit fierce. There was a bit of banging, but there's a bit of out of bounds driving out there as well. But nevertheless, we brought it home. Ted, what a talent. It's great pleasure to drive with him, I have to say.
And it's a special victory as well, as we know.
Yeah, we should have been joined by Darryl. Unfortunately, we lost him just over a week ago. So this one goes to Darryl, who should have been here spannering for us. But yeah, don't do this. It's emotional as it is.
No, you're going to set me off as well. Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
No worries.
Cheers.
No worries. Back to Andy and Rich.
Well, emotional scenes down in the pit lane there from Neil Burrows, and a very special moment indeed. He will be very pleased to have won that race for more reasons than one, that is for sure, and he and Ted Bradbury thoroughly deserved it as well. They were both quick, and Neil made the point there, really. He made a lot of places up in that first part of the race. Ted took over the car when it was already in leading contention, but Neil Burrows had a lot of overtaking to do before then, so really well done to both of them. Thoughts with the whole team, and we congratulate them on the race victory. We move on very shortly anyway to the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. We will then have a race for the ZEO Prototype Series, and then we're into, in theory, a 1 hour lunch break at 12:30. I don't think that's going to happen because we're 20 minutes behind time already, but it is almost time to go racing for the penultimate time this year in the ST150s. Well, anything you can do, they say to the Fun Cup Championship, we can do as well, because they've also got a 28-car grid, have the Fiesta ST150s this weekend. I think probably the biggest they've had all year as well. Another one-make championship that's been around for a long time. This Mark 6 shaped Fiesta ST in particular has been around for a long time, and yet still is encouraging big grids. We've got lots of new names on the track this weekend. And yeah, Richard, I'm looking forward to this one. Big grid of cars. They always produce good racing. This should be fun.
Yeah, we've had some great racing over the course of the season from them. And I think championship pretty much done, although the regulations, of course, now say for most of the championships that you do have to come along and race at the final round of the year. So Mike Blackburn, who has entertained us royally over the course of the season, has a huge lead. But we'll have to at least go on the grid, because you can't drop the score unless you're here.
Yes.
You have to come to the round.
You have to enter and actively take part in the final round, yes, which I think, again, is a common sense rule that more championships should adopt, really. There's nothing more anticlimactic, is there, than a driver winning a championship when they're sat at home watching it. So, yes, we want them here. And, well, it is Dan Robinson who set the fastest lap time in qualifying earlier on today. Alongside him is Mikey Doble, one of the revelations of the British Touring Car Championship. Lost out in a last lap decider to Jake Hill here, didn't he, back in the summer? And, well, they're not racing against each other, but on the same package. Anyway, Mikey Doble starting second, Max Buxton and Sam Watkins on row 2. And then the champion-elect, if you like, Michael Blackburn, with George Foxlow for company on row 3. Fourth row, Dylan Davis and Mark Blunt. Fifth row, Matt Pimblett and Lewis Haining, with a new name. Anthony Sullivan and Aidan Vickers complete the top dozen. Then row 7 for Stephanie Saw and Jamie Luthwaite. Liam Browning and Dan Weicker together on row 8, with Matt McCarthy and Christopher Rowlands on the 9th row of the grid. 10th row, completing the top 20, is Matthew Morton and Josh Watkins, with Neil Marsh and Graham Balaam down on row 11. 12th row, Jade Goodwin and Mark Edwards. Andrew Ward and Daniel Going next. Another rapid member of the Going family then, out on track with Ron Lufstad and Tudor Najita at the back of the field. This outlap from the pit lane, by the way, I believe to be the green flag lap as well, because they've done a full loop of the Oulton Park International Circuit. Normally, the cars would be released from the pit lane or the assembly area, do a lap of the Foster's circuit, the short circuit here at Oulton Park, and then be released onto a second green flag lap. But the fact they've done a full lap tells me this may well be a race start that we're about to see. We'll check that for you in a few moments, because the cars are now pulling up on the grid. It's a 2x2 grid as well for the ST150, so a very congested run on the cards into that first corner, which, Richard, is still stubbornly damp offline. I don't think the track has started drying out quite as quickly as the drivers would have liked.
It's that time of year, isn't it, to be perfectly honest? The drivers will be well aware, so they'll get a good look at it. They'll know from previous experience at Oulton Park. And of course, this back in the day was the Northwestern-based XR2s, wasn't it, originally?
Yes, that's right.
Back in the day, but times have moved on. It's very much now a national championship raced all over the country, and the drivers that were predominantly based up here have thoroughly enjoyed their travels this year, as have we.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. It's grown quite significantly, this championship, really. I remember when they first introduced the ST150s into that XR Challenge, and it didn't go down particularly well amongst some of the regulars, but it was necessary. There just weren't enough of the old cars around. Getting spare parts for them was becoming very difficult indeed. So yeah, it's merged now into this championship. This has taken off completely, as we can see, with this massive grid that we've got for the final rounds, and let's hope they can put on a good show for us then in conclusion of their 2024 season. It is Dan Robinson on pole, British touring car racer Mikey Doble alongside, of course, not only a BTCC racer, but also Mikey, a champion with the Brscc in the BMW Compact Cup a few years ago, and he would love to get a win in the 10 Sport Performance car in this race if possible. He's the red and black car on the outside of row 1. Then you've got Max Buxton and Sam Watkins row 2. The red lights, though, have gone out, and we're away and racing. It's not a great start for Mikey Doble. He's in danger of being swamped as they head towards the first corner. In fact, has been swamped. The lead will be held by Dan Robinson. They're 4 abreast behind. Michael Blackburn there at the inside is into about third-ish as they turn through Old Hall Corner, where there is inevitably a little bit of bumper banging, but generally speaking, Richard, a clean start.
Do you know what? How crowded that was. That was a mega start from everybody, apart from Mikey, who's unfamiliar territory. That is not good. I'll tell you what, George Foxlow had a great start as well. Read the traffic well. Very, very bunched going into turn 1. George Foxlow, I think, wanted to take the Mikey Doble scalp, which he did.
Interesting.
Very well done, though, for him.
That, I think, was Dylan Davis, by the way, exiting stage right, making contact with the barrier, but hopefully he'll be able to get going again. I don't think it did a huge amount of damage, actually, to the rear of the car. We'll wait and see. The rest of them arrive down in Island Bend for the first time. Careful on cold tyres as they pitch into a really quick left-hander, a very unforgiving left-hander as well, though, with nowhere to hide if you get it wrong. All safely through there towards the British chicane for the first time. So Dan Robinson then the race leader, and getting away a little bit, I'd say. Is that Blackburn into second, maybe? He's certainly at the front of that little queue as they came through, hopping over the curbs, climbing over Hilltop, and heading down towards the Hislop chicane. 91 there on the outside line, Liam Browning trying to gain some ground. But yeah, I think that might be Michael Blackburn into second position. So he's had a rocket ship start. It is, isn't it? It's Robinson leading. It's Blackburn second. And third position, not Mikey Doble. He's fifth. So I'm not sure which of the red cars that is in third. But a demon start that for Blackburn from fifth to second.
I'm wondering, okay, safety car will be visiting the circuit, unsurprisingly, perhaps with the turn 1 shenanigans. But yeah, Mike Blackburn had a good start. George Foxlow was in red, so it's possible third. Can't really see from here. Good shout on Dylan Davis, by the way. There is Dylan out of the car, which is good news, but the car needs recovering. So it's going to eat into our 15 minutes, unfortunately.
It is, sadly. So you can see he's a very lucky boy, really, because if he'd have gone off a few feet later, he would have had a fairly solid meeting with the tyre wall. The barrier actually did less damage, I think, than the tyre wall would have done. So he's got away with that, really. Not sure how he got there, but they were so congested, as Richard was saying at the time, through the first corner, that there was always a chance things were going to go wrong when they got a bit further round. So the leaders then come through. Oh, we've got one heading for the pit lane. Is that Max Buxton? Who was that coming in? They are going to pull in just below us, are they? Oh, no, they haven't emerged the other side. Who's pitted? It's Matt Pimblett. Sorry, Matt Pimblett has pitted. Not entirely sure why, but Matt Pimblett in. Trundles down pit lane. And I fear might be heading to the paddock now. It looks to me, Richard, like he might have some right front corner damage. He started 9th. Dylan Davis started 7th. You could probably...
It's that group.
Yes, it was somewhere in that group that it went wrong. Tudor the Cheetah is in as well, although he started off the back of the grid. But yeah, straight into the paddock, I'm afraid, for Matt Pimlett. That is a shame. Whether he was involved with Dylan, I don't know. But Dylan's out, Matt is out, and they both started pretty close together on the grid.
Matt Pimlott's been a regular-ish visitor to the podium, so disappointment for him here. Michael Blackburn keen to, obviously raced here many times over the years, but keen to lay the retirement from the opening race of the previous visit here at Oulton Park, when it pretty much ended a run of win. He had, I think, a 4th and a 7th in the mix as well in the reverse grid races, but off the front he was unbeaten coming here, and then had a nasty incident, but bounced back very quickly indeed, Michael Blackburn, with 2 wins at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, absolutely. A remarkable win rate that he's had. Had 2 wins at Brands Hatch, 2 wins at Croft, 2 wins at Anglesey. Then came Oulton Park, which was a bit of a disaster, but that's all right. They counted his drop scores. And then he had another 2 wins at Cadwell Park and 1 win at Donington because there was only 1 race. The second race cancelled because of the weather. Yeah, very impressive win rate for the championship leader. Dylan Davis, we saw there trudging away as the rest of the field head down through Hislops. So through the chicane they will go. Now, how long is it going to take to move that car out of the way is the question. 2 laps, possibly? You would hope no more than that.
Fingers crossed. Mikey Doble's recovered relatively well, 6th position. And nice to have Josh Watkins back in the Fiestas as well.
That's right, actually, yes. Josh Watkins, where is he? 16th at the moment. Started 20th, so picked his way through the drama, gained a couple of places. And, yeah, running well is Josh. Sam Watkins up in 3rd. Started 4th, so he stayed more or less where he is. Lights out on the safety car, Richard. That's good news.
They are, yeah. We're going to go racing. Very quick recovery. Well done again to all of the marshals and officials for getting things sorted out. So Daniel Robinson looking for his 2nd win of the season, getting ready for the restart here, and it's all his to control with Michael Blackburn, who, of course, is not an easy man to shake off on this sort of start.
No, he isn't, and having made some really good progress off the initial start to the race, he's now thinking, hang on a minute, I could get another race win here and really make up for the Oulton Park disaster back in the summer. He's had a good restart. He's right on the tail of Dan Robinson now as they head for the timing line, and bringing with them Sam Watkins in 3rd. And in fact, it's Sam who just pokes his nose to the inside line there into Old Hall Corner, trying to force a mistake maybe out of Michael Blackburn ahead. Mistakes don't come often from Michael, though, so I don't think that's going to happen too easily. A bit more side-by-side action further back when the leaders descend upon Cascades, with the black number 69 car still just about in front. Bit of a gap back then to George Foxlow 4th. Mikey Doble there in 5th position. Michael will be a bit frustrated probably to be down in 5th position. But let's see whether he can pick his way through in the second half of the race. Still just under 9 minutes to go. The leading trio arrive at Island Bend.
George Foxlow in 4th. Senior debut for him as well. We mentioned, obviously, youngsters coming out of the Ginetta Junior Championship. George Foxlow having his senior debut from Fiesta Junior Championship. And he said Fiesta Senior then. He's bought a senior, though, hasn't he?
Yes, I believe so. That'll be interesting, won't it?
Bought the championship-winning car of Alistair Kellett.
Oh, I didn't know it was that one.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
right.
On social media this week. Just had Tim in the holding area before they went out in the misty conditions this morning. So, yeah, big things for next year. And, well, you can see here, George, obviously no slouch. Now he's joined the seniors, 4th position. So battling for a podium place here, and good for him on his senior debut.
Yeah, fending off Doble. In fact, Max Buxton showing in 5th place now, not Mikey Doble. So, yeah, another place lost by Mikey. Leaders through Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill. Robinson's starting to get away now slightly from Michael Blackburn. Michael had a bit of a wobble through the Britain chicane that time and lost a bit of time. So he is trying to regroup now, but of course trying to shake off Sam Watkins as well. Track starting to dry a bit more now through Druids, I would say, certainly compared to what it was like at the beginning of the race. Offline on the exit still quite treacherous, but through the first part of the corner now, pretty much bone dry all across the road. As the leaders arrive down at Lodge Corner, battle on, Richard, for 2nd place. And it looks to me like Sam Watkins feels he's quicker than the championship leader right now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Michael. You know, there'd be a tendency for some drivers just to maybe hold back and, you know, championships in the bag, but ultimately it's about coming racing, isn't it? So wants to go out with a bang, preferably a win, if not P2, so he'll defend from Sam Watkins as much as he needs to, but what he won't want to do is get embroiled here. Watkins is offline, he's going to have a lurk as they come down. Watkins has got his nose in front, side by side, into the next corner. Blackburn's got the line, hangs on to second place at the moment. All this is great news for Daniel Robinson, though.
Yes, it is. This battling definitely allowing the leader to get away now, but Sam Watkins wants to get through, and like I say, feels that he's a bit quicker, I think, than Blackburn right now. Blackburn, as soon as he started defending, that just will further incentivise Sam to have a go. George Foxlow, Max Buxton, of course, not a million miles behind these two either. They round the right-hander at Shell down towards the Britain chicane. Always a good vantage point, bit of a trek to get out there, but a good vantage point up here at the Britain chicane. You see the cars at speed through Ireland, through Shell, then hopping over the curbs here down at the first of the two chicanes. And again, Blackburn's got it all wrong through Britain's. That will slow him down quite significantly over the hill, and he leaves the inside line wide open for Sam Watkins to try and come through. Watkins to the inside line, then for second position. He'll be late on the brakes, and I don't think Michael's going to fight that one too hard.
No, Michael Blackburn, I think knew he'd made the mistake there, and goes through. That's
Neil Marsh.
His turn to make a mistake now, Sam Watkins.
Yeah, second place, the position no one wants to be in. But someone else is going grass tracking now further back, really going grass tracking at Knickerbrook Corner. And yeah, Sam Watkins thankfully doesn't lose the second place that he just netted, but yeah, Michael Blackburn won't have enjoyed that because it would have definitely lost them both a bit of time. And that group of red cars behind is starting to grow now. You've got George Foxlow, Max Buxton and Mikey Doble all in a line. So Watkins wants to try and get his head down now and get away. 5.25 minutes to go. He wants no part in that battle, really. But it does now look like he's settling down and just starting to build a bit of a margin over Blackburn in third.
I think we probably need to have a look at George Foxlow, see whether he's going to have the bit between his teeth. He's going to be worried that he has got Mikey Doble down behind him, but equally he'll be looking ahead and keen to maybe come away with the podium on his senior debut. That would be a mega result.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be fantastic. Doble here having a go at Max Buxton meanwhile, back for fifth position. But Buxton stays ahead for now.
Max has been quick this year, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah, Max has been pretty impressive actually. Got quicker as the year goes on as well. Had a solid result at Donington in the first race, didn't he? Few too many non-finishes through the middle of the season as he's been learning his craft.
Don't think he did any junior racing, did he, Max Buxton?
Sorry, Michael Blackburn just had a huge moment at Ireland Bend, and I thought was heading for the barriers then. No, I don't think he did. I don't remember seeing him doing junior categories. Certainly don't remember seeing him in Fiesta Juniors anyway. So yeah, sort of arrived on the scene out of nowhere a little bit, and definite front runner of the future if he sticks around for 2025, you'd have to say.
Agree with that. His dad's helping us out at the scholarship, the junior scholarship on
really?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at Brighton this week. So you have to keep your eyes on socials. We're not filming anything, but interesting to see who comes away with that this year.
Indeed so. What they can do with that opportunity next year as well. That's the key, isn't it? Great opportunity that, and yeah, look forward to seeing who comes out on top as the leaders head out of Knickerbrook Corner. And just settled down a little bit now, this battle, hasn't it? Mark Blunt in seventh, I think, is starting to catch them slightly. In the number 3 car, screeching of tyres as they pitch the cars into Druids. They'll have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I think. So we're getting towards crunch time. Richard feels confident enough, I think, to write down at least the race winner's name, maybe. Yes. Oh, well, here comes Foxlow for third, so I wouldn't write the full podium down just yet because Foxlow gets up the inside of Michael Blackburn, forces the championship leader out wide, and Max Buxton will now see that opportunity as well, pulls up alongside Michael Blackburn across the line and gains another place. So 2 places lost for Blackburn there, and George Foxlow picking up a place with a nice move up the inside. Yes, Blackburn made it a little bit easier for him than he ordinarily would have done, I'm sure, but yeah, that was a good move made, although Blackburn now, in fairness, coming back at Max Buxton here on the outside into Cascades Corner. Level into the turn. Buxton's got the preferred line. Blackburn out wide. Doble gets up the inside as well. They almost lean on each other, but they just leave each other enough space. And Michael Blackburn with the run now down the Lakeside Straight towards the left-hander at Ireland Bend. Is Doble going to commit to the inside in the 10 Sport car? I think he is. And again, Blackburn will be sensible to let him go here. slots in behind. Mark Blunt now closes in. Not a good lap list for Blackburn, but he's going through the motions a little bit, just doing what he needs to absolutely dot all the I's and cross all the T's on his championship campaign. And yeah, Mikey Doble, when he came knocking, I think Blackburn did the right thing in stepping aside and not letting him through, but certainly not putting up too much of a fight.
Is the second race a reverse grid? I can't remember on the 2 race meetings whether it's only the third race that we get the reverse or the partial reverse, but we'll check that out. So I was wondering whether this is going to put Mike in with a shout for pole position for race 2 and maybe sign off his year with a run from pole position, but we'll have to see how that pans out. But Daniel Robinson, pole position, fastest lap and leading this one as well. 1.9 seconds on the previous tour with 1 minute 30 remaining on this one clear. Sam Watkins in P2. Sam's had a couple of reverse grid race wins, but has been on the podium fairly often in fastest off the front, so has scored well over the course of the season. And then we've got, as I say, George Foxlow in third, which could be the story of this one, other than Mike Blackburn underlining his championship title.
I don't think it is reverse grid,
Right.
no. It wasn't when they were here earlier.
2 straight races.
Yeah.
Fast off the front and then where you finish.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. So Robinson will have some work to do in that one to come through and win. Final lap begins then. Dan Robinson 2.3 seconds clear of Sam Watkins now, with a fastest lap to boot. Been a pretty dominant performance this really from Dan. And Sam Watkins will be pretty satisfied, I think, with the way he's driven to second place. Bit frustrated maybe not to have gone with the leader. There's a slow car in front of them heading down through Denton's and into Cascades. That nearly ended in tears. But Max Puxton, who came across that back marker, I don't think Mikey Doble knew that the lapped car was there. So yeah, that was a bit of a sketchy moment there for the 2 battling over 4th position. So they round Island Bend, head towards the banked hairpin at Shell Oils, and half a lap from home now for this lot. Are we going to see a move from Mikey Doble before the end of the race? Doesn't quite look like he's close enough at the moment. Britain's, in fairness, isn't really an overtaking opportunity either. So I would anticipate if a move's going to come, it will come in the final couple of corners. Lodge Corner, so often the scene of last lap deciding moves. Won't necessarily have one for the win here this afternoon, but maybe for a position just outside the podium places. Robinson then the winner, Watkins second, Foxlow in third. Foxlow on the previous lap, 2 tenths quicker than Sam Watkins actually. So is he going to have a challenge for second place? I think he's caught Watkins by the looks of it. Certainly those two look pretty close together at the front of the queue. There is the race leader. No, they're not quite together actually. It was 4th place that was close, which we know is the Mikey Doble Max Buxton battle. Down through Druids towards Lodge for the final time though, and Dan Robinson on course for the race victory. And for Dan, this is going to be only his 2nd win of the year, would you believe? He won a race, in fact the first race here at Oulton Park earlier in the season, and he's going to win the first race at Oulton Park yet again. Dan Robinson victorious in the Vinyl Detail ST150 Championship. 2nd place goes to Sam Watkins. George Foxlow will come home in 3rd, with Max Buxton and Mikey Doble next. Then Michael Blackburn, champion-elect, let's keep calling him, but he has done enough now, I'm pretty sure, to seal the deal on the championship. He comes home in 6th. Mark Blunt, Liam Browning, Aidan Vickers, and Stephanie Saw completes the top 10. Stephanie started that race 30, picked up a few and got into the top 10 by the end. And oh no, she didn't. Jamie Lewthwaite was 10th. Got ahead of her on the last lap by the looks of it. So Stephanie Saw, unfortunately, not able to quite get that top 10 finish, but top 10 pace for her. I last came across Stephanie at Anglesey earlier in the year, where she had a bit of a nasty accident up at the hairpin. So good to see her back out and running well. Like I say, just missing out on that top 10, 11th position in the end for Stephanie. And yeah, 2.5 or so behind Jamie Lewthwaite in the end. Rest of the stragglers coming through. Ron Lufstad, I think, will be one of the last ones home. Here comes Ron, who was, for a long time, a stalwart of the XR Challenge in an XR3, actually, rather than XR2, where he had some success in that category. He is the last driver home though, and so we can now take a look at the race results. It's Dan Robinson who picks up the race victory then. Robinson victorious by 1.7 seconds in the end. Did drop 3/4 of a second to Sam Watkins on the last lap, so that could be interesting going into race 2 later on. Sam may well have the measure of Dan in that one. George Foxlow on the podium, not bad at all in his senior racing debut, with Max Buxton and Mikey Doble completing the top 5. Michael Blackburn was the first Masters driver home in 6th position, and Michael Blackburn, as I said, on the verge now of being confirmed officially the champion, I suspect. Mark Blunt, Liam Browning, Aidan Vickers and Jamie Luthwaite complete the top 10 ahead of Stephanie Saw, Josh Watkins, Dan White and Lewis Haining. 15th for Anthony Sullivan, Matt McCarthy 16th, then it's Dan Going, Andrew Ward, Jade Goodwin and Graham Naylam, with Mark Edwards and Christopher Rowlands just outside the top 20, then Ron Lufstad 21st, Neil Marsh was lapped down in 24th, well, sorry, 23rd, Lufstad 24th, Neil Marsh and Matthew Morton, Tuna Nishita, Matt Pimblett and, of course, Dylan Davis, all retirements from the race. Dylan after that spectacular exit on the opening lap down at Cascades. So the cars have made their way back around to the Parc Ferme area. Local wildlife getting in on the act as well. Dylan Davis's car, of course, is going to need moving before the next race can get underway. That next race will be for the ZEO Prototype Series. It will be a 20-minute race. Then we're into lunch, and then at 1:30 we will get racing underway for the afternoon's racing, and we do it slightly differently in the afternoon. It was Fun Cup who started the day, it's Fun Cup who will end the day, so the Fiestas will be out first race after lunch, the ZEO Prototypes after that, and the Fun Cup Endurance Championship Decider will get underway at 2:35, all being well, which would get us out of here not long after 5:30 if things go to plan. Of course, there's always a chance we could have some delays before then. Got to be a bit mindful, not necessarily just of the noise curfew, but also the light that will be fading by that time of day, but that will be well worth sticking around for, that's for sure. That 3-hour race at the end of the day, 2:30, we'll have all the build-up for that one. So we can head down to Parc Ferme now, hear from Richard John Neal and our podium finishers after an entertaining first race of the day for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge.
I haven't got Daniel Robinson yet, but I'm going to whiz across and have a quick word with Sam Watkins, who got P2. So we've got to walk all the way down here. Hopefully we'll have a nice signal for you. A plethora of drivers, as you can see. And Sam will walk as far away from the camera as possible. Sam, can we grab a quick word with you? Actually, we'll grab Michael as well afterwards as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good race?
Yeah, it was really good. It's fun. I think I could have done a bit more racing rather than being stuck in no man's land, but it was really good.
And you've been sort of there or thereabouts. You've had a couple of wins over the course of the season as well. Podiums add to points, doesn't it? But this championship's been real good this year.
Yeah, it's been really good. Missed a couple and yeah, started on the wet this time, so it was nice to get a good start. But hopefully we'll start in a dry line for second race and we'll see how it goes.
Fingers crossed that's a good one. I'm going to grab a quick word with the others, if we can find Daniel as well, who took the win. So well done, Sam. Thank you very much for having a quick chat with us. I'm going to butt in very, very quickly and say congratulations, Mike Blackburn, on the championship this year. Mega year. I mean, the cars have been great to watch.
I've had a good year, yeah. Yeah, I just didn't have the pace in that race, but it shows how close the championship is. So yeah, second time in 3 years to win it, so I'm pleased.
Congratulations on that, and will you be back to defend next year?
The budget isn't there.
Oh no!
No, so I'm looking at running my own team. Right. So either way, I'll be out either driving or running a team. So yeah, you'll see me again.
Great, we look forward to that. Congratulations. We might see you on the podium a little bit later on, Michael. Just wanted to grab a quick word and say well done on the championship. And Masters win, of course, Michael Blackburn. We need to catch up with Daniel Robinson, our winner. Congratulations, Daniel. Second win of the season. I was looking at him and thinking, that can't be right, but it's right. Well, win number 2, but what a dominant performance, because you had pole position, away in the race, and fastest lap as well. Well done.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we've had the pace all year. It's just been a lack of luck. We've had a couple of incidents in the season that could have been avoided, but we've had the pace all year, and we won last time around here, so we knew that we'd be quick, and qualifying showed that. And then I just about managed to get it off the line. I think Mike had quite an unlucky start next to me, and yeah, I just managed to get away and once I had a gap, I sort of knew I could control it.
As you say, Mikey sort of seemed to bog down a little bit, unfamiliarity with the cars, but how much would you have relished to have been in the battle with him?
Yeah, it would have been great. I was looking forward to it. It's nice to have someone like him on the grid because it helps you to gauge where you are with regards to the top class drivers in the touring cars and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd have loved to have a battle with him, and I'm sure race 2 he'll be back at the front.
Nice one, we look forward to that. Well done. Clean sweep, perfect stuff. Pole position, win and fastest lap for Daniel Robinson. And going back this way because we want to try and catch up with George Foxlow, who had his first Carpe. Here is George. What a result, George Foxlow. Well done.
Thank you very much.
First senior race and an outright podium in some very tough competition, I've got to say, out there.
Yeah, it was very interesting at the start. I got an amazing start. I actually ended up having to back off because I couldn't get past anyone. Went to the outside and I don't know, somehow came out on top, in front of most of them. Good battles, clean, no damage. Bit sketchy at some points with dirt on the track, but other than that it was very good, enjoyable.
Yeah, the start was very, very busy and you seemed to pick your way through it very, very carefully and successfully and getting yourself in a position where you could battle for the podium. What does that mean to you, though, on a senior debut to get a podium? Not many drivers get to do that.
Well, it's very, very lucky, and hopefully it shows a lot for what I'm doing in future, which, well, next year I'm doing 240 Fiestas, so doing this guest round, and then hopefully it will show what I'm capable of next year as well.
Social media was alive over the week. We've got Alistair Kellett's championship winning car, and people are going to be looking from the Mark 7 championship, going to be looking at what you've just done here and thinking, here we go, we've got a youngster coming up. It's going to be a serious challenge.
Yeah, well, I hope so. There'll be, well, I've got big boots to fill now as well, now that it's been a championship winning car. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be nice to go out and have a go with it.
Sticking with the juniors, great training ground. We've got the scholarship coming up. What would be your advice to anyone wanting to come into Fiesta Juniors?
Biggest advice is probably don't worry about how fast you are. You can learn that in the future. Just be consistent. That's all really, to be honest.
Nice one, George. Great to see you on the podium. I hope we get to see you many, many more times next season. Maybe race 2 as well. George Foxlow, senior debut and taking a race podium. Absolutely sensational job. Lovely story for us in our finals day here at Oulton Park. Obviously we've seen Fun Cup. We've now seen the vinyl detail ST150 Fiestas. Coming up next is the ZEO Prototypes.
Yes, well, it will be shortly, Richard. There's a bit of a delay in getting them out of the assembly area, I think, whilst they're clearing up Dylan Davis's Fiesta from the Cascades area. So a bit of a delay before we get the ZEOs out. The Jaguar safety car is ready and waiting because I believe it will be a rolling start for this 20-minute race. So the safety car will lead them around. They'll be released 2 by 2 for a rolling start. And we will go racing, and it's an all Praga front row for this one. Shane Kelly and Jack Fabi in the pair of Pragas. Shane Kelly with the pole position time, local man, Jack Fabi alongside, 1.8 seconds slower in the misty, foggy qualifying session this morning. Mike Genvy and Joe Locke make up row number 2, with Richard Chamberlain and Alex Chapman, Champkin, I should say, on row number 3 in the Phantom. Then a trio of radicals. It's Robert Gilman's Pro Sport ahead of the PR6 of Doug Carter. Ian Charles in a car similar to Champkins will be next, although we're only showing 10 on this grid sheet, so we're missing one of those, aren't we? I think we might be missing Champkin, possibly. Mark Goodwin and Matt Chamberlain will be at the back in the Spire and the CTR 01 respectively. Right on cue, Shane Kelly and Jack Fabi's Pragas roll out of pit lane. We've got Genvy there, we've got Joe Locke, Richard Chamberlain in the 15 is there, so... and then it's Doug Carter, is it? Yes, 51s. They're in a slightly different order as well. So Doug Carter coming out ahead of Ian Charles. We might have lost a couple more then, actually. Might have lost a couple more because Doug Carter came out behind Richard Chamberlain. So it may be that Champkin and Gilman are non-starting. Again, we'll double check when the race gets underway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 we've got. We should have had 11. So we are missing 2 cars, sadly. I think they are the cars of Alex Champkin and Robert Gilman. Champkin and Gilman were the top 2 qualifiers in Class C as well, so that's a bit of a shame. robbed us of a bit of a battle for class victory there. The cars all run in different classes, so we have the Praguers in Class E. Class B is set to be a fight between Mike Genvy and Richard Chamberlain. And Matt Chamberlain, actually, all 3 of them entered into Class B. Class C is where the Phantom and the Radicals are. Class D, Mark Goodwin, the lone entrant, actually, in his Spire. And Joe Locke, the only Class A entrant in his Spire SSSC. So those 2 guaranteed class wins, but Class E could be pretty interesting between Shane Kelly and Jack Fabby. Shane Kelly with the track position advantage initially, at least, having qualified on pole position. That's always useful around here, particularly in powerful, big, high downforce prototypes where overtaking can be a challenge at the best of times, especially on a tight, twisty, narrow circuit such as this one. So the grid position and indeed start of the race could prove absolutely crucial. So cars climb up Clay Hill, head towards Druids, and we'll have the race underway, as I said, with this 2x2 rolling start at the end of this lap, with Shane and Jack off the front. Now, a rolling start, slightly easier to get off the line maybe than a standing start, because it is still quite damp in some areas on the start-finish straight. Certainly the inside line approaching Old Hall Corner looks quite wet still, so they're going to have to be a bit careful there. But the sun is now beating down on the track. It is a relatively clear blue sky above us, so that should hopefully speed up the drying process, those bits of the track, the last bits of the track that are stubbornly staying wet. So the 9 surviving cars head towards Lodge Corner. There at the back of the grid, Matthew Chamberlain. Now, he's dropped a long way back for some reason. Don't know whether he's had a spin or a mechanical issue. We'll see whether he takes the start or heads for the pit lane. But the rest of them ready to go, and it's an all Praga front row. Shane Kelly and Jack Fabby then set to do battle in the ZEO Prototype Series penultimate race of the year here at Oulton Park. It is the inside line for Kelly, it's the outside for the lighter blue of Jack Fabby, and it's Jack Fabby who's had the better of the starts. I think squeezes Shane Kelly over a little bit to the inside line onto the wet side. Clever driving that from Jack Fabby. He squeezed Shane onto the wetter side of the road, knowing that Shane wouldn't be able to carry the speed through the corner, and Jack Fabby then takes the lead from the outside of row 1. Well, Joe Locke's just come through behind the rescue unit, so he really had dropped a long way back after a bit of a messy green flag lap. The leader, though, weaving his tyres already. And look now, Shane Kelly in danger of losing second to Mike Genvy. Mike Genvy to the inside line into Island Bend. And does he go through? They're still debating it on the exit of the corner. But yes, Genvy goes through in the Genvy gun. And 2 places lost for Shane Kelly. So not an ideal start for the pole sitter. A brilliant start there, Richard John Neal, for Jack Fabby, who played that to perfection and is already scooting away out in front.
He is, so the 2 Pragas giving us that all Praga front row. Both of those guys have had Class E victories over the course of the season so far. Class E, of course, changing from invitation last year to Praga in this year's regulations, and we have a Class F, which is invitation. I don't think we have anyone in that. I wanted to give a shout out actually to Chris Hoy, of course, who won Class F, the invitation class on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. What an inspirational man he is. We wish him and his family all the very best.
Yes, indeed so. As the second placed battle rounds Druids Corner. Genvy now actually going on the defensive, really, isn't he? Shane Kelly coming back around the outside, so all that hard work to get into second place, and in the end he has to give it straight back again. But the lead that Jack Fabby has got is a fairly significant one. Over the timing line he goes, and Fabby ahead, not on the timing screen because there's a glitch with his transponder, so I can't tell you what the gap is. Now I can. It's 4.8 seconds at the end of lap 1. Bear in mind, in qualifying though, he was 1.7 seconds slower than Shane Kelly, so Shane can now relocate that pace that he had from the qualifying session earlier on today. Then he may well be able to go after Fabby. You can't even see Fabby though, such is the gap.
He's away down the road, isn't he? So, and winning the Battle of the Pragas at the moment. Always exciting to have Mike Genvy in the mix, the man who's won the most races in the series over the course of the season. Kicked off with us, goodness me, Silverstone. How long at March, Silverstone? We were there on the international circuit in March, and Mike took a brace of wins. Jack Fabi had both of the Praga class wins on that occasion, but he's got the better of Genvi. If I remember correctly, didn't Mike Genvi have a wobbly wing, and you spotted it and we told him, and he sorted it out for race 2? Going back to that meeting, the year has just gone so quick. Almost as quick as these cars, but not quite as quick as these machines that we've got out on track right now.
It says a lot about the speed of these machines, though, because, again, you can't see Jack Fabi coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. That's quite a long stretch up the hill. They cover that in only a couple of seconds. The acceleration for these things is pretty unbelievable. But let's see what the gap is at the end of the lap. I'd say it's gone out, actually, to be honest. That doesn't look like 4.8 seconds anymore between the top two. Certainly, Genvi is sticking with Shane Kelly. I wish now that he'd been able to put up a bit more of a fight when Shane came knocking at the start of the lap. Down towards Old Hall Corner goes Jack Fabi. Through comes Shane Kelly in second position. And actually, Mike Genvi does have a little look up the inside there into Old Hall Corner. Can't quite get through. Then you've got... Champion is there. Alex Champion is there. I think it's Richard Chamberlain we're missing, maybe. One of a handful of drivers who's not been able to take the start. Then comes Doug Carter, being caught slightly by Mark Goodwin and by the 24 car behind of Ian Charles. Joe Locke, of course, should have started fourth. So Joe's probably the one to watch, isn't he, really, in the number 8 car, because Joe Locke should have started fourth. For reasons I don't know, he ended up starting from the back. He didn't come out of the pit lane at the back, so he had a moment on the green flag lap somewhere, but he should be able to make some progress from there.
Fingers crossed for him as Mike Genvi closes in. Again, with multi-class racing, you get the different characteristics coming into play at different points of the circuit. So Genvi will again close up and think about making a move as they come down the hill. Looks one way, looks the other, looking for the line here, can't quite do it as they come down into the chicane. So the Praga will hang on to P2. Mike Genvi, of course, wants to get past and have a stab at going for the lead if he can do it. It's unusual to see Mike beaten on track by one car, let alone 2, which is the scenario at the moment. But I thought he was going to make the move there and get through, but still not able to pop the pass. This is, of course, unlike Silverstone, where we were at the start of the year. Last time I saw these cars in anger, or covered on the stream in anger, of course, is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? It's flat and straight.
Yes.
So somewhat easier to... Here we go, though.
Yeah, well, easier to overtake, you were going to say, weren't you?
Yeah.
But there goes Genvi overtaking. He had a much better run out of Lodge Corner and does now go back ahead of Shane Kelly. It's an interesting battle, this, because Shane's car seems quite a bit better through the corners, but off the turns, actually, is where Genvi seems to be gaining his time. So he's back through into second position then. Shane Kelly, bottom step of the podium again, but still, of course, second in his class. Joe Locke, by the way, I thought he might make some progress. 3 places gained that time. He's gone past Ian Charles and past Mark Goodwin and past Doug Carter. So Joe Locke now into 5th position, only 1 place lower than he started, although actually Richard Chamberlain not in the race, so it's Champion that he'll be chasing next, who he did out-qualify. Britain chicane comes Mike Genvi, though, and now I'd say starting to get away from Fabi. So now that he's got everything warmed up, he's in the zone, he's in the rhythm, is Mike Genvi going to have an answer for Jack Fabi? He certainly looks quicker than the second of the Pragas now, but has he got the pace to chase down the race leader? 7.2 seconds, but still nearly 3/4 of the race to go.
Yeah, Jack Fabi's fastest lap 3, 136.329. Mike Genvi with 137.3, so a fair bit away, but will be probably feeling he was maybe held up a tad and they were battling, so that will slow him up. But the first clear lap is going to be an indication of whether Mike Genvi can make up what is currently a 7.2 second deficit on the last lap. We'll see whether he can. He's clearing Shane Kelly now in second position as Jack Fabi clears the line. Mike Genvi coming through dearly now and heads across the line. What is the gap? Let's go across the line. Yeah, 2.115.
But that is Genvi to Kelly because Fabi's transponder's not working, so we have to
okay. I was
build
say,
up the
that
drama a bit. and now I can tell you, it did still come down, 6.8.
Yeah.
So it came down by, well, half a second. But there was an overtake involved on that lap, remember? So maybe now Genvi could go a bit quicker. That was Genvi's fastest and the fastest lap of the race. So that is telling, isn't it? He's got plenty of time to do this.
Yeah, this kind of shows where endurance racing, where you get some clean air and you can really see what the cars could do. Conditions have changed from this morning's qualifying, but Mike Genvey has been a real dominant force in this and Sports 2000 over the years. Been an absolute joy to watch. That self-engineered car, all too few of that in British motorsport in general. Alex Chamkin leading his class in the Phantom is in 4th place. And there is Mark Goodwin leading his class. Well, a couple of the classes only having the single entry to entertain us in this one. And I think programme-wise, do we go back to Fiestas after lunch?
Yes.
And then ZEO, so we repeat the Fiesta ZEO run and then into the 3 hours. It would be unfair to make everyone sit through the 3-hour race if they had another race at the end of the day.
I think it should be mandatory because then they might watch the race. Exactly. But yes,
it wouldn't be a punishment for sure.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. So Jack Fabi then goes through. Now, what is the gap going to be now? Genvey has just done another new fastest lap, 5.3 seconds now the gap, and he was, let's see, he did a 33.3, so that's 1.5 seconds quicker that time than Fabi. So at this rate, he'll get there. The question is, once he gets there, what can he do with Fabi, though? Because overtaking him will not be the work of a moment.
No, it won't. In the meantime, though, he can do effectively what we would regard as qualifying laps and just concentrate on line and probably won't worry too much about the car in front until it's well within sight. As a chaser, you're going to just concentrate on your laps, and then when you see the car, when it's visibly within distance, then you start to think about strategy about where you're going to make the pass, if you can. But with 10 minutes left on the clock, so last couple of laps, we've had a couple of seconds come out of the lead. Genvey could be on for a grandstand finish. What do you reckon?
I think so. 1.5 seconds that time by, so he'll need another 3 laps maybe to get there, so I think he's definitely got time to do this. They're such quick laps as well compared to what we're used to with Fun Cup and Fiestas, lapping nearly at 1.5 minutes really, just a shade over 90 seconds a lap. There you can see visibly the gap now and that is definitely coming down, and no sight all of a sudden of Shane Kelly, who was quite comfortably fastest in qualifying this morning, but now in the much drier conditions just does not seem as competitive.
He doesn't dropped away, but still giving a good class run for the Pragas. The Pragas were supposed to be a one-make championship, wasn't it, a couple of years ago? They very nearly got there with it, but just not quite.
Yeah, they got into the low teens, I think, didn't they, grid size for a couple of rounds. But shame, really, because they're great cars. Everyone who drives them raves about them. It was a good opportunity as well for those with single-seater experience to move across into prototype racing as well. There really aren't that many opportunities, at least in this country, to move into prototype racing at this level. So often you do the GT route and then up into prototypes, but yeah, it was a great idea. It just didn't quite take off, unfortunately, but at least they've got a home with the ZEO Prototype Series, so where they can come and race. And yeah, Jack Fabi's going to have some racing to do, I think, by the end of this one, because he lost another 9/10 that time to Mike Genvey.
I'm kind of glad Mike didn't get pole down. I don't mean that disrespectfully, Mike, but it gives the spectators that are here and online the chance to watch his journey as he made his way into P2 and now closing in on the race leader. Fascinating to watch.
Certainly is. Through Water Tower into Druids they go. And you can see the Praga absolutely on rails there. They're catching Matthew Chamberlain now to put a lap on him. So hopefully that won't delay either of the leaders too much. Genvey pitches the car into Lodge. The car sticks and then rockets off the corner. Fabi through them. And see what his lap time is in a moment or two. Genvey another fastest lap there. Look at that.
Yeah, really closing up now. You can see the gap has come right down, and there's no question that Jack Fabi is on his way. Bright blue, lights ablaze, lovely stuff there from Chamberlain. Matthew Chamberlain moves across, lets the race leader through exactly as it should be. Super stuff.
Yeah, that was well done, well played. So Matt Chamberlain stays out of the way now. What's he going to do with Mike Genvey? Genvey's going to catch him at Island Bend. Oh, has to go around the outside, which he does. That would have lost him a little bit of time, but I don't think he lifted too much there because he can see his prey now, can't he? You can see Jack Fabi, he doesn't want to lose any time, and just scorched around the outside of the CTR 01. So the Genvey Gunn driver. Oh, now that is who that stopped? Joe Locke, I fear. Joe hasn't come through this time. He had got ahead of Alex Champkin into 4th, but hasn't appeared. I think that is Joe. Yes, it is the number 8 car. They're saying that car will need a tow, but it's well out of the way down the escape road, and that should mean the race can continue uninterrupted.
It should do. That was me saying, is Mike Genvy going to have enough time? And it clearly looks like he has, maybe a little bit in hand as well.
But, as they say, catching is one thing, passing another. There might well be more traffic on the horizon as well that they'll have to deal with. So I think there's still, yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one. When he gets there, where and how will he try and pass Jack Fabi? Fabi comes through, the gap is almost, well, I say almost nothing, but it's only a second or so, I think, now as they come through. You can see Genvy is there. So I think at the end of the next lap, we're going to be talking about these two being nose to tail, more or less. The gap officially 2.1 seconds. It came down by 1.5 that time. So yeah, they're going to be pretty much together by the end of the lap. And of course, the closer Genvy gets, the more turbulent air he's going to have to deal with. He might start running out of grip a little bit. And that makes that last second or so the hardest second to find. But he's certainly pushing on. He definitely is the quicker of the two. But Jack Fabi, a good racer, and will defend this lead for as long as he can.
He will. I wonder what it must be like going through the hairpin in these, because it is banked, and if you've not walked it, I say it every time we do a broadcast, but I implore you, if you ever get the chance to do as Andy said earlier in the broadcast, go out and have a look at the far reaches of the circuit. But if you get a chance to walk the track, you'll see how high it is. You can stand at the bottom of that banked hairpin, and the top of the hairpin is actually, you know, taller than me. I'm not that short anyway, I'm not that tall anyway, but it is a fair bit of banking. I wonder what it's like in these.
Yes, it must be a real roller coaster ride. What a great track to come and drive these cars at as well. I know we talk about Silverstone, where you can really stretch the legs of the car in a straight line and through some of the high-speed corners, but Oulton Park is a very fast track, to be fair. It's a deceptively quick track, I'd say.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Yeah, you do look at a map of it, you think, oh, it's quite technical, quite slow, but actually it's got quite a high average speed, really. They were averaging nearly 100 miles an hour in qualifying this morning. That was in the wet. So it is very, very quick, and yeah, these cars with all of the downforce that they produce will be a real thrill to drive. Now, Genvy appeared to slow slightly towards the end of that lap. He's lost time to Fabi. I hope that's not the beginnings of an issue.
I hope not as well. I was just about to say we've got some traffic to deal with here. Blue lights and blue flags showing, and Jack Fabi deals with those superbly well. Fabi's livery, I was thinking it's a darker blue than it is, but it reminds me of the early Project 34 Tyrrell Formula 1 cars.
Yeah,
if you remember, especially with the yellow stripes on it. I'm sure that's not the inspiration for him because he's far too young, but just reminded me of that, and the speed, of course, as well. Great livery anyway.
Yes, no, it's a really good looking car, isn't it? Going well in his hands, and actually he's weathering the storm a bit now with Genvy seemingly slowing, and Jack Fabi now sort of extending that lead. Genvy nips up the inside of one of the back markers. He'll get both of them before they arrive down at Hislops, where there are no longer yellow flags out either, because Joe Locke's car's been there for a few laps now. Out of Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill again, 4.5 minutes, just under 4.5 minutes still to go. And is this now Jack Fabi sort of regaining control of the situation? Building now more of a margin over Mike Genvy. Under the bridge they go towards Lodge, and let's see what that gap's going to be. Jack Fabi, oh, it's gone way out. In fact, it might be bigger now than it was to start with, because Genvy really has slowed. Fabi's already gone through. Like Genvy only now crosses the line, and the gap is, we wait with bated breath, definitely going to have gone out though, I'm sure. Yes, 6 seconds again now, Richard. Wow. So I think he must have some sort of a problem. Hopefully not a problem that's going to stop him from reaching the end of the race, but if he does, you're going to have to try and find out from him what the issue is.
I don't want an interview with RJ, and I'm going to back off and just finish off the podium.
I think he sensed that you'd got the pen out. I think that's what it was, because I see his name written very confidently in second place on that piece of paper.
Yes.
We'll see if that stays the same, and of course a class winner as well if he carries on.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. I'm going to write them all down. Then they're all stuffed,
all
aren't
been
they?
Equally
really,
cursed, yeah. So the 6 seconds behind. He does have still the best part of 20 seconds over Shane Kelly. Mystified as to what's gone on with Shane Kelly here. Again, you have to assume that's maybe an issue developing with his Praga, because he was What's his best lap been? His best lap's been a 36.1, which is best part of, well, it's 3.5 seconds nearly slower than anything Mike Genvy's done. And in qualifying, he was 2 seconds faster than Genvy, so something strange going on with Kelly as well. Alex Champion still leads in Class C, by the way, by 12 seconds over Doug Carter. So that looks relatively unlikely to change. The leader goes through to begin his penultimate lap, so 2 more times around for Jack Fabi. Mike Genvy, I think, now having to settle for second place. He goes through 7.6 seconds back. That is now actually the biggest lead that Jack Fabi's had all race.
Yeah, he's worked hard, to be fair. He's played the back markers very well indeed. They've also fallen for him fairly well too, but Mike Genvy, for part of the race, giving us the thrill of the chase, cut it down big time. Now if he has got a problem, he's managing it superbly well.
Yeah, he is. That was a 35.4, which is still 6 tenths quicker than anything Shane Kelly's doing. And that was a personal best for Shane Kelly as well. So, yeah, a few strange things going on. We lost a couple of cars before the start of the race, and we've now potentially got a couple of others in a little bit of trouble. Down into Hislops comes the race leader, though. Jack Fabi with, again, a bit more traffic. That's Doug Carter, 5th place for Doug. 2nd in Class C, Doug Carter, who's been racing that Radical for about as long as I've been commentating it, probably longer than that, actually. The very same Radical PR6 in basically any series that will allow a Radical PR6. He is out somewhere almost every week, Doug Carter. And out with the ZEOs this weekend. Not got himself anyone to play with, really, in this race, unfortunately. But the fact that we lost Robert Gilman's car off the grid was a bit of a shame, because he and Doug Carter may have had a bit more of a fight. But anyway, gets out of the way of the race leader, Jack Fabi, who goes through now to start his final lap of the race.
He has, so good drive from Fabi, a little bit of a battle to get off the line, but manages to do that. Mike Genvy seeing a little bit more resurgent. We'll see in Parc Ferme what issues he has had, if any, and whether they could be sorted for the race fairly shortly after lunch, as Shane Kelly pops a lap on one of the other cars. I'm going to make my way down towards Parc Ferme.
Yes, good idea. So we'll hear from Richard shortly with our podium finishers, class winners. Not sure what we're going to do. We'll see who we can find down in Parc Ferme. The good news is they're all there together. Oh my word, that was Shane Kelly right over the exit curb at Old Hall Corner. Nearly got that all wrong, but manages to gather it together. Shane Kelly then en route to 2nd in class, 3rd overall. There is Ian Charles, who is engaging really in the best battle of the race. Ian Charles versus Mark Goodwin for 6th position. Those two are battling. They were separated at the start of the lap by only 7 tenths of a second. And looks as though maybe that gap's gone out slightly now as they begin this final lap of the race. The leader, though, is at Druids already, and Jack Fabi now well on his way to a race victory. Really, all of the hard work done at the start when he made that magnificent move to get past Shane Kelly into turn 1, squeezed Shane over onto the wet side of the road, and from there, really, he's never looked back. He draws up alongside and ahead of Alex Champion to put a lap on him, and Jack Fabi wins the first race of the day for the ZEO Prototype Series. And Mike Genvy will come home in 2nd position, and 10.2 seconds the margin in the end. But Jack Fabi, after that terrific start, picks up the win with Genvy 2nd. Now, where's Shane Kelly? Shane still hasn't actually arrived at the line. Here he comes now. I think I just saw him flashing through the trees in the background. Yep, exiting Lodge Corner now. Up and over Deers Leap. And to the line goes Shane Kelly, then the Praga driver in 3rd, with a personal best lap, actually, on the final lap of the race. A 35.9. Still comfortably slower than we were expecting from him, but it was at least the fastest he's been in that race. And I think we're now just waiting for Matthew Chamberlain to come home. Chamberlain a lap, nearly 2 full laps down, actually, by the end of the race. So Jack Fabi with a dominant win in the end. Might have been a little bit different, maybe, had the Mike Genvy machine not run out of pace midway through the race, but it wasn't meant to be in the end, and it was Fabi who came home a winner with Mike Genby second. Class winners, both of them though. Fabi in Class E, Genby in Class B, Shane Kelly was third, and Alex Champion got the win in Class C with fourth place overall. So Carter and Ian Charles were next ahead of Mark Goodwin and Matthew Chamberlain. Joe Locke, fortunately a non-finisher. There were of course a couple of other non-starters too in that race. We never saw Rob Gilman, and who was the other one that we lost? Mark Goodwin. No, Mark Goodwin was there. Yeah, so Robert Gilman was a non-starter in the end, but everyone else getting to the checkered flag, and all of them trailing Shane Kelly, who was utterly dominant in that first ZEO Prototype race. Of course, he will now start from pole position for race 2 a little bit later on, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not he's able to maintain that pace in the second race, or if maybe Genby will have an answer for him. Very interested to hear from Mike Genby in a moment or two what went wrong in that race, because he just suddenly seemed to run out of steam mid-race. I'm sure it wasn't Mike running out of steam. I suspect it was an issue more with the car. But the cars head down to Parc Ferme, and we will hear from Richard John Neal fairly shortly. I think you can see it's taking them a while to get through to Parc Ferme, because most of them were a long way behind eventual winner Jack Fabi. But they are now trickling through, and it won't be too long, I don't think, before we get the chance to head down and hear from probably most of the drivers actually that made it to the end of that race, I would imagine. Certainly we'll hear from our top 3, I'm pretty sure, because 2 of them were class winners, and one of them was Jack Fabi. He, I'm sure, will be first on Richard John Neal's hit list. So let's head down there now and hear from Richard and our race winner.
Lovely win there for Jack Fabi, who, as ever, not as ever, but walks away as the camera was coming towards him. I don't blame him. Just sorting out his wires and his crash helmet and the like, and gives us a good close-up of the Jack Super Race. Well done. Another. Well, I think, is that the first outright win in the ZEOs this year? You've had plenty of class wins, but is that the first outright?
Yeah, plenty of class wins for the Praga. I am confident it's the first outright win. It's my home track. I live 500 metres away, so although I...
Did you drive here?
I did drive here, yeah. It was too cold this morning. Unfortunately, I don't race here enough, but the Praga has been a brilliant car all year, and I'm very grateful to Vincent at VR to allow me to drive it this weekend. It's a phenomenal car around this track, but I must say, I'm obviously a part of the Marshall's Ambassador Club. Thank you to every single man and woman who is stood out there in the cold, whether it's orange or black or, you know, in the office themselves. They have made this race weekend happen like they do with every other race weekend. So I proudly invite them to come and get a tea and coffee out of our awning if they want to warm up. But yeah, brilliant race.
Jack, that's mega, mate. Thank you very much indeed for that. And do you know what? It's nice to have a race winner who's thinking about others, and brilliant sentiment. Difficult at the start, and Mike Genby was closing up on you in the middle stage of the race. How aware were you of that, and did you have to respond to it?
Yeah, so initially, a great start. I knew I could use the drier line on the outside of T1 and the run up to out of Lodge. Like I said, I've got quite a lot of experience around this place, so I know what's going to be grippy and what's not. So pinned it at the start, had the boost all the way up, and then middle sector of the race, I turned it down quite a lot just to preserve the car as much as possible. I could see Mike getting close to me, and I know Mike's got a seriously fast car as well. I do know that it doesn't go that fast for that long though, so I thought as long as I hold him out for the 10-minute in the middle, I should be okay. And then as he got a little bit closer, might have gone back up a boost map or two, but yeah, the end was fairly okay. A bit of traffic here and there, but nothing I can't manage.
Great to get that side of it and to understand the story of what was going on. It was fascinating to watch on track, even more so when we get your insight.
Thank you very much. It's like I say, driving one of these Pragas around here, around Oulton Park, it's a dream.
fantastic to watch as well. Well done, Jack. Thank you very much for having a chat with us. We'll see you a little bit later on in the afternoon. Before we do that, though, we've got to have a quick word with Mike Genby. Mike, lovely to see you again. I haven't seen you since you sort of bookended the season for me because we caught up at Brands Hatch. You had a wobbly wing and you sorted that out, race 1 at Brands. What was the story of that one? Because you closed up. Jack said he turned things up a little bit, though.
Well, firstly, well done to Jack. That was a brilliant drive. He just had grip at the start, and I think Shane and I were struggling a bit. But yeah, I got past Shane. Yeah, I was eating into it nicely, but I just had an imbalance somewhere, and I kept having quite big oversteer moments in some of the quicker bits, which makes things a bit tricky. So yeah, it was just something's gone a bit odd. We don't know what yet, so they've taken the car back already to have a look at it. But yeah, I was just catching him. I don't know if it was enough, but it felt like enough. Obviously, getting past is a whole other thing, and then yeah, it just didn't feel right, so we had to back off a bit.
It was fascinating to watch, and your battle with Shane was interesting to watch, and the cars are mega. There's so much that we can take out of these races, multi-class, fantastic machinery, etc., etc.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite cold when we set off, so I think it was all about confidence in the tyres, and I had a lot of confidence in them till the middle of turn 1 on the first lap, and then I lost confidence in them. So yeah, we were quite close to Shane, took us a couple of goes, and then I had an almighty moment coming out the chicane, which is like both hands off the wheel and just as much lock as I could get. And yeah, so backed off a bit, just tried. Yeah, well, we were just eating into it nicely, but like I say, just something didn't feel right, so we had to back off in the end.
We've got race 2 to look forward to, though. Hopefully the guys have sorted it out for you.
I can't wait. Yeah, this place is it's mega in these cars. It's yeah, it's an eye opener, I tell you. Especially with the sun low, you can't see some of the corners properly, so it's quite a challenge. But yeah, hopefully we can sort out the balance a bit. We've had a lot of understeer and then snap oversteer, so it's sorting that out, and we'll be better for race 2.
It's been a treat, and we look forward to another one of those in race 2 a little bit later. Mike Genby, thanks ever so much, PT. And Shane Kelly. Shane, well, I think we spoke, was it Club Sport? We spoke, you've been racing with the Morgan as well, haven't you, this year? So very, very varied racing for you this year, but the Prague are looking great, and a lovely battle you had with Mike Genby there.
Yeah, I think I was trying to hold Jack back at the start, and I think looking at his pace yesterday, we haven't got the car pace, I don't think, to match him at the moment. So unfortunately, I think with the damp and the changeable weather at the start, at quali, which is great for us because it was a bit of a leveller, so, and that shows. But yeah, it was a bit disappointing, and we didn't have much pace really to keep the guys. So yeah, we need to look back at it and see what we can find some setup really. But yeah, a bit disappointed with the dropping back that much. But the guys have worked really, really hard, like you said, the uni guys, and yeah, we got a fresh engine in there today. And
is it the uni guys this weekend as well? Is it Uni of Derby?
No, University of Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton. I knew I'd get it wrong somewhere along the line.
Yeah, both cars, University of Wolverhampton. So we won two different teams as well. Yeah. So they won in different championships. But yeah, amazing job they've done working through. We were on the dyno on Thursday afternoon and came straight here Friday. And so yeah, amazing job. Again, the car's not quite there in the dry. We can't find out where it is, but we'll have a look for race 2. But yeah, still P3. So yeah, good battle with Mike, and yeah, to see if we can keep up a bit more.
It was great to watch. Going back to the university thing, sorry, we're probably keeping you for like the rest of the Parc Fermé is deserted now, so apologies for that. But the university thing, I mean, years ago, I was involved with unis putting cars together and watching them do it. And they never got them on track, but now there's this like real, it's so much better, isn't it, getting them to the tracks and involved with the meetings. They are then part of the industry, and it makes the move into the work world that much easier.
Yeah, it is. I think what sets us apart slightly is we probably do the most amount of motorsport of most unis, but they're student-led teams as well. They're not just latching onto a team that's already established. It's proper student-led, and yeah, and it seems to work. It's our 10th year now, so you see them all around the paddock nowadays in jobs and Formula One, and so yeah, it's a race win to get them into jobs as well. So yeah, I'm really proud of the guys. So 10th year, so pushing on for next year as well.
They'll be back with us in Club Sport next year with the Morgan?
Yes, we will. Yeah.
Fantastic. There you go, first sign up for next year. Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. Shane Kelly, thanks so much, takes 3rd place. And after the Battle of the Pragas, a great battle with Mike Genby. As you can see, I would have probably had a chat with some more people, but lunch break is beckoning. These guys have got to turn their cars around real quick because we've got a truncated lunch break. Then the Fiesta race. The Fiesta guys are getting their STs sorted out, and obviously the ZEO Prototype runners are refettling their cars to try and get a little bit more out of them this afternoon here at Oulton Park. That's it for me for the moment. I'm going to hand you back upstairs to the commentary box where Andy McEwen is waiting.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, well, we're into a shortened lunch break, unfortunately. We're running about 35 minutes behind time. We're hearing we're going to restart as planned at 1:30, which gives us just a shade over 20 minutes before our next race. So in the meantime, well, we were catching up with some drivers earlier in the day. We also have an opportunity to go back and take a look at the podium celebrations from that enthralling opening race of the day, the 1 hour sprint for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And, well, it was a near miss as far as the £10,000 prize is concerned, but we did still have a couple of new faces up on the podium, and we were able a little bit earlier on to go and celebrate with them.
Okay, guys, do you want to gather around for the podium? And this is the podium for our penultimate round of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So we're starting with our Masters podium. So in third place in the Masters class was PLR Racing. That was Ben Pitch and Neil Plimmer. Well done, guys. They get their trophy and GT cap from Liz. In second place in the Masters class was Signature RV. That's John Whitehouse, Marcus Clutton and Steve Ruston. Well done, guys, as they receive their cap and trophy. And your winners of the Masters class was Olympian GRD, that's Chris Duval, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudds. I think it's our youngest ever Masters winners. Right, put your hands together for Chris Duval. He's just making his way through now. Right, eyes forward for the photos, guys. Congratulations. Put your hands together for our Masters podium. Okay, so moving on to the overall top three, and what a fantastic race these three teams had. In third place was Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. It's the wonderful, fabulous Randaccio and Farchini. In second place, and finally somebody has cost Paul Rose some money. Winners of the £3,000 cheque was Morphers Motorsport. That's Jake Hill and Charlie Hart. Well done, guys. And your winners, making it 2 wins on the bounce, it's the Ninky Nonk, that's Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows. Well done, guys. Right, eyes forward for your photos. All right, congratulations. Put your hands together for our overall top three. So that concludes our penultimate round of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and your winners was the Ninky Nonk for Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows. Ted, that was probably one of your hardest wins, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was extremely hard. I mean, I can't say enough for Sparky, honestly. He did a mega first stint. I think there was one lap where he was about a second quicker than the rest of the field, so yeah, he did a mega job there. Yeah, when I got the car, I seen Charlie in front of me. I've known Charlie since karting. I know he's a good racer, I know he's really fast. And then you've got Uvio as well. Again, they've been at the front of the championship every single year. And then I just had to pick them off one by one, took my time, took my move, and then yeah, got the race win.
And Neil, you said earlier the start was a bit chaotic, to put it mildly, but you still picked your way through and got to where you needed to be to hand over to Ted.
Yeah, Ted's always telling me to calm down at the start of the race, and I tried to do that and just pick him off. There was a bit of contact, little nicks and bumps, but nothing too heavy or serious. And yeah, I got on the back of Uvio, and they were ploughing through as well, so it was just follow the train. And there was it got a bit slower as I got towards the front, as the quicker guys started to get in front of me. But yeah, I'm getting a good first stint. It was great.
Excellent. So 28th, you got to start for the next one. What can you do from there?
Yeah, same again. We've got more time this time, so it should be a bit more helpful. And I just want to say a big thank you to obviously all my family. The championship's mega, and then Ali Bray, obviously filling in this weekend. He's absolutely mega. The whole team. He's looked after me my first year in cars, and I think he's going to be one to watch for team-wise going into Fun Cup, because he's unbelievable.
Excellent stuff. Well done, guys. That's Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows of the Ninky Nonk. Second place. Yeah, second place was Charlie Hart and Jake Hill for Morphers Motorsport. You've cost Mr. Rose £3,000 though.
Brilliant. I wanted it to be 10.
Yeah.
But three's fine.
And Jake, that start, I bet it was like race 3 at Brands, wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, to be honest, a few of the competitors here at Fun Cup have said, it can get a bit vicious, and sometimes you got to get your elbows out. I was like, hold my beer, here we have arrived, and yeah, fantastic. Me and Charlie, we both did our job in our stints. I managed to get to the lead, and I think if it wasn't for the safety cars, I think we would have had a cleaner run maybe to first place today. But Charlie was so fast in his stint. He was super quick, and quick as he's been all weekend, and we did it the right way round. So no, Charlie did a mega job, and huge thank you to his dad Chris for for letting us both do it. It's really nice of him.
Yes, 1-0, you beat the old man.
I did, but we're racing in this next one proper. Yeah, but no, a great race. Jake did a mega first stint. We was fast, so yeah, obviously safety cars, that's racing. You can't pick and choose that sort of stuff. So yeah, a great race, and yeah, gloves off in the next one.
Bring it on. Well done, guys. Thanks a lot. Right, third place. We'll just get Farkini and Fabulous up to the podium. Just have a quick chinwag, because we love a chinwag, don't we? That was a busy race, wasn't it? Yes.
Where's he gone?
Oh, he's wandered off as usual.
Fabulous!
He loves a gossip. Yeah.
Sorry.
It was live, yeah. He's sugar cubes. He almost well trained. Hectic race, but another podium for you.
Yes, yeah. It was. I think we had a good run, and we're pretty happy with that result. Try and hang on to those young fellas. Yeah, it was tricky. The opening section, there was kind of in certain parts of the track there was just one dry line, so picking your way through you had to be pretty careful, and the mid pack is really strong now, and you could see that spread. And then there was quite it was quite an incident at Druids that dragged everything out, and it was good form, I think, to freeze the race at that point with a red, because with the pit stops it probably would have made it a complete lottery. So actually we had a really good fair race. It was well run, and yeah, this fella hanging on with those two young fellas did an amazing job, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, Farchini did a beautiful opening account. You know, I think it was 8 places on the first lap, so that was terrific. So he made really good progress, and then we had a fantastic first pit stop as well, which really set us up. So yeah, I made a little mistake in the chicane when I was following those 2 kids, and that just dropped me back a touch, which put us out of contention for the win, I think. But I think we did our best today.
And we said at Donington we were seeing the new generation coming through. We think they've arrived.
Yeah, they've definitely arrived. And you know what? It's actually terrific to see them. They're so talented, and they actually race so clean and well. It's a pleasure to watch them.
And thoughts for race 2?
Same again.
Same again.
Same again. We got to. We just made 1 place. We need another 6 on Olympian for the championship battle, so all eyes on that. 3 hours is a different game to 1 hour, but we'll just take the same approach. We actually have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Excellent stuff. Cheers, guys.
Well, just a handful of weeks ago, we crowned a brand new British touring car champion, and here he is, gracing us with his presence on the Fun Cup grid. Jake Hill, welcome to Fun Cup. Great to have you here. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's an experience, you know. I mean, these cars are extremely unique to drive, as I found out yesterday, and yeah, but overall, it is exactly what it says on the tin, you know. It's good fun, and the competition is pretty fierce, you know. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what championship you're doing, all of the top boys are always extremely good, you know. So yeah, it's going to be tough to try and beat them all today, but we'll give it a go.
How much testing have you had then pre-event? Because it isn't the kind of car you can jump straight in and be quick in, so I've heard.
0. So I literally jumped in yesterday and just did a few laps. I reckon I probably did a maximum of like 20, 25 laps around here yesterday. So we had a few car issues which sort of hindered our running, but you know, we're all underway now, and Charlie's in the car just obviously getting some laps in this sort of qualifying practice session for us. So yeah, it's all going fine.
Charlie, obviously Ginetta Junior star as well, maybe a little bit close to these kind of cars. How's he getting on? Is he warming up to it as well?
Yeah, Charlie's done a day or 2 in the car prior, so he's a little bit more adapted to me. Hands up, he's faster than me at the moment, which is absolutely fine, especially as I've, you know, helped coach him in his Ginetta Junior career. So yeah, at least my tips and tricks are working, you know. But yeah, Charlie's incredibly fast and he's doing a great job. It's just going to be up to the pair of us to be as consistent as possible, really.
It's great to have you here. You are very much the kind of driver who relishes the chance to go race anything, though, aren't you? Which I feel like you're a bit of a dying breed, really. A lot of drivers, they achieve what you've achieved this year, which was incredible, of course, and maybe they wouldn't want to go and try other things for the risk of showing themselves up, but you just enjoy racing, don't you?
I do, you know. Ultimately, I just love racing cars, full stop. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. I do a massive amount of historic racing outside of British touring cars, and race pretty much anything I can, really. And Chris Hart, Charlie's father, he asked me to sort of, if I wanted to come and join Charlie here, and obviously have the crack at trying to win the £10,000 prize fund that's on offer for our first race. So yeah, I thought, well, why not? Let's give it a go. And you know, exactly that. I want to try and drive everything I can, and it's another opportunity to do so.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it, Jake. Thank you so much for having a chat. Very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Jake Hill, our British touring car champion, joining the grid at Oulton.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farchini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farchini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
It's the final round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We're here at Oulton Park with two of the drivers who could be champions by the end of the day, Simon and Riley. Brilliant season for you guys so far, generally speaking. Donington a bit of a blip, but you're still ahead arriving at the last round. Feeling confident?
Yeah, I mean, as confident as much as the nerves are here. You know, we know we have to run our own race. So much so that, yeah, we're not really paying attention to anyone else. We just got to, you know, finish first, and then at the same time, if we finish first in the race, that'd be even better. So, yeah, fingers crossed everything goes to plan.
How likely is that, do we think, Simon? A win in race one, obviously the grid draw will count for a lot, but you've normally got good pace around here, haven't you?
Yeah, I think that with 30 cars on the grid draw is going to be quite important. So I'm hoping, you know, we'll get a good one, but it's out of our hands on that. That's the only thing that's out of our hands. So yeah, we just got to drive our own race, I think. You know, it's good that it's close. I've got Uvio right behind you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's not nerve-wracking at all, is it? Hello, we'll get to you guys in a minute, don't worry, you'll get your moment. They are the rivals, obviously the big rivals for the championship. How focused are you on what they're doing? You said run your own race, but they're going to be there with you as well, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing with UView is they have to win both races, basically, so they're going to be pushing as hard as they can to get to the front, and they are very good at that. But at the same time, will they damage the car getting there? Will they have some kind of mishap which allows us to just kind of cruise to victory? So it's more about them pushing on to get it done, and we can kind of not sit back but observe, if you like, what they're doing and kind of just follow along behind them. So that's our sort of plan, if you like.
Obviously, you two have been around Fun Cup now for quite a while, Riley in particular. It's nice to see the grid back at this size, isn't it? Maybe not so nice for you guys with the championship to win, but the championship is looking really healthy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the good thing about this weekend. You know, you've got the championship decider for us. That's where our focus is. But then you've got lots of people from different disciplines coming in as well. So, you know, I'll be interested to see how they get on. You know, I don't know if their expectation is to come in and think they can walk it or not. But you know, we're still going to try and win the race. You know, so yeah, it should be fun. But yeah, it's great to see 30 cars on the grid.
Excellent stuff. Well, very best of luck. We'll let you get back to qualifying in the fog here at Oulton Park. Keep an eye on these two, though. They may well be champions by the end of the day.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
Welcome back, everyone, to live pictures from Oulton Park as we prepare for a resumption of racing. Then 3 more races to go, one apiece for the Vinyl Detail ST150 Fiestas, the ZEO Prototype Series, and of course the final round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which will take up the bulk of the afternoon's action with 3 hours of racing to settle the championship. The Fiestas have not long since been out on track, to be honest, for their first race, but now already they are re-emerging from the pit lane and ready to head out onto the circuit for another 15-minute encounter. Race earlier on today, of course, won by Dan Robinson, Sam Watkins second, George Foxlow, a guest driver, making his debut in the championship, former Fiesta Junior runner, was 3rd place, and Michael Blackburn with a 6th place finish has solidified his position now as the champion for 2024. So no points to worry about too much, we just need to sit back and enjoy what should be an entertaining 15 minutes of racing. Cars then on their way around to the grid. The second race of the weekend, final round of the season for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge is up next. So the conditions this afternoon, fundamentally different really to anything that we had earlier on this morning. Bright sunshine, quite warm outside now actually, all things considered. Crystal clear blue sky, and a bone-dry track for the most part anyway that will greet the drivers for this second race of the day. The grid for this second race, by the way, based upon the results from race number 1, so it's a fairly simple rinse and repeat really for Dan Robinson. He's hoping anyway, starting from the pole position, and alongside him will be Sam Watkins. Now Sam Watkins was a bit quicker than Dan in the closing stages of race 1, but just was a bit too far back to catch him, so I wonder whether he might now feel that he's got a race win in him in race number 2. George Foxlow certainly will be gunning for at least one step higher on the podium this time. He's got Max Buxton for company row 2, Mikey Doble and Michael Blackburn, the champion, together on row number 3. Fourth row, Mark Blunt and Liam Browning. He came through the field nicely in race 1. Then on the 5th row, Aidan Vickers and Jamie Luthwaite. Stephanie Saw just missed out on the top 10 in race 1. She starts 11th alongside Josh Watkins. Then Dan Wyke and Lewis Haining together on row number 7 of the grid. 8th row for Anthony Sullivan and Matt McCarthy, with Dan Going and Andrew Ward on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Jade Goodwin and Graham Malem on the 10th row of the grid. 11th row, Mark Edwards and Chris Rowlands, with Ron Lefstad and Neil Marsh together on row number 12. Then we start getting into those that had issues in the race earlier on today. Matthew Morton and Tudor Nachita. Matt Pimlett was in the pit lane early doors with damage. Dylan Davis made that spectacular exit down at Cascades Corner on the opening lap of race 1, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not the team have managed to get his car fixed and out there on track for race 2. But certainly still got a good mix of drivers at the front. A competitive race, I think, in the offing here between Dan Robinson and Sam Watkins. Sam Watkins, as I said, in the second half of race 1, once he broke into second position, really did look quick and was lapping a little bit faster than the race leader and eventual race winner, Dan Robinson. So let's see whether or not he's now able to deliver on that promise. Sam Watkins, the Welshman, with the outside of row 1, his starting position. Robinson to his inside, George Foxlow and Max Buxton sharing row number 2. And I wonder whether we'll see a slightly different Michael Blackburn this time as well, with the championship well and truly sealed now. Is he going to decide that maybe he can be a bit punchier than he was in race 1? He didn't seem particularly happy in race 1, it has to be said. The car was moving around a lot underneath him and a few mistakes being made here and there. And any time someone came knocking, he was pretty happy normally just to sort of open the door and let them go. Well, that might now be different in race 2, with a little bit of the championship pressure off his shoulders. The green flag waved at the back of the grid, where there is not a Dylan Davis, unfortunately. So Dylan Davis a non-starter. Everyone else in position, though, for the final race of the season in the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Lights out, off they go. And it's a good start made by Watkins from the outside of row number 1. It's 3 abreast, 4 abreast maybe make that behind them, but it's Watkins who will get the advantage heading into Old Hall Corner for the first time. Michael Blackburn with another really good start, just as he had this morning, sweeps round the outside of the race 1 winner into the lead. So Michael Blackburn from 6th on the grid. That's actually a place further down than he was on the grid for race number 1, and he's now in 2nd place as they arrive at Cascades. Robinson's there in 3rd. That's Mark Blunt, I think, in 4th. Yes, it is the dark blue number 3 car. Then Buxton in behind. But another slow start, I think, for Mikey Doble. He's towards the back of the top 10 as the rest of them hurtle down towards Isle of Men for the first time, cleanly through Cascades this time, thankfully. Oh, well, someone was on the grass, but bouncing their way back on the road. Sam Watkins it is, though, who has stolen the early advantage. Michael Blackburn going with him in 2nd place, and Dan Robinson, the race 1 winner, down to 3rd. That, Richard John Neal, was not in the script, and neither was that for the 2 cars in the gravel further back. But yeah, Dan Robinson with work to do now.
It'll do for page 1 for me. Talking of the script, to be perfectly honest, Daniel Robinson knows his way around here. As he said in the interview, he's just not had the rub of the green over the course of the season. You need that over the course of the year to take a championship. Having said that, Michael Blackburn, his year hasn't been without incident, has it? So it's just that he had that absolutely stupendous run at the start of the year, which sealed his championship. But unlike many other drivers, bounced back from adversity and still is out there battling for wins, which a lot of drivers don't do when they've got things, you know, wrapped up. I mean, he's risking it here because he could, if he gets an exclusion, as we all know, last round, that you can't drop it, and you know it can make a dent in things like reputations as well as points. But that's not something you get from Michael Blackburn. Out-and-out racer, enjoys it, doing a super job.
And the best starter on the grid, really, isn't he? That's 2 fantastic starts that he's made today. He's right on the tail of Sam Watkins now, so this does look like a much more confident Michael Blackburn than we saw in race 1. A big dive up the inside. That's Foxlow, isn't it? Trying to gain a place with a proper junior racing lunge up the inside of Max Buxton, and through he will go. I think they lean on each other slightly going up the hill. They really lean on each other. He's heading for the pit lane. He's in the pit lane. Into the pit lane goes George Foxlow after contact with Max Buxton.
And that's not a planned visit, was it? I think, do you know what? George Foxlow there, very, very mature racing. Rather than keep it on track, realised he was pit bound and goes through. Thrown his race away, but saved the car, to my mind, and saved other cars as well.
We've had a few cars in the end of that pit lane over the years. In fact, I remember Stuart Lyons doing it once, which I do enjoy reminding him of every now and again. Yeah, that was a very near disaster. There's a bit of bodywork in the middle of the road, but it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? All things considered. So anyway, that all, of course, delayed Buxton as well. So Liam Browning is into the top 5. Liam Browning started 8th on the grid, but started race 1, I think, down towards the lower teens. So he's really made some progress through the order. Someone's off at Cascades, and there was a change for the lead imminent, I think, there, as they came out of Shell Oils. Looked to me like Michael Blackburn was up the inside of Sam Watkins and going for the lead. Hasn't gone through, but that has bunched this whole lead group together.
Although it is, we could do without this being end of termy, if that's a word. Can I get termy as a five-letter word on countdown?
Well, there goes the Marshall back into position now, having recovered the bit of bodywork at Deers Leap. Yeah, does have that feel about it, doesn't it? Last day of school.
Yeah.
And yeah, no holds barred racing from some of them, but how defensive will Sam Watkins get here when Michael Blackburn comes calling, because Michael is all over him. A bit wide there out of Nickerbrook went Sam Watkins. He's the leading 4 now, start to break away. Liam Browning there in 5th position. Max Buxton 6th after that skirmish with George Foxlow, who was 11th at the line, but in the pit lane at the time, so I'm pretty sure he will end up being a bit further down than that at the end of this second lap of the race. Under the Paul Warwick Bridge come the leading group, though. And, yeah, good race in store, I think, between these 4. They all look pretty evenly matched for now.
Did Foxlow actually pit? Did he go through the pits? Because
yes, he did.
And he's 11th.
Well, I think he was 11th at the line. I suspect probably a bit further back than that.
Yeah,
that was not the plan for George Foxlow, that's for sure. That's not the plan for Tudor the Cheetah. Was a retirement in the earlier race for Tudor, and another one now, unfortunately.
Tudor was at Driven by Racing last year. It was the first time I'd seen him for a couple of seasons. So I think these guys, this championship will be there, Driven by Racing, if you want to come out and have a closer look as well. 2 weekends' time.
Yes, I'm going to try and get to that one, actually. That's although I think it might be the same weekend as the Fun Cup end of season do, so we'll see which one I choose. But shout out to Matt Pimlett, by the way. Matt Pimlett started 27th on the grid. He is 11th at the end of lap 2 as the safety car is scrambled. So this will be because of Tudor and Cheetah's car up at the Britain Chicane, I suppose. But Matt Pimlett, what an opening couple of laps he had. Oh, there's quite a bit of Fiesta on the road, actually, isn't there, at Dearly? More than I first realised. So that will also, I'm sure, have contributed to this safety car being caught. But yeah, quite a few drivers there, Richard, who really did make good work of the traffic in the opening lap or so.
Yeah, they did. And their reward for that is the safety car. We're grumbling about safety cars. It's about safety. If you ping your tyres on that at high speed coming out of Deer Leap, the thing you're going to hit is the pit wall.
Yes.
So, safety first.
And, of course, the bodywork can get flung in any direction, can't it, as well? So, yes, definitely right call to be made. Was Tudor and Cheetah's car still there at the exit of Britons? I'm not convinced it was. So it might be that this is just for the debris now on the pit straight. Not really a straight, is it? But the start area of the track. Because I'm not convinced Tudor and Cheetah's car actually needs recovering anymore. Did he ever make it back through at the end of that lap? No, he didn't. So he's somewhere. There's, a few little spare parts to be collected. Oh, there he is. Very slowly through Druids. That was Tudor and the Cheetah. So, yeah, just the bodywork. That shouldn't take too long. And hopefully 1 lap behind the safety car and we'll be good to go racing again.
Fingers crossed. Sam Watkins will be under pressure from Michael Blackburn, Daniel Robinson with the fastest lap still with a shout of this one as well. Next year's dates. I think we've got a Mallory Park next year on the...
oh, really? That's good.
On the schedule, which will be interesting.
Yeah,
I haven't been to Mallory Park for years. And then when I go, I'll think, I'm not going to go for years. No, actually, I do like Mallory. It was one of those tracks where I had the first few experiences of commentary. It's a great club circuit. I'm excited that the Brscc have got it. I hope it's one of the ones that we stream next year.
That'd be nice,
That
yeah.
would be nice, yeah.
I'm not sure what else is there that weekend. Have to take a look at that.
Super Classic.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember what else, but I remember thinking Super Classic is on there as well.
And Fiesta Juniors as well, I'm hearing, I think, yes.
Mallory Park Fiesta, oh, goodness me.
That'll be fun.
I suppose turn one's nice and wide and flowing, isn't it? So
it's the lake I'd be worried about, to be honest. But
well, Abby Eaton's dad went in the lake.
Yes, of
The
course.
Euro car is always reminded of that.
Right, Marshall out to pick up the bits of Fiesta. Oh, you've missed a bit. Maybe a second trip in order to get the rest. But the biggest bits have been moved. I suppose that was the priority. And they'll make sure the track is perfectly clear before the race is allowed to resume, of course.
A very cheeky young man.
It's easy for me up here to pass judgment. You don't catch me out on a Marshall's post even in all weathers. So once again, take the mickey out of them a bit, but a big thank you to the Marshalls, without whom we wouldn't be here today. We repeat this line every round. People probably get bored of hearing it, but it is so true. And there are lots of them here as well. Oulton Park always really well supported by the Marshalls. It's a nice place to come and spend the weekend, of course, but yeah, they are always happy, enthusiastic, very efficient as well. You have to be here because there's often a few incidents.
And they get
to deal
lovely
with.
weather to come out and marshal
For
today.
once,
I mean, you know.
Yes, this is a
Actually,
northern summer.
is this going to be the first non-wet race day I've had all year? And the last race day of the year, is it?
Yes, it has been following. Well, to be fair, it's been following most of us around this year, hasn't it? The wet weather.
Yeah.
But no, lovely day now, and that's good. We don't want the weather interfering on finals day.
All the climate.
Yes.
Winders are all moaning about it being the hottest October on record or something.
Oh, is it?
Go away. They used to say since records began. I said we should have started the records earlier.
Yeah.
And then they've stopped using it.
Yes, yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I don't get out of bed if it's not 15 degrees. That's my rule these days. Which, as a northerner, means I don't get out of bed very often. But there you go. I'm here today, and we're ready to go with a restart now for the Fiestas. Oh, I'm bigging up a restart. We haven't actually got the lights off on the safety car yet. Now
There
we
you
do.
go. Look at that.
So the lights go out, the safety car heads to the pit lane. Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn now get to resume battle. Of course, Liam Browning also now can buy into this, can't he? Because he's bridged that gap. The safety car's helped him bridge that gap to the leaders. As Michael Blackburn almost pushes Sam Watkins through Lodge Corner. Sam really stacking the field, and that's caused a bit of confusion, actually. Look, coming over Deers Leap, but a side-by-side behind. No overtaking, remember, until you cross the timing line. Now he stands on it, and that's really worked. Michael Blackburn with a bit of a slow restart, caught out by the sort of odd tactics used there by Sam Watkins, and so Dan Robinson all over the back now of Blackburn as they head out of Old Hall Corner and along the avenue for the fifth time of asking. But that really worked well. It was an odd way to do it. Usually people accelerate long before Lodge Corner. He waited until they were almost on the grid hatchings before accelerating, but it's given him a nice little lead.
Yeah, good start by Sam Watkins. Very well used to that. Where's Josh Watkins? Is he out in this one as well, or did he not make it out? Let's have a quick Butchers.
Josh Watkins, I can't see him, if I'm honest.
Is he not out in this one?
No, we've had 28 starters now, so he must be there somewhere. I can't see him there.
No, I can't see him there either. I was just wondering because it was lovely to have him back, and he was a front runner back in the day when the multi-class Fiesta Championship ran. Is he there?
He's 11th.
Oh, good stuff from the back. So yeah.
Yeah, very good actually. Where did he start this one? He started in. Anyway, somewhere. He's 11th now. For some reason, his name is eluding me on the grid sheet, but he was at the back in race 1. I know that much, and yeah, has come through the field nicely. He and Matt Pimlett, in fact, Pimlett into the top 10 now. Anyway, leaders down at his lops once again, and Sam Watkins doing his best to make his escape. Is he managing that, do we think? Oops.
Yeah, I think he is, yeah.
Oh, my word. Bouncing down the grass. 94. McCarthy, yes, one of several guest drivers not scoring points this weekend. Well, no is the answer. Sam Watkins isn't getting away because Michael Blackburn and Dan Robinson are right back with him by the time they arrive at Druids, look.
Yeah, Sam will be chuffed if he can hold on to this because it will be, I think, his first non-reverse grid race win this year.
Okay,
he's had 2 wins and very well earned, I have to add. There's no such thing as an easy win from anywhere on the grid, but he's got Mike Blackburn, the champion, right behind him. Daniel Robinson taking a bit of a breather. He's going to watch how this pans out front, isn't he, I think?
Yeah, I think so, although he might find himself right back on their tail if they keep on ducking and diving like this. There was a bit of a mistake from Sam at Lodge. And that sort of delayed himself and Michael Blackburn coming off the corner, and yeah, Dan Robinson's right back with them now. Fastest lap, Michael Blackburn, a 2:05.6, and he's on the tail now of Sam Watkins. But where does he make the move? Not into Cascade, although Watkins runs out wide, opens the door in the end for Blackburn, who takes the tighter line through the corner, carries the momentum off the corner and takes the lead away. So Michael Blackburn to the front. Sam Watkins trying to come back at him though, picks up a bit of a side draft look down the straight. He's on the outside line into Island Bend. Does he tough it out round the outside? No, he doesn't. And so Michael Blackburn goes through them. Watkins down to second and has to do it all over again. But the form that Blackburn suddenly seems to be in, I think he's going to be tough to shake out of the lead.
Yeah, and it's almost like he's had one of those meetings. He didn't qualify, did he, particularly strongly, and then came out, had a good race in race number 1, just shy of the podium, and now comes out in race 2 and not only challenges for, but gets the lead. So Michael Blackburn's one of those drivers that if he has a bad start to me, doesn't let his head drop, and he works out what's gone wrong. You know, he'll fettle with the car, get it working exactly as he needs to, and get back into the groove. But this is no easy task as Sam Watkins. Well, I was going to say Sam Watkins is going to have another go, but he's got the attentions of Daniel Robinson that we can't write off either in third.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, for Sam Watkins trying to attack and defend at the same time. Michael Blackburn fully airborne over the curbs at the British chicane that time. I thought he was going to open the door for Watkins into his lobs, but that didn't quite happen. So as they head over Clay Hill, past the water tower, into the double apex right-hander at Druids, Blackburn's car still looks a little bit of a handful, doesn't it? But he's holding on to the lead well for now. They will have one more lap after this one. And as they arrive at Lodge Corner, Sam Watkins running out of opportunities now to try and get the lead back. Chooses not to go for a move into Lodge. Instead sets himself up for a good exit. This is where he really made a mistake a lap ago and had to go defensive this time around. As they come over Deers Leap, they are nose to tail, the top 3. Then a gap back to Mark Blunt, who's running really well in 4th. Mikey Doble 5th, Liam Browning 6th now. They've traded positions. Max Buxton in 7th position. And Matthew Pimlett up 3 places that lap into 7th place. So Matt Pimlett from 27th on the grid, 20 places gained. We lost about 5 minutes of the race because of the safety car. And he has made scorching progress through the field. Whether he gets any further now, I don't know on this last lap. He's a couple of seconds behind Jamie Luthwaite, but no, he's not actually. He's 1.2 seconds behind Jamie Luthwaite, as George Foxlow sets the fastest lap in 14th.
Yeah, all good for the senior move story, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it bodes well, doesn't it, for next year? I think George Foxlow is going to be one to watch, that's for sure. The ST240, a very different beast to the 150, admittedly, but I see no reason why he won't be a front runner in that category pretty much straight off the bat. So, leaders towards the Britain chicane. Michael Blackburn looking a little bit more secure now in the race lead, although Sam Watkins charges into Britain's and immediately gets back onto his tail. So I spoke far too soon there. Michael Blackburn is going to have to watch his mirrors here. Watkins with a good run over hill top. And is he going to try now and make a move into his lops?
He's going to have a go. Interesting what Michael was saying. Now the door's open there, isn't there, for a lunge, but Watkins thinks better of it. But now looking to try and get around the outside, which will convert for the inside for the exit of the chicane. He's still under pressure from Daniel Robinson right behind him as well. The pressure is really on Blackburn.
Yes, it is. That was close. Blackburn with a bit of a wide run. That's bunched them all together again. Sam Watkins on his tail then as they head over Clay Hill for the final time. Are they going to arrive side by side? Almost, but Michael Blackburn just hanging on still. The back of the car sliding around as they turn into Druids. He's had a good Druids, though, actually. He's a couple of cars lengths clear now of Sam Watkins as they arrive down at Lodge Corner. Watkins defends the inside line. He's got Dan Robinson hunting around behind him. And behind them, Mikey Doble, launches up the inside of Mark Blunt. Watkins has a go at Blackburn. He's just a tiny bit too far back, though. Understeers wide over the curb and may yet lose second place on the run to the line. It is, though, going to be the 2024 champion who wins the final round of the 2024 season. Michael Blackburn victorious at Oulton Park, Sam Watkins second, Dan Robinson third, and Mikey Doble did get ahead of Mark Blunt there into 4th place at the final corner. Liam Browning 6th ahead of Matt Pimlett, Josh Watkins, George Foxlow, Aidan Vickers, and Dylan Davis is off again. Dylan Davis, who was off on the first lap of race number 1, is it off into the tyres at Druids on the last lap of race 2. So Dylan Davis with, that's not a nice place to go off. There's quite a bit of damage to the back of the car, although that could be a legacy of his race 1 shunt, I suppose. But he, unfortunately, has ended his season in the tyre wall, not on the podium as he would have liked. So Dylan Davis, after qualifying reasonably well inside the top 10 for that first race earlier on today, it's all been downhill since then, really. But the rest of them come through. There's a lot of damage on Neil Marsh's car. both to the front and the back. He was the one, I think, that went grass tracking down at Cascades mid-race and came bouncing back onto the road. Did a lot of damage to the underside of that car as a result, but he managed to get it home in the end, a 25th place finish. So, good stuff from the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. They'll be back out again next year, as Richard was quite rightly saying. All the dates announced now for next year, so if you want to get yourself on the grid, head over to the website and you can find all the details there. You could be battling the likes of Michael Blackburn for victories next year, maybe. Michael, the winner of this race, Sam Watkins second and Dan Robinson in third, with Mikey Dover fourth, and Mark Witt in fifth position. Liam Browning, Max Buxton, Jamie Luthwaite, Matt Pimlett and Josh Watkins complete the top 10. George Foxlow 11th, ahead of Aidan Vickers, Lewis Haining and James Goodwin in 14th place. 15th, Dan Wyke, ahead of Anthony Sullivan and Matt McCarthy, Matthew Morton, Andrew Ward and Dan Going complete the top 20. Then Graham Malem and Christopher Rowlands, with Ron Lufstad, Mark Edwards, Neil Marsh, the last of the finishers. Dylan Davis sadly a non-finisher, as to a Stephanie Saw. Not sure what happened to Stephanie, but the retirement for Stephanie there, she was a lap down at the end. She wasn't running, I don't think, at the flag. So she sadly was a non-finisher, as of course was Tudor Cheetah after that visit to the pit lane. So, exciting stuff from the Fiestas, and 2 more races still to go today, with the ZEO Prototypes coming up next, followed by the Fun Cup finale. And it's going to be fascinating end to the day, that 3-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and look forward to getting the cars out on track for that one. Cars, Fiestas, anyway, now starting to arrive back at Park Fermé. I think I just saw out of the window Dylan Davis's car driving, with Dylan in it, back to the paddock area. So I think they've got that car out of the gravel track. Maybe it didn't make significant contact with the barriers after all, and so they've been able to get the car back underway. That will therefore not necessitate a lengthy delay, hopefully, now before the ZEO Prototype second race can begin. So the rest of the field now arriving at Park Fermé. Good lot of them having to stop because it's a very tight right-hand turn into Park Fermé. It does take a bit of manoeuvring to get everyone in there safely, so, and a big grid of cars as well, 25 of them I think are still running at the flag, 26, so it takes a while, but they're all making their way in now. And oh, there's Stephanie Saw, so she was still running at the flag, just 1 lap down for whatever reason. That's good news. Right then, let's head down into Park Fermé, hear from our podium finishers with Richard John Neal.
Michael and Sam having a chat. Michael Blackburn, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Richard.
9th win of the season?
I believe so, yeah.
I thought you lost count there for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
If you are not, when we have all these awards, you know, people nominate, but if you are not nominated for Club Racer of the Year, I'll be very disappointed.
That's very nice of you to say so. I've had a good season. Love that race, you know, close racing. Made another good start, that really helps. But yeah, 3 or 4 cars there, all on the same pace. And I had front end grip this time, which I didn't in the last race. So the car was lovely. Did what I asked it to do. Brought home in first place. That was the target.
That's the key thing, isn't it? Knowing what to swap. You know, you've made progress through the field and sorted out what issues you had. And what a great way to finish the season.
Yeah, I'll treat myself to a glass of wine.
Or 2.
Maybe 3.
Michael, absolute pleasure. Well done. Stunning season. Been an absolute pleasure to have interviewed you on the podium for those. Very well done indeed. It's a pleasure. We've loved having you on the stream. Sam Watkins takes the second position. We meet again, Mr. Watkins. We was asking actually where you're at. What's kept your brother away?
Nothing. No, I don't know.
It's lovely to see him. We come and have a chat as well. Oh, he's going to disappear.
He's running away. No.
It's nice to have you 2 guys back, because we were talking earlier on, actually Paul McCullum and myself were talking about the Fiesta Championships, or back in the day when it was 3 or 4 different classes, and you guys were always at the sharp end then, and you continue to be now, so motivation is clearly not an issue for you fellas.
No, they're really fun cars. You just got to get everything right. Bit different in the championship with the tyres, so still getting used to it after a year, but getting there.
Next season, same again, or looking at something different, or?
Yeah, same again. Don't know if it'll be the full season, but it'll be the same again.
It's always great to see you back, so well done. Super race.
Thank you.
Thanks for entertaining. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Mikey over here. If you were 10 Sport racing this weekend, it would be wrong of us. I don't know if we managed to grab a chat. I'm very well, thank you. I don't know if we got a chat this morning. No, but it is, because it's useful for the championship, having a driver of your calibre, Jack Sears Trophy winner, coming in and, you know, putting a reputation on the line. But you guys, you and your family, you love your racing. I know that. But how have you found this experience this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely loved it. I mean, as soon as the invitation came across from Chris Grimes at 10 Sport, like, I didn't need a second invitation, I was there. So it was a nice little sort of icing on the cake to end my season, obviously after a long touring car season. So no, I've loved it. The paddock's friendly, the racing's great, the drivers are excellent. We had some really good pace yesterday and today, but just need some practice at my starts, because I think I've lost about 5 positions off the line in each race, and in a 15-minute race with a safety car, it's not enough time to make up for the damage. But a P5 and a P4 today, so it's respectable.
That's good stuff. That's what we expect from you. Quality driver coming. MDMX open tomorrow, your motocross facility. So I guess you're going back tonight, because it is open tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got it open tomorrow for the last time of the year. I hope it's not too busy, to be honest. It might be a little bit fun getting everyone parked up on the grass and getting everyone out without getting stuck, but we'll see.
It's one of the nice things of having a single day race day. You can go back and put your attentions into the other side of it. But anyway, great to see you. Well done. And we look forward to seeing you out again next year. Too early, isn't it, to talk about what you'll be up to next year?
I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, you know, I fully intend to be back on the touring car grid. You know, after 2 strong years in it, we've only just been getting better and better each year. So, you know, we want to try and continue that progress. But obviously, there's a lot of commercials and things that have to align to get back on the grid. So we'll do everything we can, but we'll see come the new year.
It needs drivers like you and of your quality on the grid, and to stay on the grid, to be perfectly honest.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Pleasure, Mikey. Love to the family. Yep. Look forward to seeing you all soon. Mikey obviously finished in 5th position. Daniel Robinson next up. Let's see if we can grab a word with Daniel, who has wandered away. Here he is. Let's have a quick word. I think we've got the ZEOs going out. Daniel, another podium. I had you down for the win very early on, but Mike had other ideas.
Yeah, I had a pretty horrendous start. I started crawling and then had to stop, because obviously I didn't want to be moving at the start. So then I had to stop and then just lit the front wheels up, and Mike and Sam both got past me before turn 1. I had the pace to go after them, but all I needed for second in the championship was to be close to Sam. So I knew that as long as it didn't drop lower than third, it was fine. So yeah, it was just a conservative race.
Well, congratulations on P2. We'll see you at the award tonight. Thank you very much indeed. Third place driver Daniel Robinson takes second position in the championship. Sam Watkins second in the race, and our race winner Michael Blackburn. Let's look ahead now to our final sprint race of the day, which is the ZEO Prototypes.
Thank you, Richard. Well, a really exciting Fiesta ST150 race concluded. Now, for something a little bit different, it's the ZEO Prototype Series heading out onto the circuit next. And these are the fastest cars racing here this weekend. And, well, they put on an interesting race earlier on today. Let's see what race 2 has in store. Shane Kelly will be starting from pole position. Jack Fabi alongside. The grid for this one appears to be based upon second fastest qualifying time. So actually Jack Fabi, despite winning race 1, still has to come from the outside of row 1 in this race, although that worked out well for him first time round. Then you've got Mike Genvie and Joe Locke together on row 2. Richard Chamberlain and Alex Champion on row 3. Ian Charles and Doug Carter make up the 4th row of the grid. And it's Mark Goodwin on his own at the back, but we were missing a couple of these from race 1. There were a couple of others then that ran into mechanical issues in the race itself. Joe Locke, one of them. I can see Joe, I think, at the back. We've got 8 cars set to take the start by the looks of it, so we've got not quite a full quota. I suspect Mark Goodwin is missing again. Oh, was it Richard Chamberlain, wasn't it? We were missing from that earlier race as well, so we'll see who's there. But the cars, they're heading around 2x2 behind the safety car, with on pole position, as he was in race 1, Shane Kelly, but Shane just didn't have the outright pace in race 1 that he showed in qualifying. He was 1.7 seconds quicker than the rest in qualifying, but when it came to the race, he ended up finishing over half a minute off the winner. So see whether he's managed to tinker with the car. Like Genvie's pace seemed to deteriorate slightly at the end of that first race as well. So he'll be keen to try and get a return to form in this one. We'll see what happens then as the cars make their way through Lodge on the right for the drivers. Anyway, the inside line, Shane Kelly, the outside line, Jack Fabi. Now, he gave Shane the big squeeze at the start of race 1, put Shane onto the wetter side of the road. There isn't really a wetter side of the road this time, though, so he's going to have to try and figure out another way of beating him off the line. Away they go, and it is Jack Fabi, I think, on the outside, who's had the better start. Shane Kelly tries to go with him, but can't do it, so Fabi gets the lead, and that is Genvy, isn't it, into second? No, it's Joe Lock into second. I don't think we have Mike Genvy. Oh, and there's a car around and into the barriers, and that might be Joe Lock. It is Joe Lock, so Joe, who'd moved into second place at the start, off into the barriers out of Old Hall Corner, and that will require a safety car, no doubt about it. There's a bit of damage to the car. There is a lot more damage to the tyre wall, and that's going to require a little bit of work. But Joe looked as though he was preparing to get himself out of the car, which is good news. He's okay. Bad news, the car will need recovering. There he goes, clambering out. Not the easiest of things to do, especially when you're possibly a little bit winded, so hopefully he can get out of the way pretty quickly. But I think we will definitely need a safety car to get that car cleared up. So no sign of Mike Genvy then. That's a bit of a shame. We do have Mark Goodwin in the back there, but no Genvy on the grid. And with Jack Fabi now getting the lead, Joe Lock out of the race, you would feel that this is Jack's race to lose. Oh, red flag. Red flag is out, so the race being stopped, and it's an old favourite barrier repair that needs to be done at the exit of Old Hall Corner. Race being stopped then, and the cars, those that are left, will line up on the grid and await further instructions. So dramatic half a lap of racing there, Richard.
I missed because I was on the stairs, so what happened?
We didn't see. Well, he spun. He spun into the wall. We don't really know how he got there, but Joe had come up into second place at the start, got ahead of Shane Kelly, and then just lost it on the exit of the corner somehow. So into the barriers he went. We don't have Mike Genvy. I didn't hear Mike's interview after race 1. Did he say there was an issue with the car?
He did, yeah. He was getting it away to try and fix what he didn't like. Wasn't too specific about it, but
right, okay.
It was a very quick turnaround, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To be fair, and obviously if the car's not to your liking, particularly at Oulton Park, I can't think of any other. Maybe Cabwell, you wouldn't really probably. Well, actually, I can't think of many other tracks. Thinking about it, Thruxton will be another one. If you're not happy with the car, period, then not a great thing to go out on track. So because you could be a danger to yourself and the others. So.
Indeed so. Shame though, isn't it? And strange,
it is a
really,
pity.
because he was going well, wasn't he, in that first race?
And a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And might have given Jack Fabi a bit of a run for his money, but Jack, with these phenomenal starts that he's making, just seems tough to beat at the moment. But we'll see what happens. Of course, we'll re-grid now in original grid order as well. So that will give Shane perhaps another opportunity from pole position to, he hopes, retain the advantage. But the slightly depleted field now lines up on the grid and will eventually be ushered back into those original grid positions. That's Richard Chamberlain, isn't it, in the 15 car this time around. So that's why we didn't have Richard Chamberlain last time, because he and Matthew share that car, don't they, which I'd forgotten. So Matthew did race 1, Richard doing race 2, started 5th, was running 3rd at the end of that opening lap, although, of course, gained 2 places because Joe Lock and Mike Genvy, well, Genvy was never there. Lock was there for a corner. But, yeah, Richard Chamberlain, very experienced racer. Often of things that are very big, very loud, very powerful and very orange, aren't they? He stands out, does Richard?
Yeah, he does. Lovely guy to chat to as well.
Yeah, he is quick as well. Good driver is Richard Chamberlain. So he's going to be one to watch upon the restart, definitely, because he'll now be essentially restarting in 3rd position. There is Joe Lock's car. So Joe Lock is out of the car now. I think the medical crew went out there just to check him over. He was taking a minute or two just to get out of the car, attempting to do so under his own steam. But the barrier will also need seeing to, I'm pretty sure, on the exit of Old Hall Corner.
Does it mean Mike Genvy showing on the timing screen? Does that mean he can come through the holding area and join the grid if he's ready?
I think he might be able to, yes. We had this recently. Did this not happen at the festival with someone? There was a race that they missed the start of. No, I'll tell you what it was. It was Jack Noller. Jack Noller started a race in the MX5 Championship.
He did. Went
into the paddock, race was stopped, came back out. So I guess the same principle applies if Mike Genvy can get his car sorted. Fingers crossed. It'd be nice to have him out there.
It would be another car on the grid to for us to enjoy for the remaining. I'm guessing it'll be 15 minutes for the.
That sounds about right.
The restart. Forgot my watch this weekend, which is sort of throwing me out completely. not very handy.
It is, well, what time was the Fun Cup race due to start?
25 to 3.
25 to 3, so, and it's now, we've got time, to be fair. They could give them the full 20 minutes if they wanted to, but we'll see what they decide to do. So,
I had a chat with Simon Rudd during the, if we can call it a break, and still won't be drawn on. I said, "Go on, when are you going to feel? When are you going to feel? Tell me."
Yeah, well, rightly so. Rightly so. You do often feel like people don't trust you as a commentator, don't you? Because they don't want to tell you anything. Understandably so.
Although equally, you get walking around the paddock, you tend to get quite a lot of stories that equally you can't relate on the on broadcasts or on air for family reasons or otherwise.
Yes.
Or for being sued.
Well, yes. They're my favourite stories. And they take 10 minutes to tell you a long and elaborate story, and you think, this is really interesting. And then at the end, they say, don't tell anyone. Maybe lead with that next time. So, right, we've got cars back on the grid. 6, I think we're down to now. With a possible question mark over Mike Genvy, see if he can get out from the holding area or not. Got the Pragas together on row 1. No row 2 now, of course. Then row 3, Richard Chamberlain and the 21 of Alex Champkin. Barrier repair work appears to be done now. That's speedy work by the marshals. And, oh, there's Mike Genvy. There we go. So he is making his way around.
Excellent news.
Picks his way through all the marshals, who are possibly a little bit bemused to see him there. I'm not convinced he should have been let out of the pit lane. I think possibly they were meant to keep him at the end of the pit lane.
That would have been a simpler solution, wouldn't it, for the rolling start, to be fair.
There is a red light at the end of the pit lane, but whether that was on when he got there, I don't know. But presumably he thought he could come around and join in at the back. That's not the case. Restart over 15 minutes, by the way, so you're absolutely right, Richard. That's the call that's been made. You can see it up on the LED screen now on the starting gantry. And TSL hasn't updated yet, I don't think, but yeah, the 15 minutes, that's what the drivers are being told anyway, so they can't very well change their minds now. And we await now the recovery of that car. Of course, these aren't the easiest of cars to recover necessarily, and the fact that there's maybe some suspension damage to that Spire, the SSSC of Joe Locke. Although I think they have now got it, yes, on the back of the flatbed truck now, isn't it? See, a big crowd in the background as well. It's always a popular vantage point, that, for team members, family members up at the right-hand kink at Denton's. But there's a healthy crowd out here, despite the gloomy start to the day. I think a lot of people coming out now to enjoy the autumnal sunshine and enjoy a good day's racing. Good to see them all out here. It's one of the last events of the season at Oulton Park, this as well. So a lot of the locals getting their final motor racing fix of 2024.
We used to hate the last meet because it always used to seem such a long gap to when you started again, you know, when the meetings start in March. And we used to have the Autosport show to look forward to. But
yes.
Probably going to try and make it a social one this year and get a group of sim people together or something just to meet up and have a coffee but the show itself's been a little bit disappointing the last few years, which is... again, it's a bit one of those things. I said about Mallory Park. I love going to Mallory Park, to be perfectly honest. But the Autosport show, I go, and then that reminds me why I don't go.
Yes.
But if we make it a social occasion, it should be well worth going to. So, looking forward to doing that in January.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether I'm here. I may well be off travelling Spain and Portugal with Alpha Live by that point. I forget what weekend.
Oh, you're
when
going
is
with the guys for? Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
yeah.
So that long gap before the new season starts, not quite so long for me. But yes, check out Alpha Live's wonderful coverage of the GT Winter Series. Give that a little plug for next year. And yes, so not much of an off-season for me, really. And to be fair, the off-season, there isn't much of an off-season anyway. If you've got a TV or a internet access, there's motor racing going on at some point all the while, isn't there? Really only a couple of weeks off for Christmas and New Year, and then you're pretty much straight back into it. So not too long for the fans to wait. He's been waiting a while, in fairness, for this race to restart. And as always, camera operators, when there's no cars going around the track, their attention then turns to the skies. And we get a little flyby. Not uncommon to get the odd Spitfire sighting around this way as well, over on a clear day. Yes, not sure where they come from, but now Mike Genvy has arrived. He's got the cheek now to go up and take his position on the second row of the grid as well.
Well, a complete restart, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Shame to lose Joe Locke. Other than Shane Kelly and Jack Fabi, the only driver outside of Class B to have taken an overall win. So Fabi becoming the second driver in the Praga Tour. That Shane Kelly took an overall win at Brands in August, and Joe Locke at Oulton Park in June. So will we get a third different outright winner in this one, or fourth for the season here? Remains to be seen. I'd say probably not, because it looks like... who's your money on for here? I reckon Mike Genvy's going to do this one.
If he's got the car fixed, yes, I tend to agree.
But it's only 15 minutes, so
he can't afford to have that first 5 minutes to get going now, can he? He's got to be straight on it. If he's got the car fixed, then yes, I think he probably has to be the favourite. He was definitely the quickest, wasn't he, in race number 1? If not, hard to argue against a Jack Fabi double, really, isn't it? He's a bit of a local expert, is Jack. His home track, this, and...
Did you hear the comment with him? You're probably having a little bit of downtime, but he was saying he lives 500 metres away from the track.
That's right,
and I said, did you drive here? Yes.
I don't blame him, the way the weather was this morning. No, that's right. He is a local boy. Probably the most local driver, I would imagine. I can't think of any others that live as close as Jack does to a racetrack.
Luke Browning used to run here, you know, in junior days.
Oh, really?
And I think he lives a few miles away.
Right, okay.
But yeah, there seem to be, more drivers live near here than any other track that you...
Why wouldn't you? It's a beautiful part of the world,
so, apart from being up north, yeah.
I'm going to choose to ignore that comment. Yes, no, it's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? I know I'm a little bit biased, but it's a stunning racetrack, and this and Cadwell Park, probably the two most picturesque circuits in the country. Oulton, obviously, I've got a soft spot for.
And Anglesey.
And Anglesey, of course, yes. On a nice day.
Another northern one.
And yes, see?
Yeah.
See? They'll convert you yet. What have you Southerners got? You've got Brands Hatch. Who likes Brands Hatch?
Thruxton and Manky Toilet.
It's our invite to Thruxton in the bin for next year. Yes, we are blessed in this part of the world, aren't we?
And Thruxton, no, I'm joking as well.
Yes, we do genuinely love going to Thruxton, Pat, if you're listening. Always a very welcoming place, and to be fair, a lot of racetracks are these days as well, even the ones that sometimes didn't have the best of reputations in the past. They're nice places to be now, and you know, it is genuinely a good day out. I mean, we don't get to enjoy it as a day out because we're working, but it's so nice to see more and more people coming out to support club racing as well these days. There's so much of it, whatever your local track is. It's nice to see people coming out and enjoying racing at this level, giving the drivers the attention that they deserve, really. And yes, like I say, a good crowd on hand today here at Oulton Park, despite the slightly chilly conditions. Although I don't think it's too chilly out there now, is it? The sun's warming things up quite nicely. Bit of a breeze blowing across the track, but not too much. And things definitely set to heat up now as the ZEO Prototypes get ready for, as we said, a 15-minute restart for their final race of the season. And what can Mike Genvy do then from that second row? You feel that the start is important here. If he can clear Shane Kelly, assuming Fabi gets the lead again, as he has on the previous two starts, if Genvy can go with him, then we could have a real race on our hands, I think.
We can. Looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it, with the two Pragas on the front and Mike Genvy in behind. Super sight for our final ZEO start of the season, as you say. And fingers crossed, this one will go the distance without any problems.
Indeed so. Right then, 2x2 they run towards Lodge. Oh, lock-up, I think that was, from Mike Genvy. Yes, it was. You can see the mark he left on the tarmac. I panicked for a second there, thinking it was engine, but definitely got some heat in that tyre now as he prepares for the rolling restart then. 15 minutes on the clock. Take 2 for race 2 of the ZEO Prototype Series. And is it going to be another storming Jack Fabi start? Well, the lights are out, away they go. And in fairness, Shane Kelly taking the fight to Jack this time on that inside line, but Jack carries more speed into the corner and will lead. There's almost contact further back there. Alex Champion up the inside of Richard Chamberlain, but they just avoided making trading paint on the apex. And they now accelerate down the avenue through Cascades. It is Fabi the leader, it's Kelly second, it's Genvi third. So far so good for Jack Fabi. Mike Genvi not able to go with him as of yet.
Kind of a repeat of the end of race number 1. We'll see how this is going to pan out. It's a continuation, really, isn't it, really, to be absolutely fair. But with the gap negated, first, second and third, we'll see if Mike Genvi can make the move earlier on. Champion looks to the outside as they go around the hairpin, touch back in. But yeah, less time, quarter of the race. Original race time gone, so it's going to be very important, even more important, for Genvi to get up close with Shane Kelly. At the moment, he's not, is he?
No, again, it took him a lap or so to get going in race 1, and we made the point just now, he doesn't really have that lap or two to get going in this one, does he? So as they come over hilltop, where's Chamberlain gone? Chamberlain was right in front of Alex Chamberlain. There he is. Has he gone off or pulled off? He's very frustrated, whatever's happened. I suspect probably mechanical rather than anything else, but is that a dangerous enough position to require a safety car?
Could be. The drivers won't be too impressed about that, will they? So
no.
Jack Fabi starting to build a lead, and Genvi getting ready to make the move. Has a look, thinks better of it, drops back. He'll try and build up momentum for another move, but it's going to be greeted with some yellow flags, isn't he?
Yes, well, a bit further round though, so he can make the move here, and he has made the move here. Look up the inside into Old Hall. There is Richard Chamberlain getting back into the car now to assist the marshals who are trying to push the car out of the way, so they should be able to cover that under yellow flags then, hopefully. Genvi though into second, much earlier this time in the race. He's only 2.5 seconds behind Jack Fabi. Game on here, surely. If that car's working well, which it seems to be, then Mike Genvi will definitely be keen on a race win here.
He will, and is that another snag there?
Doug Carter, that.
Yeah, Doug looks like he's hand aloft and will come into pit lane and sadly into retirement early on in this one. Fabi Genvi gap 2.426 seconds last time out. Richard Chamberlain's car work on that stops whilst the field go past, so hopefully he'll be able to make a little bit more effort to move it over, but the lead gap has come down, hasn't it? 2.426 seconds on the last lap. Have we got the transponder issue sorted out now for Jack as well?
Oh, I think we might have actually, yeah. I think that he seemed to register that time when he came through. Right now, they don't need the timing screen to tell you how close it is. It's a car's length, if that, as they head towards Druids this time around. And now Jack Fabi is faced with 12 minutes of mirror driving to try and keep Mike Genvi behind. As much as we know Mike is quick, we don't really know where he's quick in comparison to Jack. Where is he gaining time on the Praga? Because it's one thing to be faster than somebody, but if you're not fast at the right bits of the track, that can make overtaking challenging. He's having a go, though, as they come up over Deer Leap. Oh, and then the car mysteriously just seemed to stop accelerating. Is this Genvi running into more issues again?
He did, didn't it? Had a little bit of a problem. Or is Jack using? He was saying that he was turning up the wick on the car in race number 1. He said that if he could get to the middle sector, get past the middle sector of the race, he'd have enough left to get the car home in lead position. So maybe he's just responding at the moment to Mike Genvi.
Quite possible, quite possible. So Genvi now is really going to be starting to wonder how he's going to get this done, because if Jack has got a little bit of extra acceleration and horsepower at his disposal, that is going to make overtaking difficult. Yellow flags will make overtaking difficult at Shell and at Britain's, of course. This is all, well, that's a green flag going into Britain, so hang on, is that a different issue there? That might not be Richard Chamberlain, that might be something else that's happened up at the Shell area.
I'm wondering if that's a green to say that the previous yellow's gone.
Possible.
Like you get the greens after a safety car, you get greens all the way around, so I'm wondering if that's...
Maybe, but the yellows starting at Shell seem a little bit odd. So not sure whether we've lost someone or it's a bit of debris maybe. Anyway, everyone seems to be accounted for because Doug Carter pitted, everyone else still circulating. The leaders circulating absolutely nose to tail now. We are not even 5 minutes into this restarted race, and Mike Genvy starting to ask some serious questions now of Jack Febby. This is where he really looked likely to challenge a lap ago. Is Jack going to have that same sort of acceleration off Lodge this time, or is Genvy going to be able to do something a bit different? Off the corner they go, tucks into the slipstream. The inside line is not going to be left open by Jack Fabby. He hugs the pit wall, defends the inside, Genvy to the outside. Fabby had that one covered as well. So Jack Fabby, for the first time really now, having to defend this lead and really having to defend from a rapid Mike Genvy.
As you said, Mike had a really good line, didn't he, through Lodge Corner, but I wonder if he's got to time it just a little bit better to get the extra momentum and find the gap to draw level. And ideally, he's going to have to looking as they come through Deer Leap on the right-hand side to try and get the inside line down into Old Hall Corner. And it might be about that timing, about getting the momentum through Lodge to build up the speed along the main straight, which seems to be his best option for pass.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. He doesn't really seem to have the pace anywhere else to attack, does he? He's staying with Jack, but hasn't really looked likely to make the overtake into some of the other overtaking opportunities. Cascade, for example, Hislops. It's all been around Lodge Corner, hasn't it? Closes in, though, as they head over the hill, down into the Hislop chicane, avoid the big curve on the right, avoid the tyre stack on the left. He's had a good run through Hislops, but thought better jinking to the inside for Knickerbrook Corner itself. Then they accelerate underneath the bridge, up into the trees again, and up towards one of the fastest parts of the circuit, the left-hand kink at the water tower, then Druids, and again the move sort of starts to build up now for Genvy. Needs a good run through Druid, try and force Jack into defending, maybe into Lodge, but I don't think he's quite as close this time.
No, he isn't, and this could be about the build-up. Let's see. He's not. Oh, he is now. He's drawing level. So was it going to be about the time he's going to try and find the line here? And
no.
Loses out again, doesn't he?
Properly slowed that time, though, Richard. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
That's got to be something a little bit more terminal, you
I
fear.
thought he'd got that move set up perfectly then.
I think there's something as he accelerates away that the car isn't liking. Could be gearbox, I suppose, maybe struggling to get it from third to fourth, maybe. But yeah, that time it really didn't like it, and he's dropped significantly away now from Jack Fabby. He's 1.4 seconds back at the line, and yet now the car seems fine again. Very strange, this, isn't it?
It is very peculiar. We'll see whether he can climb up again and just get back in touch with Jack Fabby. Shane Kelly still in 30 and Charles 4th. Mark Goodwin, Alex Champkins dropped down to 6. They are our runners, but it's this wonderful liveried Praga still out front. Genvy starting to close back in again. He's got time. He's got 7 minutes yet remaining, so could still have another 2 or maybe 3 goes at getting into the leads. He comes through the chicane, trying again to build up as he makes his way uphill. See whether he loses out this time.
This is really bizarre because now he looks massively quicker than Jack Fabby again. He's closed down what was I'd say 2-second deficit maybe at the start of the lap. It's down to next to nothing again, but it only seems to be affecting him on the exit of Lodge Corner. So here we go again, into Lodge, over the crest, down the hill, better exit for Genvy. Not alongside this time, but in the wheel tracks of Jack Fabby. Across the line they go. He's staying with him this time, looks to the inside line. So ironically, the one lap that he wasn't actually alongside Jack is the lap that the car seemed to behave itself. Sets the fastest lap as well. So, yeah, OK, battle still on, but I can't really make any sense of this, Richard.
Surely not coming out of the slipstream he's doing it.
Not to that extent, surely.
No.
Odd. Very odd. But anyway, he's certainly keeping us guessing. And drawing this battle on now. We're into the second half of the restarted 15 minutes. And Mike Genvy is not giving up yet.
See what Mike can do. He was pretty stoic about what happened in race number 1. Thought I'd go and try a few things. And he does look a little bit sharper. Certainly in terms of the early laps, as you said, Andy. But Jack Fabby has the advantage of track lead. And he's going to hang on to it now if things close up again. So Genvy in a position where he can pop the car where he wants it as they go up the hill and maybe have another go on the main straight.
Yep, over Clay Hill. through Water Tower into Druids. Look at the leaves on the road there as the wind has noticeably started to pick up a little bit this afternoon. Right, good exit from Druids this time. This is new. Genvi having a look to the inside into Lodge Corner. Is he late enough on the brakes? I think he might be. And Mike Genvi, they almost lean on each other. Genvi goes through, but is he going to have the acceleration off Lodge Corner? This is where Fabi's looked stronger. Not this time, though. Not this time. Mike Genvi holds on to the advantage then, and you kind of always felt it had to be something different that he tried. He did try something different, and it's netted in the race lead.
Fantastic stuff. We've seen a race, haven't we, between these two. Hats off to both of them. Different classes, of course. The Praga's running on their own class, and Mike Genvi looking for, how many wins is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th win. So he's always a joy to watch in these, and the development of this car continues meeting on meeting. When we see the car again next year, he'll have done more over the winter to try and get more out of it. As you develop the car, more problems will probably manifest themselves. But for the moment, tell you what, Jack Fabi's still not that far away, is he? Oh no, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone off.
Oh no. Straight line.
Wow.
Well, that was me saying he wasn't that far behind and then has to straight line the chicane. That just goes to show how far he was trying.
Just checking, you haven't written his name down, so that's not entirely your fault. Not entirely your fault. Right, so the race that no one wants to win continues. 4 minutes 20 seconds left, and yeah, Jack Fabi then with a big moment there going into the Britain chicane, and now really does drop back from Mike Genvi. It's not 0.3 of a second anymore, and you have to suspect now that with the pace Genvi's got at his disposal, he's going to be difficult to catch for Fabi, who turns through Lodge Corner again, up and over Deersley. Beautiful noise the Genvi gun makes as it blasts past the pit lane. The Praga is not quiet, but it sounds it compared to the Genvi, which is definitely the loudest thing here. Just as well, these cars weren't out qualifying first thing this morning, because I'm sure some of the locals would have been a bit grumpy. Their Saturday morning lion being disturbed by this thing, but we are absolutely in awe of it. And Mike Genvi now getting to stretch its legs. That was a 1:33.1. That was not quite actually as fast as he went in the race earlier on today. He did a 32.8 in race 1, interestingly, on the 7th lap. That was the 7th lap of this race, and he's gone about 0.3 slower than that, but crucially, he was 1.2 seconds faster than Jack Fabi.
Yeah, the noise, I mean, it's one of the reasons, one of the things that gets you hooked in, isn't it, to motor racing. You don't get that iconic sound that we used to get from the F1 cars when they were testing, the likes of Thunder Sports and Thunder Saloons. I miss it. It's great to have it here, though. Really, really good.
Certainly is. And they sound particularly good on a circuit like this, don't they, where the noise reverberates off the trees and the woodlands. Whoops, that's a wide line taken out of Lodge Corner. That was the number 20 of Mark Goodwin, who is attempting to chase down Ian Charles. These two run in different classes. They're both also ahead of Alex Champkin now, I notice, who has actually lost a lap. Has he been in the pit lane,
yeah,
Champkin? Yes, he has. Had a pit visit. That's a shame. But these two engaging in a pretty good battle. Radical versus Spire. And as they head out of Cascades, the leaders have just gone across the lines. They're not a million miles behind these two. May catch them before the checkered flag. But lead gap, interesting, they actually stayed the same that time. They almost lapped identically, Genvi and Fabi. But as these two head around Shell Corner, they are going to have, well, at the end of this lap, another 2 to go, because the leaders have just started their penultimate lap of the race. They are 20 seconds clear of Shane Kelly in 3rd. What did Shane have to say after race 1, having qualified so well? Bit disappointed maybe with 3rd?
No, he was okay. He said there was a bit of work to do for the Wolverhampton Uni teams, but he was saying that it's the his main excuse, and that's not the word that he used, but the main reason was that just Jack Fabi's knowledge of the track,
right,
as much as anything else.
Right,
which
okay.
I think is probably fair.
Yes, I would imagine so. Mind you, in the foggy qualifying session where they couldn't really see where they were going, Shane was quite a bit quicker, wasn't he? So maybe that was the trick.
Shane did announce he's going to be back in the Morgan in Club Sport next year as well.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah,
that's
which
good.
We're keen to see with the separate team of students who sang from Wolverhampton Uni look after the Morgan as to those that look after the Praga.
Didn't know that. Well, that's good.
And they are the team, unlike a professional team having students help. The student team is the team.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all part of the learning experience, isn't it? And where better to learn, how better to learn than in the heat of battle, so to speak. Leaders go through only 1.2 seconds apart now, so Mike Genvy, as he begins his final lap, doesn't have this one quite in the bag yet. So Genvy, Fabi, battle rages on. Are they going to catch these two before the flag? That could be pivotal if they do. They caught these two cars with about 5 minutes of race one to go, so about 15 minutes in. You're about 15 minutes in now, and yeah, look in the background were the leaders. I think they will catch these two before the flag, possibly in the final sector, so this could be an interesting conclusion to this race. Mark Goodwin also closing back in on Ian Charles this time as well, so getting nice and close between these two fighting over fourth position, and in the background somewhere are going to be the leaders there. Look, was Mike Genvy coming over the hill, so this could be very interesting if they come up against this battle in the final few corners. Off Knickerbrook they go, up Clay Hill towards Druids for the final time. And are we going to see any changes for the lead? Are we going to see any changes between these two? Of course, if they don't get lapped, they'll have another lap to do at the end of this one. Actually, it's looking more and more likely like that they won't be lapped by Mike Genvy. There is Genvy in the background. He's still well clear of Shane Kelly, and I don't think they're quite going to catch these two before the end of the race. So it is going to be another lap for Ian Charles and Mark Goodwin. Mike Genvy heading this time towards the checkered flag. Well, the gap came down between he and Jack Fabi towards the end, but it is Genvy in front at the flag. Mike Genvy the winner. Second place for Jack Fabi, under a second between them there. That was a proper battle between those two all race long, which is exactly what we like to see. Shane Kelly will come home in third, and then the question is who will be fourth, Ian Charles or Mark Goodwin. Strange, at certain parts of the track the gap seems to come down, and others it seems to shoot back out again. There's Alex Champkin, a lap, well, in fact 2 laps down by the end after his mechanical issues in that race. But are we going to see a change for fourth position? Ian Charles already on course for a Class C win. Mark Goodwin, the only Class D entrant in the race now. In fact, I think he was the only Class D car entered anyway this weekend. As they accelerate over Hilltop for the final time. This is where the gap seems to come down, isn't it, slightly? The Spire may be working slightly better through the low-speed corners. Look, pitches into the Hislop chicane. Then Knickerbrook uphill. And they blast into the trees. And then over the leaf-strewn double apex right-hander at Druids, and now, yeah, through the high-speed stuff, the Radical seems to be better, doesn't it? So Ian Charles looks okay now, I think, in the Radical Pro Sport. The Spire GT3 of Mark Goodwin in behind. He's not going to be able to challenge in the final few corners, so over Deersley they go. It is fourth place and a class win for Ian Charles, and Mark Goodwin completes the top 5. So Mike Genvy then picking up a race win in the ZEO Prototype Series yet again, and that was a pretty entertaining battle between he and Jack Fabi that time around. Looked like maybe Mike was running into some issues. Perhaps Richard could ask him about that in a moment or two, but he was able to keep going to the flag and picks up the race win. Second place for Jack Fabi, third Shane Kelly, Ian Charles fourth. Mark Goodwin came home in 5th position after that close battle with Ian Charles, and Alex Champion 2 laps down after his pit lane visit. Joe Lock, of course, was, well, officially a non-starter. He did take the initial start to the race, but did not reach the flag after crashing out at Oulton Corner, bringing about the red flags at the start of the race. So, good racing from Fabi and Genvy. They share the victories here at Oulton Park. And as they head toward Parc Fermé, we begin now to build up the anticipation ahead of our final race of the day, the final race of the season for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and indeed the final race of the season for the Brscc, I believe this will be. So what fitting way to round out the 2024 season. Right then, let's head down into Parc Fermé, shall we, and hear from our race winner with Richard.
Mike Genvy finally pulls off what he threatened to do in race number 1 with an excellent win in the Genvy gun. Problem sorted out. There wasn't much time, Mike, to sort things out, and the restart facilitated you getting you onto the grid, which was great news for us.
Yeah, we broke a suspension rocker arm in the first race, which was why I had problems with the brakes. That was why. So yeah, some hasty welding, and they called us just before we even started welding it together. So yeah, welded it. Thanks so much to everyone who's helped out, because it's been a whole team effort. Mike and Owen, and my dad's first race for ages, so I got him involved straight away, and Nick as well. So yeah, it was good. It was a bit nerve-wracking the first couple of laps, trying to see if it was all in one piece, but yeah, just I loved it. Loved hunting him down, and it's quite hard to overtake here with these cars, so just had to find the right time and got alongside, just going down the back. He tried to move me over, but we were just far enough ahead. Very fair of him, so yeah, great, loved it. Best race I've had for a long time. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was great to watch, and obviously we don't like seeing cars break down, but it did get you on the grid, which was absolutely great to see. And the 2 different moves, 2 different places on track, so we've seen quite a lot of variety. We were noticing when you were coming through D Elite, when you were chasing Jack, the first couple of times you seemed to drop back. Was there an issue with the car, or was it just yourself?
It's familiar story. We've got a gear change issue. So it's paddle shift. It was registering first gear coming out the last corner. Then it wouldn't shift up, and then it would shift to third, and then it would physically go to second. So with the last, we had to sort of end up in third, not going below third. And just trying to kind of manage it, but it's hard to get with him on the slow stuff, but we were able just to catch him enough on the fast stuff.
Nice one. Congratulations, Mike. Fine drive, entertaining race to watch. Absolute pleasure. Have a good close season.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's have a word with Jack Fabi, P2. Wow, what a race you and Mike had again. Wonderful machinery and some great racing out there.
Yeah, a shame that we had the red flag at the start. I hope Joe's okay. 2 good race starts again, and managed to get into P1. I was really trying to do repeat race 1 and just extend the lead, and then knowing that Mike will slowly catch me up once he gets going. I just cooked it a bit too much into Druids. I've been struggling to get down the gears a little bit, actually. I think I'm pushing too hard. And yeah, so give him an opportunity up the inside into Lodge, and he took it, rightfully so. And I was very close to getting him back out of Shell and then into the first chicane, and again I couldn't go from third to second, so I thought the best thing to do here is straight line the chicane, and that kind of ended the pursuit in that sense. But apart from that, it's been a great weekend for us, and I'm happy the sun's out now. It's warmed up a little bit, so yeah, very happy. And I have to give someone a shout out. So Rupert Vickers, this is for you. Yeah, I promised him I'd do it on WhatsApp, so there we go. Yeah.
Nice one, Jack. Congratulations, great racing. Thanks ever so much for doing the honours. Shane Kelly completes the podium. Again, the Wolverhampton team doing the business, getting you out on track, and a fair result.
Yeah, it was a quick run around before the end of the last race into this one, so we needed to make some changes, which we didn't do, unfortunately, because we were straight back to assembly again. So yeah, I had a little bit of a steering issue at the end, so I tried to hang on to Jack at the start, but we were a bit closer this time, and then Mike got through, and I just couldn't keep the pace with them. So just had to run our own race, really, to unearth a bit of a steering issue. But yeah, really happy with the season, to be honest. And we had some wins. We had a pole position out of this today. So yeah, we had a few wins out of it, and the guys have learned some stuff. So that's what we're here for.
Absolutely right, and it's carry forward for next year.
Brilliant, and looking forward to next year now.
Shane, thank you very much for chatting to us. Well done. Thanks for entertaining us. Great to see you. I might have a quick word, actually, with Alex Champion, who's over here as well. Alex was 4th in race 1. He's got his crash helmet on. Alex, you're all right for a quick word. I know you got your crash hat on, but it's nice for us to, and off it comes, to have a chat. You got 4th position in race 1, and you had a pit stop in that one. What's the issue?
Yeah, it was just cutting out for some reason, so I was recycling the dash and it was starting again, so I don't really know what it was yet, but we're just trying to finish. Yeah. So
I haven't had a chance to chat to you this season about the Phantom. I can't remember if I've seen you actually race this year, but tell us a bit about the car.
Yeah, so it was new for sometime in August. It was a brand new car that we built for Clubman's. So we did the last 3 rounds in the CSP1 class with 180 horsepower at the wheels. So we thought we'd do something different and do ZEO. So yeah, it's been good. Really enjoyed it. Everyone's been really friendly, and yeah, we'll do the I can't remember the championship running it next year, but we'll probably join that next year and see how it goes.
Brilliant. Nice. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. We'll let you get back to the paddock. Enjoy the rest of your day. That concludes a podium plus, really, from the ZEOs, having a word with our top three, and also Alex Champkin as well. Pleasure to catch up with him. Also a pleasure to look forward to our next race, the final race of the day. Find yourself a comfy chair. Find yourself some telly snacks, I think they call them, don't they? Peanuts, biscuits, whatever your tipple of choices to go with that as well, because we've got the finale of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'm going to hand over to this man, because he's going to do the business as he's done all year. Jamie Peters-Ennis is going to be your man in the pit lane for this one. I'm going to disappear back up and hand to Andy McEwen in just a couple of minutes. Fun Cup, stay where you are.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, very much looking forward to this then. The final round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And, well, we've got a great race in prospect. Forget the championship. We've got a great race in prospect with 28 cars set to do battle. We saw how fierce the racing was in the 1 hour sprint earlier on. Now, 3 hours for the teams to battle it out against each other, basically, and to try and find themselves on the top step of the podium for this final race of the season. Lots of teams looking for their first ever win in the category. For many of them, this is their first ever weekend racing in Fun Cup. We also then throw in this championship fight, and we are guaranteed action. We have got, I believe, 10 points between the top two teams. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport are 10 points adrift of Team Olympian GRD, and there is just one race to settle it. A win, remember, is worth 70 points. It's then 2 points per position. So 68 for second, 66 for third, 64 for fourth, so on and so forth. The basic maths is, as far as I can tell, that Team Olympian basically need to finish in fifth position or better. If they finish fifth or better, they are guaranteed the championship. And that means even if Uvio were to win with the fastest lap, Olympian GRD would still be the champions, but that's only if they can finish in the top 5. That's only if Uvio win with fastest lap as well, which of course is not guaranteed to happen, especially because they've been drawn right at the back of the grid again on this randomly chosen grid once more. I'll run through the grid and the starting drivers for you. Pole position for Alicia Day in the number 99 fast track car. Second position then for Team FFS, that is the 220 car. Heighton at the wheel for stint number 1. Row number 2 then shared by number 22, that's JPR KL Racing. Phil Keane this time taking the start in the car that Ian Loggy had an off in the race earlier on. EDF Motorsports for hire, number 104 car is next. That car started by Anthony Reid. They started, I seem to recall, pretty close to the front in the race earlier on today as well. Fun Cup Tifosi are next, number 97, Adam Fawcett, who had a spin in the early stages of race 1. Red River Sports, number 200 is next. That will this time be Gareth Williams doing the opening stint, with Johnny Molan to take over at the first round of pit stops. Then School Club Racing, number 221 are next. That car started by Russell Joyce, with Not Fast, Extremely Furious, number 62 next. That car started by John Perrott. Then Axiometrics, number 103, John Railton, and FNS Morpheus M Sport, number 41, who remember led in the early going in race 1 in the hands of Harry Maynor. It's Chris Walton starting the car for this one. Greenheath, number 14 are next. That car started by Paul Turner, and PLR Racing, number 146. That car piloted by Ben Pitch this time. Neil Plymouth started race 1, Ben Pitch starting in race 2. That team, remember, battling for the Masters Championship as well in this race. More on that later. Morpheus Motorsport, number 110. That is Jake Hill. So Jake Hill, as he was earlier on today, taking the start in that car. He has got the 157 next. That's GMR Eco, Gracie Mitchell on board. Then Team Ratters Racing, number 155, Peter Ratcliffe in that car, with Team Olympian GRD. Chris Devell taking the start in the car that leads the championships. That's an interesting strategy call then. Chris doing the first stint this time. Simon Rudd, of course, did the first stint in the race earlier on today. Then Fueled Up Racing, number 210, Paul Ellis Smith, and Wave 9, number 207, which is started by Tom Pattle Roy. Then 19th on the grid, we will have Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, number 246. That one is Simon Coles at the wheel, and the top 20 completed by Signature RV, number 49. That car started by Steve Ruston. Then Rare Vinyl, number 251. Peter Belshaw will take the opening stint. High Peak Racing, number 107, and next. That car started by Guido Basile. Team Summers, number 158. Gary Summers doing the opening stint. And Team HLR, number 257. It will be Harry George doing the start with Luca Hopkinson to take over later. Nearly there, 25th on the grid on row 13. That is where you find Uvio. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. The car started in this race by Fabulous Randaccio. That car starting only 25th on the grid. Remember, they need to outscore Team Olympian by 11 points basically in this race in order to win the championship, and they're starting significantly behind them. Then Morpheus Motorsport, number 109. That car started by Steve Walton. C Data, number 214, are next. That's Matt Hogg. And then, of course, because they won the race earlier on today, the Ninky Knock are down in 28th on the grid. They start stone dead last because they were the winners earlier on today, but hey, they started last in race 1 and they carved their way through to win, so they can absolutely do that again. They'll be determined to try and do that again. Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows. It is Neil Burrows starting the race for them, and this is the Burrows eye view as he warms his tyres, weaves around heading towards Old Hall Corner. And Neil Burrows then will be one of our onboard camera hosts for this race. We're also hoping to see some action from onboard the 110 car as the race goes on, the Charlie Hart and Jake Hill driven car, which starts a bit further down the grid this time than it did in race number 1. But Jake at the wheel for the opening stint will be keen to try and move forwards once we get up and running. So the cars weaving around on their green flag lap then, getting some heat in the tyres, checking out the conditions, which are of course quite different from the first race earlier on today. It's a lot drier now, definitely. A lot drier, a lot more pleasant. I don't really see any wet patches now around the track, so perfect conditions for racing really. No threat of rain, I don't think, through the next 3 hours. It's just going to be a straight fight this for the championship. To reiterate, Olympian GRD 10 points clear of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, so Uvio must outscore them by 11 points. They can't tie, well, they could tie, but they wouldn't win the championship because Olympian GRD already have 4 wins to their credit. Well, even if Uvio Hoffman Motorsport won this race, which they might well have to win the championship, that would be their first victory of the year, would you believe? They've been astonishingly consistent. 3rd in the opening round of the season, 3rd in round 2, 4th in round 3, 2nd in round 4, 2nd again the next 3 races. Those 4 races that Olympian GRD won, Uvio Hoffman Motorsport were in 2nd place all of those 4 races. They had the disaster, of course, last time out at Donington Park with a 20th place, and then they were 3rd again earlier on today. So they've only been off the podium twice, once with the issues at Donington and once was a 4th position in the 3rd race of the season at Croft. So they've been wonderfully consistent. Olympian, though, have been even more consistent. 2nd in the season opener, then 4th at Croft, a 3rd at Croft in race 2, then those 4 wins through the middle part of the season, 2 at Anglesey, 1 at Snetterton, 1 at Brands Hatch, and then their bad result was at Donington last time out as well, which was a 14th place finish with fastest lap, which is worth a bonus point. And then, of course, they were 4th home earlier on today. Now, that bonus point for fastest lap could be significant because I said it was 5th place or better required for Team Olympian. Well, if Uvio win but don't score the fastest lap, then 6th position would be enough for Team Olympian GRD. It is one of those races where you'd have to say if everything goes right for Olympian, you can't really see them not winning the championship. But if something were to go wrong and they end up with a bad result, there is every chance that Uvio could still steal this, because remember, they've already had 1 bad run. If they were to finish any better than 13th place in this race, Olympian, then it wouldn't count as a drop score, and well, that would be it. Uvio would very much have an open door to the championship. So place your bets, everyone. Take a step back and let's get ready to go racing in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship again. Richard John Neal has joined me in the commentary box. Prediction for race winner? I mean, you could sort of just point your finger at anyone on the entry list, but who are we going with?
Whoever wins will have been in a race.
Thank you.
Someone once said to me.
Excellent.
Who's going to win the race? I don't know. I think the Ninky Knock might win again because it's, yeah, they timed it perfectly, didn't they, in race 1, which was only an hour. And they'll be keen whether these guys come back or not next year, because there's talk about, you know, Ted Bradbury obviously deserves to get a shot at racing further up the endurance ladder. Be great to see him back, but anyway, I reckon they're going to get double. What was yours? What was your prediction?
I sort of agree, although I don't know. I'm gonna put a punt on Morpheus, the 110. I think Jake and Charlie might just do it this time. They'll have learnt a lot from that first race, which they can now apply to this, the final round of the season. The lights go out, away we go. It is a very congested run into the first corner already. Some paint traded. They're 3 abreast for the race leaders. Up the inside goes the School Club car. That was Phil Keane on the march, and the Uvio car. Look, a fabulous Randaccio with the Ninky Nonk round the outside as well. Did that in contact? I think it might have done. Certainly wide goes the 195 car, and Richard's tip for the victory is the first one to find the grass at turn 1. They rejoin stone dead last again, and will have it all to do, but plenty of time in which to do it, I suppose. Down Lakeside we go for the first time. Then Jake Hill there trying to carve his way through. There wasn't really a gap there at the inside of Axiometrics, but he's forcing one anyway, and that will give him the inside line into Ireland. Jake Hill, the yellow and black car, scything his way through, but keep an eye on Phil Keane in the number 22 car, the JPR KL Racing Machine. He is on a charge. He's into second place and already harassing the race leader.
Yeah, Jake will relish this opening stint. It's interesting actually that they've got, so it's Hill to Hart in the first pit stops, and then Jake's doing 3 and 4, Charlie Hart's doing 5 and 6.
Interesting, okay.
So they obviously don't feel there's any disadvantage to one driver changes or one driver pit stops.
Interesting. Okay, well, saw some double stinting in race 1, didn't we? That's quite common in the sprint races, but in the endurance, slightly less so. Lead group appears at Hislops. Who's that nipping up the inside into 3rd position? Couldn't quite spot the number, but anyway, they move up into 3rd place behind the top 2, who are accelerating out of Knickerbrook Corner. Definitely looks like Phil Keane is on the attack here, doesn't it, as they head towards Druids for the first time. Riding on board, this will be with Neil Burrows, I think, won't it, the 195 car. In behind the 221s, the 221 being driven in this opening stint by Russell Joyce. Oh, sorry, that was 110, I beg your pardon. Jake Hill round the outside of Russell Joyce, who, of course, himself is a touring car racer these days in TCR UK. But Jake Hill manages to battle it out round the outside and goes through, as does Phil Keane at Lodge Corner. Phil Keane to the lead at Lodge, nips up the inside of Nick Heighton in the 220. And at the end of lap 1, it's car 22 that leads the way. They started 3rd on the grid, but Phil Keane wasting no time in getting to the front.
Good stuff after the disappointment in race number 1, so they'll be keen not to repeat that, and Phil at least getting his first stint underway.
Phil will be keen, will he, to...
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even...
I thought that was intentional.
No, not at all, no. Thank you for spotting it, though. It was
So,
we'll
yeah,
take it.
Phil will be keen. Oh, dear me, that was a close moment. Now, who is this car in 3rd? Oh, it's the 62, isn't it? The Not Fast, Extremely Furious, which is a name that completely breaks our timing tower. We can't even get close to fitting the whole name in the timing tower.
Well, Ninky Nonk doesn't go in either. It's like Ninky Not Known.
Yes, that is at least closer to the actual team name than T for X Furious. But anyway, that's who they are, and they are in 3rd position at the moment. Jake Hill here hounding Fast Track, so he's into 5th place now, going for 4th. So Jake, again, I mean, he's a British touring car champion. Of course he knows how to negotiate traffic on the opening lap, but he really has been impressive at the start of these races, hasn't he?
Yeah, always. I don't think I've ever been disappointed with Jake. Goes back to the junior days when they had the old G20s, the bubbly shaped ones, which were very good. The days when Sarah Moore, I think, won the championship. Sarah coaching Alicia Pomofsky these days. So many great drivers that could have taken that back. What is it, $3,000 they got for the race 1, 2nd position?
Yes, I think it is, and then $1,000 for 3rd, isn't it? So yes, and they've taken some money. Will have covered some of the costs this weekend. Might get you a set of tyres for the touring car next year, maybe. What do we think? Not quite.
Certainly not Carrera Cup.
No, definitely not. Change there for 2nd, by the way. That was the 62 car moving through. So that was John Perrott in the Not Fast, Extremely Furious car, and bringing Jake Hill with him. So Jake Hill up into 3rd position now from... Where did he start?
13th.
13th, 10 places gained already. And is that damage to the leading car? I think that front splitter was dragging on the floor then slightly for Phil Keane. I don't know whether he just hit something. I don't think it's major damage, but there were definitely sparks flying then as he went into Lodge Corner. He leads, though, uncontested at the end of lap number 2. It's then a battle between John Perrott and Jake Hill for 2nd position. Then everyone else in 4th. That is the Skull Club car at the inside line. Russell Joyce being shoved by the Axiometrics. Green Heather in here. 104, that's Anthony Reid, I believe, in the 104 car for the opening stint. Yes, it is. He's buying into all of this as well. This has got action written all over it.
just having a quick look to see Team Olympian up to 11th from 16th on the grid. So steady progress in the opening laps as Jake Hill about to make another move. Gets his nose in front. That's through, isn't it?
Yeah, makes that move cleanly. Uvio, by the way, 16th, so they're only a few places behind their championship rivals, but they need to be a few places ahead, don't they, by the checkered flag. Plenty of time to make that happen, though. We're only 5 minutes into a 3-hour race. Yellow flags. Why is there a yellow flag? That's at Island Bend, I think, because it's pointing to the right, not the left, as we look at it. So something's happened at Island and Shell, and that has required the yellow flags to fly. Geometrics here, then Skull Club, then Greenheath, then 104, then everyone else. And there, look, is Olympian GRD. So they're the championship leaders. They're inside the top 10 now, I'd say, Richard. This is really good going. Oh, that's drama.
That's a safety car.
It's got to be. That's 41. And I can't see who the other car is. Mercifully, driver getting out, because that car does not look like it's in good shape. Yes, I think that might be Paul Ellis-Smith, actually. Yeah, Scott Woodwiss absolutely spot on with that one. So Paul Ellis-Smith out of the car. The 41 car was being driven by Chris Walton, and that means we won't get to see Harry Mailer more than likely in that car later on. But those two have tangled, and that is indeed a safety car. So safety car out already. On lap number 3 we're on, aren't we? And everyone just has to calm down and take stock of the situation for a second.
What was the score on the scores, by the way? I missed it as it was coming up.
10 points, I think.
So it's 10-point difference.
Yes, so...
is anyone likely to drop anything else in this one?
What are they dropping? So Uvio are dropping a 20th place at the moment, and Olympian... 14th with fastest lap. So the way I worked it out was that basically if Olympian are in the top 5, they're the champions, regardless. Right. Okay. If Uvio win the race without the fastest lap, 6th place is enough for Olympian GRD.
What about if Olympian is 6th? So I'm just taking a mickey.
Well, the great thing about the point system with Fun Cup is it's dead simple. It's 2 points per position. So 5 positions basically is the buffer, isn't it, for Olympian GRD?
Apart from the Masters.
Apart from, yes, I haven't even attempted Masters, if I'm completely honest. I was going to wait for someone to tell me at the end what's going on in Masters, because that is a very complex... I was discussing the merits and the downfalls of that point system with Neil Plimmer, Ben Pitch...
But again, it's done the Fun Cup way, sensibly.
Yeah.
It's where the car finishes. If you've got 1 Master, you get an additional point. If you've got 2, you get additional points.
Yes.
Which is fine. And if you're not, you have points to take. It's great. Really good. Really sensible.
No, I'm all for it. Definitely. There is good news. That's a conversation going on between Chris Walton and Paul Ellis-Smith up at Island Bend. But the fueled-up racing car looked in a really bad way. I think that's been into the barriers possibly up there, which does rather beg the question, is the barrier in need of repair? To wait and see, but anyway, recovery vehicles en route, and not for the first time today we are in safety car conditions.
So with Chris Dovell starting the number 1 car, is that, I'm guessing safety car's good for them?
Yes, very good, yeah. It's always difficult to talk about this, isn't it? Because I don't want to imply that Chris isn't very quick. He's a lot quicker than me, that's for sure, but he's not quite as fast as Simon and Riley.
Yeah.
Therefore, there's always a chance, isn't there, that he's going to lose time, although he's gained a lot of positions. It's been a really good stint, this, for Chris Dovell.
He's had a good opening stint,
so, and the safety car means that he's bunched everyone up. There's a chance for him to gain some more positions, maybe, and certainly he's not losing touch with the leaders. And he's still ahead of Uvio as well, who I've just been reminded again by Christian Rose, we must refer to as Uvio.
Not Uvio.
Uvio, yes.
Uvio. I've been doing that wrong for years then.
Oh, I have. They've been telling me 5 or 6 years, and it won't sink in.
It's going to be very difficult to make that adjustment, isn't it?
Yes, Uvio. We need Christian to come here and poke us every time we say it wrong. I'm sure he's happy to do that. Anyway, yes, so the Uvio car is behind the Olympian with GRD machine still. So, yeah, good opening stint this from Chris Dovell, definitely.
That's what they want. Now, how long the safety car will go for? It's half an hour, isn't it, after the...
Yes.
It's the first pit stop window. We might expect a fairly quick one. The Olympian GRD, no follow-on stints. So Chris Dovell first, Simon Rudd goes out 2 and 5. So it's 1, 2, 5. So pretty much the same order for those through the course of the race. And the Uvio, I got it right. That's the one and only time that I will remember Uvio Hoffman's same again. So yeah, no double stops or single handovers, as it were, for them over the course of the race. I wonder how many we'll get here. You said 2 was we had 2, didn't we, in race number 1, which was equaled the most that we'd had at Oulton Park for an hour. Oulton Park 3-hour race.
I don't think there have been that many 3-hour races. It's almost always a 4-hour.
Right.
But I will have a look. Bear with. Have we ever had a 3-hour race at Oulton Park? Answer is yes, last year, because of course we had a double header last year as well. That is the only 3-hour race we've ever had. In 2023, we had in that race 4 safety cars. The first one was on lap 2.
Right.
History repeating itself a little bit there. The last one, 10 laps from the end, so it was a real sprint to the finish in that race. And that was, again, I think, the final round of the championship, I'm pretty sure. So 4 is what we had. We'll see whether the same thing happens again this time around. It was a very close finish, that, as well, wasn't it? Under a second covering the top 2 after that 10-lap sprint at the end. But yeah, that's the only 3-hour race we've had, so actually not a huge amount of data to go off, really. The 4-hour races, I know Oulton Park always had the highest probability of safety cars by far compared to any other circuit that we race at, so it's not uncommon to have the appearance of the safety car, but hopefully they can stay green for the most part in this one, and we'll get some good racing, because that's what we want to see.
Absolutely right. Do you get the stats updated? Do you do them round by round, or do you wait to the end of the year and then have a blitz, or is it part round by round and then sort of update the other detail?
It's round by round, except I deleted my most up-to-date copy of this, which I'd updated not after Donington, but whatever the round was before that.
Are you not on the Microsoft Cloud because it keeps versions?
No.
Ah, okay.
I can barely turn a laptop on, Richard.
Right. But if you have a Microsoft, is it 365? If you have a 365 contract, you'll have backup versions, so you can go back to previously saved.
Right.
So that might save you some work if you've got that.
I could have done with knowing that last night. Because there I was, slaving away in the hotel bar.
I found out
right.
by accident. So I thought,
really?
what does that do there? And I clicked at it. Oh my goodness, there's a 6-month-old version of that spreadsheet, which I could have done with 3 months ago.
Yes, always the way.
I rebuilt. but yeah, they do that. It's a very good. I was a little bit. I got the ump with Microsoft when they started charging annually for the software.
Yes.
But it's actually not a bad thing, because you can do stuff on any
yes.
computer if you send the link or the login or whatever. That's a sad sight to see.
It is, yes. A quick car, that. Quick driver pairing. Good-looking car as well. It was.
It was.
It's to be fair, I don't think that one is actually too badly... Never mind. Oh, no, that's... it's not too bad. I don't, the left rear's had a whack, hasn't it? Definitely. The rest of the other 3 corners are fine, but the left rear with quite a bit of damage that will need repairing. I don't think we're going to see much of the fueled-up racing car, unfortunately. What we are going to see plenty of over the next 3 hours, though, is Jamie Peters-Ennis. Let's head down to him now in the pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm down with Simon Rudd. Chris is making some decent progress. He's up to the top 10 and trying to stay out of trouble at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. He's done it. We said stay out of trouble, and he's gone from 16th to 8th, I think. So, yeah, like mega stint. And I think it's probably one of the only times we probably didn't want a safety car, because, we've made a bit of a gap. So, yeah, look, he's driving great. He's been driving great, all season, and still a long way to go.
Absolutely. And how's the atmosphere been? Because obviously the team has been in this situation before. For you, it's your first time in a Fun Cup situation. Is the mood different? Is your strategy different, or are we just treating it like any other race?
We've got to treat it like every other race. I'd be lying if I said that it's exactly the same. You can feel a little bit of the atmosphere, and it's sort of apprehension and excitement and things like that. So yeah, look, it is what it is. I think we've got to finish if we just finish in the top 6, it's in our own hands. We've got Uvio directly next door to us, so the pit stops will be interesting. So I think they're trying to hold me back or something, getting in the car. But yeah, look, it's a mixture of excitement and apprehension, I guess.
All right, well, we'll catch up a little bit later throughout the race. Thanks a lot, Si. That's Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD. Let's have a word with our captain, who, for those who don't know, Mr. Plimmer, 173 not out.
Yeah. Well, we haven't started this one yet, have I? But yeah, this would be. Yeah.
I know, and I've been speaking to a few drivers who have been in it for a while. Cast your mind back to 2002 to now.
Oh, wow.
How different is it?
Massively different. I remember being at Rockingham with 9 cars and not the spectacle it is today. It's just amazing for Fun Cup, and credit to JPR, credit to Christian, because what he's done this year has just been fantastic, getting the series the exposure that it's been crying out for, and this is the result, and it's looking really good.
And very promising for next year as well.
Yeah, I mean, Paul's sat in the awning talking to people at the moment that are looking to buy cars for next year. So yeah, it's all looking good, but it is the best series in the UK.
Absolutely. And race one for you, another podium within the Masters, and also a decent top 10 as well. Again, you want to move forward and get on the overall podium, don't you?
Yeah, 24th to 7th in that first race in an hour. We can't grumble at that. And now we start at 12th. Back to a normal format, 5 pit stops, a bit more strategy. So we'll see, but you know, we've only been going 20 minutes and we're on the safety car, so a lot can and will happen this afternoon.
And as we spoke to Fab at Donington, we said the new generation are coming in. They've arrived.
Oh wow! Yeah, they have arrived. I mean, just look at them this morning. And for a debut team to get within 5 seconds of winning that main prize is close.
And Charlie beat his old man.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'd be nice to see them now side by side together on track. But yeah, just a fantastic day.
Excellent, thanks a lot. That's Neil Plymouth from PLR Racing. Right, let's have a little bit of a wander, because I think we've got some time to have a chat with a few people. Yeah, because I understand there's some barrier damage, just hearing in my ears that we've got some time. Let's have a chat with Simon Lidson, who appeared at Brands Hatch, which was meant to be a one-off. But you loved it so much, you've come all the way back from Sweden to have another go.
Who said it was going to be a one-off?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I couldn't keep my hands off the wheel, really. It's just like, no, we got bought into this one on the Oulton. It's really good. It's a really cool track. Yeah, we're going to do a couple of more, I think, next year, looks like.
And how have you found Oulton Park? Because does it relate to any of the tracks in Sweden?
Not really. I haven't raced much in Sweden, to be honest. As of now, I've raced more in the UK than I've done in Sweden. So it's a really fun track. It's really technical, a lot of long straights, a lot of overtake opportunities, but it's also a lot of things to work on technically. So it's like, yeah, it's a tough one, but it's good. I think we're going to keep improving throughout the race, actually. Yeah.
And you've got Anton with you as well for this weekend. How much has he been enjoying it? I know he's standing watching the stream now. In fact, we'll get him in now. We'll speak with Anton Brscc, who's making his Fun Cup debut. How much has Simon been helping you get your head around these cars, and also learning probably a very different track to what you're used to?
He's been helpful, encouraging, but I'm taking it safe and steady. Don't want to put it in the wall, don't want to put it on the gravel, so hopefully get quicker as the day go by, and if I come back, be quicker again. So it's good fun.
And that was my next question. Like Simon, is the plan to maybe come back and do a few more next year?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Probably at one of the tracks that I've driven at before, like Donington Park or something like that, would be a bit more comfortable than here, but it's good fun though. It's good fun.
Fantastic. Well, we'll catch up later. We've also got Elisha Day with them as well. Right, let me pop down to Fueled Up Racing. Not an ideal situation, Jamie. We'll have a word with Jamie Price now. Firstly, is Paul all right?
He seems to be, judging by the footage we've seen. Yeah, he's got out of the car and he's having a wander around and a chat with the guy who's in the other car as well. So I think they're friends, which is good. But yeah, it looks like we don't know what the damage is on the car yet, but it could be terminal, I think, mate, looking at it.
And have you heard anything of sort of the circumstances of what happened? It looks sort of early in the corner.
Rumour has it, we're not quite. This isn't confirmed yet, but we think the car 41 was stationary, and we think Paul's hit the stationary car. I don't know whether the other car spun and Paul's hit him or what. We don't know yet.
Okay, but the main thing, they're both all right.
They're both all right. Looking forward to getting the car back and see if we can get back out there. Fingers crossed.
And it's a sad way to end the season, because you guys, you're getting there with it, aren't you? And, and you've been getting quicker and quicker. We know.
And it's such a great track, perfect weather. It would have been an excellent finish to the season, but we're in racing, aren't we?
And budget depending back for more next year?
Of course, yeah, always.
Fantastic, thanks a lot. That's Jamie Price from Fueled Up Racing. Right, let's see what we can do. I suppose we can make up, Laura, for our lunchtime walk, which unfortunately due to the timetable constraints we couldn't get to do. Let me see if I can, actually we'll speak to Charlie. You're getting a bit more airtime than your dad, mate. This is we'll have to have words about this. No, we'll go and interview him in a minute. Again, decent start for Jake. He's right up at the sharp end.
Yeah, mate, he's done a mega job. 13th to second already. Can't ask for any more. So 10 minutes. 10 minutes till I get in the car. We'll have to see if we can get in the lead.
What's the plan for your stint? Just send it like you usually do?
Yeah, pretty much. Have a good race. Hopefully get in the lead. Don't almost crash at turn 1 this time, and yeah, we should be all right.
All right, we're going to get yourself ready. That's
Go speak to my dad.
I will. We'll go and speak to your dad now. Where is Chris Hart? He is somewhere. Greg Evans is here. We haven't spoken to Greg this weekend. I'm almost too scared to talk to you because whenever I talk to you, something happens on track.
Like what?
I don't know. Remember Donington?
Yeah, that wasn't the best. So no. You all right?
I'm very well. It's been a tough year, isn't it? It's been a bit up and down, but the pace has been there, though, hasn't it? That's the encouraging thing.
Yeah, it's racing, isn't it? Like we said at Donington, if we didn't have bad luck, we wouldn't have had any. And it's a shame because we have had the pace between the three of us. John's done really well over the year from coming off bikes. So yeah, it's been good. And the same today, but we've got a problem with the brake bias because in our first race, obviously we like to set it 60-40 front on the bias. I got in the car.
Not sure everyone heard that.
60-40 bias. So when I got in the car, it was locking the rears. Okay. So I was trying to adjust it to get it to somewhere near. And when we came in, it was still heavily on the rear. So we've done a bit of a tweak with it, got it back to where it was. But John's just noted now in the first stint, because we put a piece of tape on it, it's vibrating round and going to the rear. So when obviously I got in, it was all on the rear. So we've adjusted it now, hold with a piece of tape. But I think what we're going to have to do in the pit stop is put a big piece of duct tape over it so it don't move at all, and then hopefully it'll be all right. But yeah, John's done well. We started 9th and he's up to 4th, so if we keep going, it's hopefully we'll get a decent position for the end of the year.
And from a championship point of view, I mean, you've been in this for a while. How amazing to have the grids back up to where they should be.
Yeah, and fair play to Christian, and Christian's done massive work with the marketing and everything. And every time you look on social media pages, it's all Fun Cup, and you get people who you speak to and know, oh, you racing? Yeah, and it's like the profile's just gone through the roof. So yeah, it's been superb, and to be part of it is brilliant. So long may it continue, and hopefully next year we'll have a few of the guys back racing with us. So yeah, no, it's been good.
Is that going to include you? Because you've announced your retirement once before. That didn't last long. You came back, announced it again, didn't last long, and you come back again.
Yeah, listen, it's just a great championship. It's just brilliant, mate. It's really good fun, and that's in the name, innit? So yeah, it's mega. So.
And you better go and answer that. Right. Thanks, Greg. That's Greg Evans. Right, I think I've got time for one more. Let's go and have a chat with Victor Cara, because he's flown all the way from America, like he does, to have a chat with to race in Fun Cup and also have a chat with us as well. Let's have a word with our crazy American, as we call him.
Hello, Jamie.
You've picked another celebrity to join you this weekend, as well as DT.
Indeed. You know, when you go big, you got to go big. So it's great to have Anthony on here, and DT as well too. So you know, you learned quite a bit. You're enjoying it. It's the last race of the season, Jamie. So you know, we're going out big and hopefully get some decent points in there. And you know what's going to happen. So we're going to push as hard as we can.
And what have you learned from Anthony?
From day one, I mean, from the first instance, he's just like, you got to go do this and you got to do this. Car setup, here's how you got to do this, how do you do this. I mean, he's just been a wealth of information and just the nicest guy in the world, mate. Honestly, he's just a really, really, truly nice chap. So learned loads. Hopefully I'll show on the track.
And you're going to try and drag yourself and him back for maybe a full campaign next year?
We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best. I'm looking to move back to the UK full time, so it's going to make things a lot easier, because right now, as you know, it's just a bit of a tough one. So, well, yeah, looking forward to it, man.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. That's Victor Cara from EDF. Right, I think I've got time for one more before we hand back to Andy and Rich. Let's speak to Mark Burton. I'm getting reports from Portugal. Don't walk past me, come on. I'm getting reports from Portugal that the weather is quite lovely.
It's raining, I believe.
Oh, okay. That's contrary to what I said. Apparently, that Mark and Jason and everyone are all watching it.
Well, that's not on, is it?
No, it's outrageous.
Terrible.
Race 1 was all right?
Yeah, it was good fun. It was just a bit chaotic, really, wasn't it, at the start? I mean, 3 safety cars, basically, in 20 minutes. It's pretty good going. But yeah, no, it was good fun.
And sum up your season, as I said to Greg with 103, your pace has been there.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to be so much better at every single element and not getting any younger.
And what's the plan for 25? Come back?
Get younger.
Get younger, yeah, great. Have you been going to the Chris Hart School of Interviewing by any chance? Are you back for more next year?
Yeah, definitely back next year. So, yeah, looking forward to get a bit of testing done over the winter and hopefully work out what to do.
And as we've been saying to so many people, fantastic to have so many cars out this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish the season, isn't it? Really good. Great grid of cars, drivers. Yeah, it's what it should be.
All right, well, go and get yourself ready for your stint. Thanks a lot. Wave from Mrs. Burton and Mrs. Pattle over there. They're head of strategy, I understand. So they're working out the strategy. We've got the Team Leo's guys and girls just over there ready for the Ratters. Barry Thompson doesn't want to talk to me. Big wave from Baz. Yeah, he's getting ready for his stint. I was going to try and find the boss. I understand we're still recovering out on circuits. I'm just keeping my ears open for any changes as we make our way up to the top end of the pit lane. It's great walking backwards, Laura. Absolutely fantastic. It's amazing how she does it, and as we saw it with Richard last week, it's fantastic work Laura does, and also the Alpha Live crew. We have to thank Alpha Live. The first year full-time with the Fun Cup, and they've done a phenomenal job, and huge thank you to Richard, Andy, Rob, Paul, Scott, all the rest of the commentary team who have been with us on this journey. Right, let me see who else I can find. There's speak to Jack Constable, because we haven't spoken to Jack Constable this weekend. He's got Russell Joyce in the car at the moment, and also we might speak to somebody else who were trying to get into a Fun Cup car. Let me introduce you to Rory Collingbourne. Some people will recognise him from other championships. What are you doing here, and why are you wearing a high vis?
So I'm actually helping Jack Constable this weekend. Intrigued to race it. He said come down, have a look at it, and I have to admit, it is a lot of fun.
Is it tempting you off the water?
It is, yeah. I'm racing jet skis at the moment, and yeah, might have to get back in the seat.
Well, it's good to see you. Jack's done a runner now, so he doesn't want to talk. But great to see you, mate, and hopefully we'll see you back out where you should be.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, back to Andy and Rich. I think that's the whole pit lane covered there. So I'll hand back up to the commentary box.
Than Thank you, Jamie.
You lost your fluffy then?
I did, yes. Taking apart the Alpha Live equipment. Very unlike me to damage
fluffy.
Alpha Live equipment, of course, but I had a near miss then.
Great job by Jamie filling in.
Yes. Terrific.
Interesting. We were going to pick up, weren't we, on Charlie Hart's comment. 41 cars back in the garages. Thank you, Scott Wilbis. Yeah, Charlie Hart said you couldn't ask for much more than going from 16th into second. And you could. You could go first with fastest lap.
Exactly.
So just to create, not splitting hairs, Charlie, much.
You make a very good point, Richard. A very good point.
But it's Jake, isn't it? So
yeah.
Jake's dad sent me a note talking about when I was talking to you about Microsoft Cloud earlier on. He said in my day it was paper and post-it notes. Without, not that Simon could do it. Simon can do a Northern accent, but
I can
point
imagine
taken, Si, you know.
I can imagine that. Just noticed the 104 car going through, covered in mud. So I think Anthony Reid's been off at some point as well. It's been an eventful first part of this race. Of course, we're ticking towards pit stops as well now, aren't we? Because it has been a lengthy...
You thought that would be done by now, didn't you? The safety car, but yeah, great job being done.
I think the barrier is probably quite badly damaged. Also, the cars, very muddy and boggy out on the exit of Island Bend. Probably quite difficult to recover from there, actually. So
doesn't the bridge look strange without the signage on it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does. I wonder if we're getting that rebranded for
selling
next
it.
year. Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, yeah, it does look a bit there, actually. Although it does mean I can see Lodge Corner from the commentary box, which is a rare treat. And here we get the driver's eye view. I can still never tell whether this is 195 or 110. I think it's 110, isn't it, this, that we're... it's 195. Of course it's 195. I have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Yes, exactly.
You zigged instead of zagged.
Yes, so that's 195.
I've got to say, actually, the onboards are great because very often that doesn't work all the way around the track here, but the stuff we've seen has been very well spotted and executed.
Yes, no, 100%.
No lack of signal, so yeah, good stuff.
And we picked 2 good cars to follow as well in the 110 and the 195. 195 because they are perennially starting from the back of the grid these days, and 110 because that does seem to be in the thick of the action, doesn't it? That's the state of the field-up racing car. That's had quite a big hit, hasn't it? And we heard the team saying that they thought maybe the 41 had spun, and then Paul Ellis-Smith hit it after it had spun, so that would have been a pretty big whack.
Yeah.
But good to see both drivers were out and chatting. Seemed okay.
The next thing we need, we were talking when Jamie was, and listening to Jamie, by the way, and proof of that is that we picked up on the Charlie Hart comment. Jamie, in case you we were talking about the point I made on air earlier on in the year. This is not about selling cars, it is about racing, isn't it? And Scott was saying the company refurbished the cars over the winter, but it's not about having updates or, you know, you're not going to come into this and say, oh, actually you need a new kit and you need this and you need that at the start of a new season. It is a very stable formula, which is the big draw for a lot of people. And I've pointed that out to a lot of folk as well. And it's a great business model for a racing championship, to be perfectly honest.
Yes, absolutely. And that is why I think it's been so successful over the years and lasted so long. Championships come and go, don't they?
Yeah.
And, you know, this just always seems to stick around. And, OK, it's, you know, now getting back to its best, you would argue, certainly as far as grid size is concerned. But
you know, the one thing we need, though, and you correct me if there isn't one out already, we need scale electric models of these.
Yes, I don't believe they exist, at least not in this country anyway. I don't know whether maybe the Europeans have got some.
Wouldn't take a lot, would it?
No, not really. Not really. We can get that commissioned,
Because I think Brscc were working with Scale Electric last week. We had sets. We got Scale Electric making its debut at the Junior Scholarship, I think, this weekend for people to have a go at. I might dig the youngsters' Audis out, the Audi TTs, just so we've got proper Brscc formulae on duty. I think he's got 4 in his box. So
really?
I hope he's not listening because they're going to disappear. Oh, there is a model.
Oh, there is?
Scott Wilbis has found a model, but it's not Scale Electric. What is it a slot car or is it a die-cast? It's a slot, so you can actually get... Look at that, M&M's livery.
One of the European cars, but I'm sure we could give it a UK facelift. That's not available, never mind.
Uvio.
Yes, we could commission the Uvio.
Simon Rudd called it Uvio, didn't he?
Simon
that's another
did.
thing, just to prove we were listening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for that reason, actually, I wasn't going to say this, if I'm honest, but I was challenged. Well, I wasn't challenged. I was notified yesterday by Fabulous Randaccio of Uvio fame that Simon has a nickname amongst the paddock of Simon Reindeer, because apparently he looks a little bit like I haven't watched it, but a little bit like the guy from, what was it, Baby Reindeer?
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it either. Scott, have you?
No.
Oh, OK. Well, I'll just take Fabulous's word for that. But anyway, he wanted me to call him Simon Reindeer. So I have, only because he got your team name wrong, Fabulous. That's the only reason I gave in and did that for you. And there is Simon waving at us from down below. Hi, Simon.
So he heard that then, and Jamie giving us
I do always forget that they are listening in down in the pit lane.
He'll probably take that thing about, wasn't it about a bloke, a good-looking guy that was stalked by somebody, isn't it? Is that what it's about?
Yeah, I don't think he was the stalker.
He'll probably take that. No, he was. Yeah, he'll take that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, meanwhile back at Oulton Park. Yeah, of course.
Right, so we're hearing now news, just to get back on subject for a brief moment, that the safety car is going to stay out for the remainder of the pit window, because the pit window has now opened. They're all passing the board now, so the pit lane is open. The track is actually almost ready to go, but rather than have this situation where some people benefit from being able to put behind the safety car and other people don't, they are going to leave it out for the next 10 minutes, which is awful news if your name is Laura and you are our roaming camera operator in the pit lane, because Laura, I hope, is now finding a safe place to go and stand, preferably on the pit wall, because 26 Fun Cup cars are about to descend upon the pit lane, presumably at the end of this lap. And Richard, I was down there during qualifying when they all came in at the same time, and it was absolute carnage. I expect nothing different now in a race situation.
It's going to be a little bit frenetic. So you go from this sedate pace, rightly, for safety car to mayhem and energy in the pit lane. So, which will be caught by our colleagues from Alpha Life, because they're very, very good at doing that. And it is a sea of orange high-vis, isn't it, down there at the moment?
It is. I can see Laura, she's taken my advice from this morning. She's positioned herself on the pit wall in the middle so she can spot whatever's going on, and plenty will be going on because, of course, it's not just cars coming in and out, it's driver changes, it's refuelling in some cases. A lot of teams, I would imagine, will fuel here because you obviously lose less track position by fueling and having a longer pit stop behind the safety car, so I would imagine we'll end up with a lot of cars refueling. That adds to the challenge of the pit stops behind the safety car, and yes, this could be quite interesting, and you know, very easy to end up losing a chunk of time here. If you are one of the first cars in, you might think you're in a good position, but then you pull into your pit space, someone pulls in front of you, someone pulls in behind you, and then someone else tries to get in, there's nowhere to go, so they park alongside you, and then before you know it, you're boxed in completely. So you've got to have your wits about you here. Teams, I'm sure, will be discussing with their neighbours in the pit lane where they're going to park. Might even be an idea to come in and park at 45-degree angle, just to try and avoid getting blocked in. But let's see what happens there. Making their way over Hilltop now. They'll be heading to the pit lane at the end of this lap. And some may choose to stay out. Those who perhaps don't have an axe to grind in the championship or maybe the race win. But you'd expect all of the expected front runners to be in the pit lane any moment now, I suspect. So through Hislops they go. 26 of them still running, as I said, with Morpheus M Sport, FNS and Fueled Up Racing both, of course, not running after their shunt at Island Bend, which is the reason for this lengthy safety car period. Shame for Jake Hill this. He only got a couple of laps, really, didn't he, of racing there, but he'll be back out in the car after. Did you say that he's double stinting? Where's my sheet gone? Woodwiss has nicked it. I think
yeah, Jake's doing 3 and 4.
He's doing 3 and 4. 3 and 4. So
it's gone from Scott to Woodwiss.
Only when he's in trouble.
Is it?
And not here to pull me up on it. Yes, 110. Yes, he's doing stints 3 and 4. Jake Hill. Charlie Hart's 5 and 6. So he'll have a bit of a rest here, Jake, and then he'll be back to it for a double stint. So plenty of racing in then, hopefully. See Farkini ready, all the drivers ready. Ian Loggy about to get into his car. I can see Simon Rudd, we already mentioned. Charlie Hart is ready to go. Chris Hart as well, I believe. So we are ready to go. Here they come. Right, into the pit lane. I imagine will come everybody. So the order at the moment, I'm actually going to take a picture of the order at the moment because I'm pretty sure it's about to change fairly significantly over the next 30 seconds or so. In they come. Not a single car is staying out. Everyone is pitting. So Olympian in. I can see them out of the window. They're just at the right-hand side of shot there. Olympian GRD. They haven't been boxed in yet. Uvio, pulling right in front of them. And look, they are sort of blocking Olympian, not intentionally.
No.
There's just nowhere for them to go. So an Olympian, of course, are ready first. They've now got to negotiate around the back of the Uvio car in front of everybody else. Oh, this is very, very hairy indeed. Out goes Charlie Hart.
Yeah, just behind Hart.
Yes, and ahead of Axiometrics. So they've gained quite a lot there, Olympian GRD. Uvio haven't, and they've pulled out right in front of the Ninky Nonk. A phrase I never thought I'd say. They do beat the 195 car down the pit lane, and the Uvio machine with a very close call upon the release, and that would have definitely caught Ted Bradbury's attention.
Sorry,
only at a Fun Cup race would that sentence need to be said. And just like that, they've all gone. Well, most of them anyway. We've got 3 or 4 stragglers in, taking their time. What order they're in awaits to be seen. Let's have a little look, shall we?
Charlie Hart was second out, I think.
Right, okay, that's a gain then.
Just ahead of Olympian GRD.
Well, the order,
if I saw it correctly.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Greenheath actually are first.
Yeah.
So Greenheath are leading. They were sixth when they came in. Then you've got, Charlie Hart second, definitely. And is it Olympian third? Yeah, Olympian GRD third. Then Axiometrics fourth. So Olympian were 8th. Axiometrics were 4th. So they've actually held position. There is the Uvio car in behind PLR. They've gained as well out of that as well. So, yeah, very jumbled order. Where the leaders have gone, I don't know, number 22. But, of course, what we don't really know is who did what with fuel as well. So that would, there's 22. going quite slowly, I think, through Shell. But we don't know who put fuel in, who didn't put fuel in, how much fuel they put in. They won't tell us either, I'm fairly certain, so we'll just have to piece it together as the race goes on. But I would imagine maybe that's the reason, part of the reason anyway, for a few big shifts in position there.
Jamie will have a note of everyone that refueled.
Oh yes, of course he will. Of course. We'll be hearing that report momentarily, I'm sure, from Jamie, who, as I look out of the window, is nowhere to be seen. So probably sat down, scribbling the note as we speak.
Ping it to us on the app.
He will, I'm sure. So that is pit stops, set of pit stops number 1 done. And as the field makes its way up the hill, as we said, we anticipate the safety car will stay out until the end of the pit window. Technically, everybody has pitted, so they could probably bring it in this time, but I think they will wait until the time actually ticks down. Jamie's asking what his mission is. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to tell us exactly who took fuel, who didn't take fuel, and how much fuel they took. Mission impossible.
And
possible.
Who put it in as well.
Yes.
The name of the engineer.
Yeah, please. Yeah, date of birth, family pet's name, etc., etc. I somehow don't think we're going to get our answer, but. Well, you've nothing else to do for the next 20 minutes, Jamie, so you might as well go and find something to do.
I think we've already seen the response. It was the
yes.
skeleton, wasn't it? Probably.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Right, so Jamie shrugs his shoulders and thinks, why am I still doing this job? Off he goes to find out some information from us, from the drivers. And across the line will come the cars. So Greenheath lead then. It is the 110 second, Olympian GRD third, Axiometrics fourth, School Clubs 221 is fifth, Ratters Racing sixth. Seventh looks like it is the Not Fast Extremely Furious car. Team FFS are eighth, ninth HLR and PLR are in 10th position. The big loser was the EDF car 104 that Anthony Reid's just got out of. Victor Cara is in it now. They dropped 10 positions, and actually JPR KL Racing, who were leading, lost 18 spots. That's more than just fuel. I suspect they maybe couldn't get out because, as I said, they were first in. By the time they go to leave, they're surrounded by other cars. I think sometimes it's better to be towards the back of the queue.
Good job we're not at Croft.
Yes, that's very true. We've had that before at Croft a few times. And we only had about 20 cars at the time, and it was messy.
Yeah.
Yes, this is not the biggest pit lane, but it's slightly more sizable. So anyway, that is the order. Bears absolutely no relation to the order that we had before, with a few exceptions. So Morpheus's 110 is still where it was. So are Axiometrics, and so is the 221 School Club Racing car. Everybody else inside the top 20-odd changed position on that lap as a result of the pit stops. And it's Greenheath who have leapt up 5 positions to lead the way.
Will they keep it though for the next half an hour or so? It's going to be the key thing. So that's Ian Loggy now in there. So
Gary Bate.
Oh, Gary Bates.
Yes.
I'm looking at the wrong one.
Loggy is in the JPR KL racing car, but that's the one that dropped all those places. So
right, yeah.
He's way down the order, unfortunately, which is a shame. I hope he's still enjoying himself, though. I know he probably didn't enjoy race 1, but I hope he is still enjoying his Fun Cup experience, Ian Loggy. He was very enthusiastic about it this morning when I spoke to him. Safety car coming in this time then, so good news, we get to go racing again. That was a lengthy safety car period, half an hour or so we've been behind safety car there, but we are good to go again this time, and hopefully that's the last we see of the safety car for a little while. Let's wait and see. So safety car in this lap. This is the end of lap 12. And it's now Gary Bates' job to try and fend off Charlie Hart. He's got, who's in the Olympic car? Simon Rudd now in the Olympian GRD machine in 3rd. And 4th position for Axiometrics. That's the orange and black 103 car. So down into Lodge they go, and Gary Bates with the job now of getting the restart nailed. And he has not really done that. Charlie Hart's gone with him, so it's absolutely nose to tail across the line. And Charlie Hart, I'm sure, is going to try and have a go here into Old Hall corner. Gary Bate defends the inside line. Charlie to the outside line. Again, won't try and go right round the outside. Instead, teeing himself up for the switchback, the better exit from the corner. The onboard camera shows it perfectly. There was the momentum. There was the run. But he's on the outside line now, heading towards Cascades. How brave is he going to be? Well, he is a Ginetta Junior race winner, so pretty brave is the answer. He sails round the outside of Gary Bate and into the lead. So it is now the 110 that leads, Greenheath second, and here comes Simon Rudd, the championship leaders, going for second.
He is, so we could have a good old race battle on here. They'll just be mindful of where the UVO Hoffman car is, of course, in terms of their championship, but they want to finish off with a win, don't they? So Simon Rudd will want to get in front if he possibly can. Down into the banked hairpin, Simon Rudd up into P2. Charlie Hart, the new race leader. And I'll tell you what, they were absolutely itching, weren't they, to get going again after that very lengthy safety car period. And we are very much away now. The UVO Hoffman car in third position. And of course, the nearer the number one car is to the front, the less likely it is that the UVO Hoffman car's got the shout at
Yes.
grabbing the points to win.
Yes, you'd have to say so. A long race ahead, yes, but they really need to be moving forward, which they are at the inside there of the 220, and the Ninky Nonk try and come with them. And who's that now? It's got to be Ted, is it, in the 195 car? Yes, it is. Ted Bradbury. And up alongside the 220 car they will go. Over Clay Hill, inside line for Druids they will have. And I think they're going to pick that place up pretty easily in the end. The leaders sweep through. Axiometrics there holding on to fourth place. Then comes the 221 car. That's Jack Constable now. That car should go well. Although didn't get a great exit from Druids there. So Ratters Racing now at the inside. That is John Ratcliffe. They are, John and Peter Ratcliffe at the moment who have done the driving in this race. They will be joined later on by David for stints 4 and 6. Side by side for the lead though, and Charlie Hart having to defend now from Simon Rudd. So Olympian GRD for the first time today, really, Richard, looking likely to lead the way.
Yeah, this is fascinating stuff, isn't it? You've got the newcomer car against a car with a lot more experience and, of course, speed, because Simon Rudd's won in many, many things over the years. Leads the championship here. Oh,
that's, well, not fast and really extremely furious now, I'd imagine they are. The 62 car beached in the gravel at Lodge Corner. Who is the culprit this time? Vikram Sadira was in the car. Well, we all know what's probably coming now, although it's not far into the gravel. Maybe a bit of martial power could get it going.
Yep, could well be. I think the drivers don't want that. We don't really want safety cars. We want to see a little bit of racing, particularly with the... Oh, great news. Really great news. Well done.
And yet, Marshall's returning to post. I think they had something to do with that. So Vikram can get going again. No need for a safety car. That is very good news. And it is going to be a clean green track when they arrive down at Lodge Corner this time around. So over the hill comes, the battle between UVO and the Dinky Nonk, the 195 car. It never gets old, does it? A big lock-up actually for Bradbury as he closes in on the UVO car ahead. What are they fighting for now? I think they're in 5th and 6th places now. Yes, they are. So 110 leads the way. Olympian GRD is second. Greenheath third, settling into third, really, having lost the lead on the restart. And then Axiometrics fourth, 5th position for UVO. And then we've got Ted Bradbury behind in the 195 car. I mean, OK, they gained a fair chunk in the pit stops, but this has still been an incredible drive from the 195 car, which I think has really, for most of the season, been the fastest car on track, almost at all times. And here they are sailing up the inside of the UVO machine, another place gained, and they are once again marching their way to the front.
Yeah, stonking job, isn't it, by these guys? It's another 2 points potentially down the Swanee. Early doors, anyway, to talk about points lost. Simon Rudd lost a bit of ground over the last lap or so, but he's having another go.
Oh, Bradbury, my word. That didn't work. The Axiometrics car closes the door. Axiometrics, it's Chris Wetherell now. And a bit of damage to the front of Bradbury's car. That splitter's a little bit loose. It won't be affecting him too badly. Sails through on the inside of Wetherell, who closes the door on the UVO machine. And Farkini will have to try and pick another opportunity to go through. But yeah, Bradbury storming forwards. That's now 4th position from 28th on the grid.
In one sense, there's more progress to come as well.
Yes. I think so. Second behind Greenheath. That gap should be bridged pretty quick. Well, already has been bridged. Look at that, he was a second behind at the line. Half a lap later, he's on his rear bumper. So challenge on for third now, Ted Bradbury. We talk about Ted an awful lot, but with good reason. I think he is a massively promising talent, and brand new to car racing last year, pole position in his first ever race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and now one of the real sensations of the Fun Cup paddock. He launches up the inside into his lops, sort of makes the corner, but does take the place, gets ahead of the number 14 car of Gary Bate, and he's into the podium spots.
And now, will he be able to close down on Simon Rudd? I'm sure he's going to have a good run, and we've got at least 10 minutes before pit windows open. When you've got quick drivers in, there isn't the urgency, is there, to get in when that window opens. So we've got the lovely scenario here. We've got quick drivers in all the lead cars and an opportunity to see what they can do.
Indeed so. Charlie Hart, in fairness, Charlie Hart, Jake Hill pretty evenly matched, Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips pretty evenly matched, although it's actually Chris Devell, isn't it, doing the next stint in the Olympian GLD car. They're saving Riley for the final, well, the fourth and the sixth stints, which has been a winning strategy for them before, in fairness. So they are nose to tail for the leaders, the lead, then the gap back to third position. Ted Bradbury into P3, not yet getting away from Gary Bate. Then it's the Axiometrics and the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car. Ratters Racing 7th, PLR are 8th, Rare Vinyl 9th, and Team HLR in 10th position. And there goes the UVO car sailing through on the inside. Good move, that.
Yep, very neat move, wasn't it, by the UVO machine. So up another position. That takes them up into P5 ahead of Axiometrics. Fastest lap with the Ninky Donk at the moment on... Again, not something you expect to say, is it? In this one. I will send you the links to the children's programme to see what we're all talking about. It was actually one of those strange ones. There's a very large bird called toucan in it, which used to scare the pants off my son. Hated it. He used to burst into tears when he saw this bird on the programme. But anyway, someone obviously in that family is a fan. So the gap first to second, 0.468 of a second. Simon Rudd not really losing touch with the lead car, but equally not gaining. And there was that brief moment after the safety car where we thought Simon was going to put in a challenge for the lead, but it hasn't really come to anything at the moment. UVO Hoffman car busy challenging and looking to make up another position now as they go up the hill under the bridge at Clay Hill. It's amazing how they sort out. It's happened so quickly. That pit stop, that's the first one I've seen actually in my being here as part of the commentary, seeing everybody coming on one go. I've not seen that before.
Yes, it's an experience. It's definitely an experience. I hope we don't have to experience again in this race, because we missed a bit of dodged a few bullets there. The UVO car, which was at the centre of some of that drama, is moving forwards nicely though, isn't it? So this is promising really, because it looks like they've got good pace again. The Ninky Nonk sets the fastest lap of the race, and they are now being pursued by Farkini Diot in the number 225 car, which moves into fourth position. Lap times then, so yeah, Bradbury a 2 minute 0.4, 9 tenths quicker than Olympian GRD. I mean, that's impressive. Simon Rudd ain't slow, and about 7 tenths faster than the race leading car, as out wide goes Farkini and hands the place straight back to Gary Bate.
He does. He's making hard work of it at the moment, isn't he? Farkini needs to try and get past the Gem, and he's getting the pressure from the Axiometrics car as well, so things not really going as well as they would like at the moment. Still bags of time, still got 2 hours on the clock to go for them to make their way up towards the top 4. We've seen how quick they are, how efficient they are on the staggered pit stops, for sure, less crowded ones. So that should help them out in the later ones, maybe get them a few tenths or otherwise on the 110 car out front.
Yep, which still leads as they head down into the Hislop chicane. And all getting quite close now, isn't it, though? Simon Rudd is gaining slightly on Charlie Hart, and of course they're both being caught by Ted Bradbury in third position. good battle going on here. The 104 car there on the outside of the signature RV, number 49. Now, don't forget, as well as the championship battle, we've got a fight for third in the championship as well between Morpheus, well, they're not Morpheus anymore, Ninky Nonk, and EDF Motorsports 246 car. So those two are only 5 points apart in the Ninky Nonk's favour. So it is an interesting battle between those two. EDF at the moment not troubling the top 10 though, are they? They're some way back. So at the moment that's working in the favour of the 195 as 49 tries to gain a place but can't quite find a way past the 104 at the chicane. Already the leaders are at the line. This battle though raging on further back, and I've got to say that's the one big benefit for me that I'm noticing already in this race of the bigger grid that we've got. The racing's always been good in Fun Cup, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you'd have a really good battle for the lead and then quite a few stragglers sort of having a race of their own. Here, everyone has got someone to race. This is what you like to see. You don't have to be on the ultimate pace fighting for race wins to have a really, really good time.
No, that's a good spot, to be honest, and yeah, the big grids certainly do play into that. As you can see, it doesn't matter what shot we're getting. There's plenty of cars dicing it out, enjoying the sunshine here. Sun's starting to get a little bit low. It's tomorrow the clocks go back, isn't it?
I think so, yes. I think so.
Yeah.
It's normally festival weekend, to be honest.
It's festival weekend. It's festival weekend next year.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I think it was earlier this year, wasn't it? By a week?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Perhaps. So yeah, that is the case. Quick amendment, by the way. I'm trying to find a pen so I can write this down. Number 49. Thank you, Richard. 49 is not being driven by Marcus Clutton. It is now being driven by John Whitehouse. So I presume they have swapped those drivers around. We'll await confirmation as to whether Marcus gets in the next stint. But that is an amendment there, as here we have a battle for second place. So Olympian GRD have now been caught by Ted Bradbury in the 195 car. And is he going to make a move into Druid's corner? Maybe. We do see some overtakes here in Fun Cup because you get a big slipstream up the hill. But no, Ted decides to wait for a better opportunity. Looks for the run now through Druids underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge down towards Lodge Corner. And, well, Simon Rudd knows the move is probably coming, pulls to the inside. I don't think to defend, to let him go. Look at that for heads-up driving.
Sensible thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this stage of their season, the point that they're in. I can think of drivers that would have battled it, but there's absolutely no need. The sensible thing to do is to let him go at the moment.
Yes, 100%. Top 5 guarantees the championship for Olympian, regardless of what UVO can do. And, of course, they're ahead of UVO anyway, so don't get in a fight that could risk contact, could risk even just running wide and picking up a track limits penalty or something. Just let him go. Oh, you never know. You might well find yourself in the lead before much longer because Ted Bradbury already snapping at the heels of Charlie Hart, and a bit of a snap of oversteer there as he turned into Cascades.
How exciting is it to have these two youngsters? I mean, if you'd have said at the start of the year, we're going to have youngster out of Ginetta Junior racing against Ted Bradbury.
Yeah.
And Ted didn't do any of the junior formally. Another driver that that didn't do it and didn't need to do it. It is a great place to come and cut your teeth and learn it. One of the significant things for me is in the other races we've seen today, with young Mr. Foxlow moving up into seniors, and clattering the curbs. They're not going to do the cars any favours for the long distance race. A junior career isn't necessarily a thing you need to do. Now, I'm not unselling Fiesta scholarships and everything else which are happening, but you don't necessarily have to do it. You can come in at 16 and come into Mazdas as Ted Bradbury did. And George Foxlow has found that probably coming out of junior racing, going into seniors is less frenetic. We saw it happened in Ginetta, didn't it? Very often where you get people dipping out of Ginetta Junior at age 16 and going into GT5 Challenge. And it was less frenetic, less damage, and the parents were saying so much better idea because there was less money to have to spend on spare parts and things like that. So you don't need to do it, but it's a great rich tapestry. And the point I'm coming to make is that you've got Charlie Hart here out of juniors making the step up superbly, and then you've got Ted Bradbury who's going to get involved in this mix as well. And it's just wonderful that we've got these two major young talents who we now get to see racing each other.
Indeed so, and it's a real shot in the arm for Ted as well, to go toe-to-toe with someone who has been winning in Ginetta Juniors and sort of say, hey, I'm as good as him. You know, I might not have starred on the Ginetta Junior stage, but I am every bit as good as him. If he's got a promising career ahead of him, then so have I, because, well, right now he looks quicker than Charlie, doesn't he? So, yes, he's more familiar with the car, but it's not like Charlie is massively off the pace. So, yeah, this is a good sign here for Ted, definitely. I think he'll take a lot of confidence from this.
What's your thoughts on Simon Rudd? Because he was passed by Ted Bradbury, but there's no pressure on him, and it looks like he's relaxing and not actually losing any ground.
Yes, well, the slipstream obviously is so powerful in these cars. He sort of just has to ride along now. That slipstream is worth at least half a second a lap, maybe more. So he can drive at 90% here probably and still keep up with the leaders for now. Now, if Ted goes past Charlie Hart, that might change because Ted may have the pace to start pulling away, but this isn't the battle that Simon needs to get himself involved in. So he'll be quite happy, I think, just to sit there, save a bit of fuel maybe in the slipstream as well. So yeah, this is a strong tactic, I think, here from Olympian GRD, who are doing everything right as far as the championship's concerned. Bradbury, though, doesn't care about the championship. He wants a race win. He wants a third win in a row. They're not going to beat Olympian GRD's 4 race wins in a row, at least not this year. They might do if they come back at the start of next season. But a third win in a row to end the season would be great news for Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows. And as they head up through Water Tower towards Druids, he is now only 1 overtake away from the lead position, albeit with 2 hours still to go as we approach 1/3 race distance. But Bradbury positioning himself in that car well as we move towards the middle part of the race.
We are indeed. Talking of Simons as well, Simon running third place. Simon Hill needs to have a go with Jake in this as well, doesn't he?
Good idea.
Next year, Simon could get Masters points as well.
Probably, yes, I would think so.
Yeah,
go for 2 championships then.
He'll be sending me another message to off in a minute, I think. But it would be a good thing. I'd love to see him on track again.
It would. Right, side by side for the lead. Charlie Hart and Ted Bradbury leaning on each other into Old Hall Corner. Bradbury's on the inside line into the first turn. Charlie Hart, though, is going to try and stand his ground right round the outside. Terrific racing this. Charlie ends up the curb, touches the grass as he rejoins, but keeps his foot down, keeps the momentum going, keeps the lead. That was really, really brave stuff, that, from Charlie Hart. But again, nothing to lose. He just wants to try and win the race, and at the moment he's doing everything right. He is fending off Ted Bradbury, and that will have sent a message to Ted as well, that Charlie is not content to work with him, sit behind him, let him go. If he wants this lead, he's going to really have to go up there and take it from Charlie Hart, who is defending again into the Shell hairpin. You can do that into Shell because the banking catches you. You go in tight and not run out too wide on the exit. So yeah, Bradbury is not going to have this easy. Looks to the inside again now as they head towards the Britain chicane. That door is closed, and Charlie Hart is not for moving.
He is not, and we kind of want to defer the window, really, don't we, for the pit stops, because it's always a shame to extinguish a battle. A different battle will obviously emerge after the pit stops are complete, but very definitely a two-way scrap for first position at the moment.
Yes, of course, we're going to get Jake Hill in the 110 car. We are going to get Chris Davell back in the Olympian GRD car. And 195 will be Neil Burrows again, I presume. We're absolutely nose to tail here then. The 2 onboard camera cars together, of course, here as well, battling for the lead as they head towards Clay Hill and Druids. They're almost touching bodywork as they turn into the quick right-hander. That was fantastic. Fantastic viewing from on board the Bradbury Mobile, which heads down towards Lodge Corner. Is he going to jinx the inside? Well, Charlie thinks he might, so covers the inside line. Bradbury goes to the outside. Oh, no, we've got a car off at Shell. We'll get back to that in a second because it's going to be side by side again, I think, is it? Oh, is Charlie heading for the pit lane? No, he's just defending the inside. Very early doors. And for the second lap in a row, Richard, they'll be side by side into Old Hall.
They will be. So we've got cars coming in, and they are still side by side, and it's Hart on the inside. But the linking on around the outside is going to be able to hang on to it as they go down the hill. He's going to grab the inside line for the next corner and grab the lead potentially here.
Oh, late on the brakes. Bradbury turns into the corner, goes through. That was really clever driving that from Ted, because remember, a lap ago, he went to the inside at Old Hall, and Charlie toughed it out on the outside and held the lead. So Ted learned from that and realised, hang on, I can go around the outside of him, and then I'll have the momentum down the avenue, and I'll be able to take the lead into Cascades. That's exactly what he did. So Bradbury to the front then. The pit window is open, by the way, so we are going to start seeing cars into the pit lane before too much longer, I suspect. The car that had spun at Shell has got going. That's good news, so no delay necessary there. 62 is in after its gravelly excursion earlier on as well, but the lead battle showing no signs of dying down. They both, again, absolutely hammer the curbs, fully airborne through the Britain chicane, and then up and over Hilltop they will go. Is this where Charlie Hart builds towards another challenge maybe? He's got the slipstream, but what he doesn't have is a route through on the inside line. Bradbury making absolutely sure of that. Defends into the Hislop chicane, but then runs wide and goes straight on. Bradbury straight across the grass, and Charlie Hart will surely come through into the lead. Yes, he does. So a mistake from Bradbury. That's a rare mistake from Ted Bradbury. We saw it all unfolding from the onboard camera there aboard the 110 car, and you could see he went in on the tight line. He braked a bit too late. The rear broke traction, and straight across the grass he went. So the battle continues, and Bradbury now has another overtake to make.
Well, it's all go, isn't it? I'll tell you what, they'll need the breather, won't they, in a minute when they come into pit lane. Simon Rudd still there, and obviously making the most of this. Only got another 6 minutes of the window as the leaders go side by side once again. Come on, lads, it's a 3-hour race.
I'm loving this. I don't think Simon Rudd is loving this, to be honest. I think he'd rather they just calm down and stop doing this. He doesn't really want a part in this fight. They're side by side again into Old Hall Corner. For the second lap in a row, Bradbury tries the outside line. That time couldn't make it stick, though, but he carries much more speed off the corner and will again challenge as they head towards Cascade. Goes to the outside line. Does he go right round the outside of Cascade's corner? Charlie Hart should have the better line, but Bradbury keeps on coming. Tries to find the momentum. He'll be squeezed out wide here, surely. Oh, great respectful driving from both of them. Plenty of space left, and it is still car 110 that leads the way. But Charlie Hart is really having to work for this. He's got Ted Bradbury crawling all over him, and Simon Rudd just saying, calm down, boys. I don't want you two to start fighting, because then there's every chance that that's going to have a negative effect on him. He just wants to bring this car in one piece, and these two are insistent in taking lumps out of each other.
Keen on the... Oh!
My word. Bradbury, I mean, I really feel for that car, the 195 car. It's not being given the nicest of treatment, is it, in this stint by Ted Bradbury? Sort of starting to fall apart around him as well with that bodywork at the front of the car, but he's going quickly.
Bradbury is. He wants to get the lead coming into this, so we've got a Jake Hill stint coming up. We've got a Neil Burrows stint coming up. We've got a Chris Dovell stint coming up for the third place car as well. The Uvio Hoffman's car next up. Farkini will be handing over to Fabulous Randaccio. We only have 4 minutes of the pit window open. Several other cars coming in, but not the mad. This is going to be the first traditional stop, if you like, going forward into this race. And of course the drivers now starting to get into a little bit of traffic as well. How's this going to affect the lead battle?
Well, let's see. Bradbury's going to have a little look to the inside at Lodge, but that door is, again, not left open for him. And then Charlie just parks the car on the apex, immediately drives to the right-hand side of the road and defends going towards Old Hall Corner again. So, yeah, this is not going to be an easy pass, this, for Bradbury. They're inches apart again, heading for the first corner. Charlie Hart defends the inside line, and Bradbury takes the wide, sweeping line in, cuts to the late apex. And again, you can really graphically see the effect of the switchback there. He's slow in, but fast out. He draws level now with the 110 car into Cascades and goes through. Bradbury goes through to the lead, but he can't get the car stopped. He slides wide, just about makes the corner. They touch on the exit, and Charlie Hart is back alongside. Fantastic racing between the two of them. Charlie Hart on the inside, and again Simon Rudd finds himself joining into a battle he doesn't really want. There's a car stationary at Hislops. We'll get to that in a moment, because the leaders are absolutely neck and neck. Round Island Corner, still Bradbury's on the inside line. He's late on the brakes, sails into Shell and reclaims the lead. This is some of the best side-by-side racing we've seen all year, Richard, and we are only a third of the way through the race.
Absolutely superb stuff, and these two youngsters, products of, as we look at them, first to second place at the moment, both of them from karting. Ted Bradbury, the leader, having come through the Brscc Mazda Championship, and the chaser, Charlie Hart, having come through the Ginetta Junior Championship, and it just goes to show what great training grounds both of those championships can be. Here comes Hart again, gets the momentum, has a look at the entrance of the chicane. He's going to get a run here. Is there room there? You wouldn't have thought so, but he's having a look. Oh, can't quite do it. And again, we've got Simon Rudd right in behind. And Simon, you know, had he been 100% on the gas here, and this was earlier in the season, he would have been, he'll probably say I'd have been past and down the road by now, but it would have been an even more frenetic battle if that is possible. But these two...
Oh! My word, that is not a place to be making contact. Bradbury with some excellent car control saves it, but Charlie Hart's back alongside now on the outside into Lodge. And just to sort of get you even more excited for the conclusion of this race, in the final stint, these are the two drivers in these cars. If they get a late safety car, if they end up together at the end of the race, this could legitimately be the battle for the race win, and that is a battle that I would buy a ticket for, that's for sure. Into Old Hall Corner they go again. It is Bradbury with the lead this time, and it just seems, doesn't it, Richard, that whoever gets in front, they can't escape. They're too evenly matched, these two, and they're both driving on full attack.
That's the whole point, isn't it, of Fun Cup? It's putting, you know, evenly matched drivers in very evenly matched cars. Throw in a few Masters as well to add to the mix, and you've got the perfect endurance race. Now, what can Charlie Hart do? We've got pit window closing very soon, so this is sadly going to get extinguished for the moment, and we get the thrill of watching the stops happen, which is going to be interesting. But I'm sure that Bradbury has enjoyed this race now as Hart goes to the outside on the banking at the hairpin. Simon Rudd still keeping that watching brief in the championship, leading number one car. Olympian GRD machine still there. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves now is, who is going to be the leader when they come in? Is it going to be... I'm going to hazard a punt here and say that I think Bradbury's going to hang on to the lead until he gets into the pits.
Which means he'll probably lose it down at his lops then, because Charlie Hart is all over him into the braking zone. We've seen a few mistakes down here from Ted, haven't we? And again, he struggles to get the car turned in, but I don't think Charlie Hart will be presented with an opportunity to pass. He's sideways again, lots of opposite lock there. Got to think about the tyres. It's only a 3-hour race, this one. It is a sprint by Fun Cup standards, but you know, you've got to look after those tyres. He's sliding the car around quite a lot, and that might come back to bite them later on, because they don't change tyres in Fun Cup, remember. These tyres will do the whole race. Bradbury again to the inside, defends into Druid's corner. This is where they touched a lap ago. You're on board with Bradbury. Behind us somewhere is Charlie Hart. We're going to the inside to cover into Lodge Corner. This is the Charlie Hart view through the trees, and again we're going to go to the outside line into Lodge Corner. Try and sweep right round the outside, maybe. That's not quite going to work. The pit lane window is closed, but they're allowed to do one more lap, so past the board they will go. We have one more lap of this battle, but we'll put it on ice and hopefully get a resumption of it in the end of the race. These, as I said, are the two cars who will be, two drivers who will be in these cars in another hour and 3/4 time on the run to the checkered flag. You'd think they were fighting for the victory right now, wouldn't you, in the final few laps? They're absolutely together, and now there's some traffic in front of them as well.
Traffic to deal with. They'll be having it in mind that they've got to come in at the end of this lap as well. Car starting to come in as the pit window closes. Now we're going to get a pass here as they go past the 207 Wave 9 machine. No, we don't, but there's still Charlie Hart, despite he'll be thinking about coming into the pits, he's still thinking about having a go at getting past and being first into pit lane, having that bragging. What a great session we've had from all three of these drivers. Rudd drops back just a little bit with the Wave 9 machine, not in the way as such, but just didn't fall as kindly for Rudd as they made their way round, but they're still fighting.
Bradbury overcooked it a bit there, didn't he, into Britain's, carried too much speed in. Charlie Hart now has a bit of a snap of oversteer on the exit as well. Need to keep an eye on what they do with fuel as well when they come in, these two, so hopefully we get a camera on them when they're in the pit lane, and Olympian GRD, in fairness, to see what they do with refuelling. But for now, the battle continues on track through the Hislop chicane towards Knickerbrook. The 104 car is just ahead of them. That's Dave Farrow, I think, now plugged into that car. I don't think they're quite going to catch him before they arrive at the pit lane. Over Clay Hill, then towards Druids. Is there one more lunge to come then, I wonder? Or are we going to see them just agree to call a truce now on the way into the pit lane? I hope they're not side by side coming out of Lodge Corner again this time. That could get very messy. I don't think they will be. I think Charlie's a bit too far back. So Ted Bradbury, I think, is going to take this little sort of mini victory. He wins the battle. Who wins the war? We'll have to wait and see. But Ted will be very pleased to have... Oh, he's gone off! Ted Bradbury straight on at Lodge Corner. The last corner of his stint, keeps it on the road. Why did I say that? Charlie Hart will lead them into the pit lane, and it will be the Ninky Donkin behind them. But Ted Bradbury, very lucky not to go off completely there.
That was an absolutely incredible stint by those three. Simon Rudd's out of the car, refuelling.
On all three. All three
three
refuelling. And Uvio as well refuelling. One churn, I think, for each. So, Need to have a lie down, I think, after that stint. We've still got an hour and 3/4 of this to go. That was fantastic stuff. Who's going to win the battle out of the pit lane now is the question. Devel is on his way, and he's going to get past the 110 car. Where's the Ninky Nonk? That's not gone yet, has it? It's just leaving now. So another big game for Olympian. Even though they all took fuel, the more experienced team, again, is the one that benefits.
Yeah, it's so key, isn't it, to this championship? There is absolutely no... You can train all you want, but actually being in race trim, doing the driver changes, and that's why the management team are fairly confident about that 10 grand. It very nearly went. But you need that little bit of experience or loss of experience in the pit stop changes in order to grab the extra seconds to come through.
Yes, so there is the UVO car just behind Neil Burrows. So they've gained a lot, but they did take fuel. They're up the inside as well, excuse me, of Neil into Island Bend, and couldn't quite go through. But yeah, the UVO machine a lot closer. It wasn't in the picture, was it, before? But I wonder whether did 195 double fuel, I wonder, because they did seem to lose a lot of time compared to even Olympian as well. So I wonder whether they double fuel. They were directly underneath the commentary position. I saw one churn go in. There may have been a second one ready. I'm trying to get Jamie to chase that one up, maybe. This, meanwhile, is Olympian GRD versus Greenheath. This could be for the lead, I think. The net lead. I think it is, isn't it? I think.
Yes, I think you're right, yep.
Yeah, I think so. So, obviously, the timing screen will sort itself out at the end of this lap, but Greenheath, again, out of nowhere, making some pretty big gains.
Done very, very well indeed. So and here we go. So Chris Devel having a look to try and get through and into, as we say, net lead. Timing screen will reorder at the end of this lap. Chris having a good run. Paul Turner at the wheel of the Greenheath car now continues to lead up. And down through Dearly they go. And across the line, let's see what Chris Devel could do now as he's settled in actually to that P2 at the minute. So it goes down into Old Hall Corner. Here comes the third place car, the UVO Hoffman's car in third place. Ninky Nonk down in fourth, still with the fastest lap, closing in as they go through turn one. Amazing now, 1:45 on the clock. So actually already halfway, having just had the pit window closed, already halfway towards the next stop, which will be on the 1:20 to 1:40 minute mark out of our 3-hour race here. So here is our race leader, Gary Bate, having handed over to Paul Turner. At the moment has got that wee bit of breathing space over Olympian GRD. Uwe Hoffman's in third place. Now what can the Ninky Nonk car do about that gap as we go back to our race leader? It's got to be said, it looks at the moment as if Paul Turner is putting a little bit of space between himself and Chris Devel in P2 as they come down from Hilltop into the Hislop chicane. What was a battle for the lead has settled down now into a fairly comfortable lead for the Greenheath car. Two-car outfit, alternating Gary Bate, Paul Turner in terms of the drives. Let's have a quick look down the order and see Morpheus 110 is down in 5th place at the moment, so we're on to stint 3. So Jake Hill doing this one and stint 4. So that will give the drivers, they'll get into a bit of a groove over the course of, it's effectively going to be a full hour for the likes of Jake Hill. So we'll see how he can improve over the course of his hour stint. At the moment, just a couple of seconds down behind the Ninky Nonk. It's going to be fantastic to see whether he can close up on Neil Burrows in the 195 car. So here is the race leader going through. There is Chris Devel in P2, 1 place ahead of their championship rivals, the UVO Hoffman car in 3rd position, which is a little way down at the moment. 1:42 on the clock. Just caught a glimpse of Jake Hill there in the yellow and black car coming under pressure. In fact, he's gone past now. So Neil Burrows has been passed by Jake Hill. Hill up into 4th position now and trying to chase down the UVO Hoffman's car for 3rd. We'll keep an eye on the gap over the next few laps. So Jake, who had the opening stint, now on the first part of a double stint, remember. Goes down into the hairpin, which doesn't actually look banked when you look at it from the shots. We might do if we grab an onboard of that, if we're able to, a little bit later on, just to see how the cars sort of go into that at an angle. So we've got black and white flags going out, warning for UVO in 3rd place. Now that's going to be track limits, I'm guessing. Also for the 104 car, EDF car with 3rd stint, David Farrow at the controls of 104. And Red River, the 200 car, which is Johnny Molam at the moment. So it doesn't matter who you are, still get a white warning flag at some point. So things that have changed since the pit stops. We've seen Greenheath extend the lead over Olympian. UVO Hoffman's remaining in 3rd. Ninky Knock now having dropped behind Morpheus. You all right, Andy? Thank you for the water, by the way, getting through that. So yeah, settling in. We've only got 10 more minutes before the next session happens, but Greenheath have really consolidated the lead here. Chris Stovell doing a good job in 2nd position, the UVO car still in 3rd, and Morpheus now up to 4th.
Yes, they are, aren't they? So they're there or thereabouts still. 8.5 seconds covering the top 5. But of course, different drivers plugged into the cars now. So the race-leading Greenheath car, that's number 14 now, Paul Turner. And did Paul Turner last lead a Fun Cup race, I wonder? Although I think I actually remember asking that at Anglesey. I think he led at Anglesey as well briefly. But Paul Turner, long-time Eco Racing driver. Champion, in fact, with Eco. Was he on their championship winning team in 2012? I'll have to double-check that, but... yeah, well, they won 2012, definitely. I was here, the first Fun Cup race I ever attended. I can't remember whether Paul Turner was driving for them, if I'm honest, but I'll try and find that out. 3 abreast here into Island Bend. That rarely ends well. That was the Johnny Molam-driven car, moving up the inside of Axiometrics and the EDF car. Remember, EDF's 246 car is one of the 2 cars fighting for 3rd in the championship, the other one being the 195. Which of course is comfortably outscoring them at the moment. They're on the grass, EDF, oh, and they've lost a chunk of the splitter by doing that. There's a drain, I think, on the inside there, which they hit, and that's pulled a bit of the bodywork off the right front corner, so that's why you're supposed to stay on the black stuff. The grass is fraught with danger. How bad is that damage? Let's see as they come down the hill. I can't see because they're stuck behind the Ratters Racing car at the moment. Johnny Molam actually gets overtaken by Ratters Racing. Ratters Racing are absolutely flying these days, aren't they? They are going to be contenders, I think, next year for race victories if they keep this up. That car has Peter Ratcliffe at the wheel now. Johnny Molam coming back at him as they accelerate out of Knickerbrook, up and over the hill. But yeah, really interesting situation here at the front of the field. Greenheath actually extending the margin now. They've just come through to complete their 30th lap. Crammed a lot of action into 30 laps, haven't we? That's pretty incredible. And their lead over UVO, who are now in 2nd place. So UVO, for the first time, Richard, are ahead of Olympian GRD now. So UVO into 2nd, Morpheus up to 3rd, Olympian GRD down into 4th place. Right, speaking of Greenheath, they're leading, they're pulling away, they're looking really good. And down at the Greenheath end of the pit lane is Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I've got Gary Bate, who's jumped out of the race-leading Greenheath car. That was a very, very busy stint for you. It's action all the way, isn't it?
It was action all the way. I mean, the competition today is, you know, next level. We all know who's here and who's going round. Paul, you know, Paul started well, kept everyone honest, brought the car in. We had the best pit stop ever and went out in the lead. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with Jake Hill and a couple of others, but we got onto the back of UVO, stayed with them for the 25 minutes, and everything worked well. But weirdly, just before I was going out, I was listening to some music, you know, just psyched myself up, and I got a bit of Elton John on, Rocket Man. I don't know why, but that just sent me out there, Jay.
Right. Okay, so you were rocket propelled, like Jake's been in his rocket ship in the past.
In the yellow brick road. Yeah.
Okay, and where is this yellow brick road leading?
Hopefully to a win. We need a bit of an incident up front, but you know, we're on the pace today, which is really good, and we love the circuit. So if we can get through the 3 hours, we want a good result. Yeah.
So you're going to pile Sam full of cookies so he gets the sugar rush, and you're going to go and win this, yeah?
We are, and I'm now going to listen to a bit of Bob Marley.
All right, go and do that.
Thank you.
Back to Andy and Rich.
Can't beat a bit of Bob Marley. I was trying to think of a Bob Marley Fun Cup pun, but they escaped me. Luckily for all the viewers.
Not my kind of music, I'm afraid. I'm not super familiar. Well,
You've missed
answer on
out.
a postcard. Someone in the YouTube chat can help us, I'm sure.
Oh, there we are, without a
we'll
doubt,
get some
yeah.
suggestions. I may live to regret asking that, but we are hearing the 103 car has some bodywork rubbing. Oh, yes, it does. 103 on the left rear corner with some bodywork rubbing. They've got PLR just in behind them. This is the fight for about 10th place, I think. I say about because it's changing every lap. It is, full 10th place, actually. Axiometrics in 10th. And PLR going into 10th now. The inside, nice move made. That was Ben Pitch, I think, wasn't it, in the PLR car? Yes, it was. As stop-go penalties are now handed out to 109 and 221. 109 is Morpheus Motorsport. Well, that's Steve Walton. And the 221, Skull Club Racing's Russell Joyce picking up penalties for track limits. And they may not be the only ones that get those, because we are seeing quite a few of them running wide at Cascades.
How are we doing time-wise? It's amazing how these stops creep up on you, isn't it? The pit windows. It goes so quickly. People talk about 3-hour race, but my goodness me, it goes so quickly. That last stint, though, probably for me, stint of the season that I've seen.
I'd say so. Up there with the Anglesey stint when everything went haywire into the night race. That was pretty crazy. Yes, the pass in the grass from Riley Phillips, which we're still talking about now. That was pretty cool, but it's been a season of that, really. There hasn't been a bad race this year. There hasn't been a dull race, certainly. Even the ones I've not been at, I've caught up with. They've all been really good. Stetterton, Brands Hatch, always action. Croft was really exciting. Whoops, Axiometrics straight on now at the Hislop chicane. Whether that bodywork rubbing is actually indicative of more damage underneath, because they obviously had a whack from someone. But yeah, been a really great season. We talk a lot about the grid size going up, but even when it wasn't at 30 cars, or nearly 30 cars, we've had some terrific racing all year long. And long may that continue. Fun Cup at its absolute finest.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating season to follow and watch. And I think people have been hung up on numbers this year, but to be honest, the championships that have done well have sort of bucked the trend, haven't they? The financials, and Fun Cup very clearly has done that, particularly this weekend. Most numbers have gone down.
Yeah,
they've gone up towards the end. Hoping it's going to be a resurgence generally of numbers coming in next year. I think hopefully people are sort of through that dismal couple of years we've had and thinking about spending a bit more money on the racing, maybe companies as well putting a bit more money in.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I hope so. Motorsport needs money, unfortunately. It's not cheap, but it's well worth getting involved with, isn't it? And the Fun Cup in particular, yeah, I hope we will see more and more cars appearing, because this is the kind of racing that you could be getting involved with if you get yourself on the grid, because guess what? We are about to have another battle for the lead. Greenheath have been caught by UVO. Jake Hill is coming as well in the 110 car, which is sort of omnipresent, isn't it? Whenever there's a battle for the lead, it is there. UVO on the inside. Really good move on the brakes into the Hislop chicane. Through goes Fabulous Randaccio. Really nothing Gary Bate could do about that, in all honesty. Randaccio goes through to the lead, and needed to do that, really, because Jake Hill was arriving at a rate of knots behind him.
Got my numbers down. Is it Gary Bate or Paul Turner?
Oh, it's Paul Turner.
Stint 3.
Yes,
I'd be worried for a minute.
Yeah, Paul Turner. I'd literally just said it was Paul Turner as well. And yes, Paul Turner down to second place. Fabulous. It is fabulous, isn't it?
It is.
Yep. And we know it's Jake Hill in the 110. What can he do now? Can he go after UVO, I wonder?
He will, yes, one would say that he will. And remember, this is the first part of the double stint for him. So he will want to 3 minutes away from the pit window. And he will want to come in, and in all likelihood, I think is going to come in as leader. He's got 2 cars to pass, but you'd be brave to bet against the reigning British Touring Car champion from doing it. I wonder if Mikey Doble was wishing he was out in this as well this weekend. That would have been...
Wouldn't be surprised if he does. I mean, the Dobles have raced in most things, haven't they? So wouldn't be at all surprised if we get them in the future. Jake Hill, that was a nice move. And Paul Turner, there is no point putting up a defence, is there? Because he's so good on the brakes. Charlie Hart is as well in that car, but Jake in particular, I noticed, really good on the brakes. Although, in fairness, Paul Turner is putting up a fight. He's trying to get back at him, actually, up the inside into Island Bend. That doesn't work. Jake Hill stays in front, and now he will set off after the race leader.
Black and white warning flag for the Ninky Nonk down in... People still laughing every time.
It gets funnier every time, I don't know why.
And now you know the gauntlet is down, so the rest of the paddock will come up with another funny name.
Yes.
What could be even more funny?
We're all for it. We're all for it.
Yeah,
as long as it's broadcastable, we are all for it. Yeah, that's the 195 going. They're not a million miles back, are they, from this lot? They are lapping quicker, quicker certainly than the leaders at the moment. Because, of course, the leaders are busy battling, and I don't think that battle's going to subside anytime soon. Randaccio with a big slide through Knickerbrook Corner, and Jake Hill will sense that now. He'll know that he's going to have better momentum up the hill, pick up the slipstream. Druids isn't really an overtaking opportunity, but Lodge very much is. And I would not be surprised to see Jake Hill try and jink up the inside here. Into the right-hander they go. Got the 22 car behind them. That car is a lap down, at least one lap down, but running pretty well, actually, in the hands of Russell Joyce at the moment. Under the bridge, into Lodge. Does Jake go for the move? Like I said, he is good on the brakes. Not that good, though. Settles in behind UVO for now.
He does. He would still like to have the lead coming in. He can take his pit stop at any time that he wants. So I'm guessing he'd like the lead when he does come in. But is he going to regard Fabulous Randaccio as traffic and want to deal with that? How much of the pit crew timed in to when he's going to come in, do we think?
Oh, well, the situation's about to change anyway because he's going for the lead into Cascades. But let's get this move done and then I'll answer your question. Is he? Well, actually, has he got the move done? Maybe not. Randaccio fighting it out on the inside. Oh, Jake almost run out to the edge of the road, but again, just left just enough space there by Randaccio. Hill's got the outside line now into Island Bend. And is he going to sweep through on the way into the quick left-hander? No, they're still side by side, right round the outside for Jake Hill. And he's got the inside line for Shell. I think that will work. Jake Hill to the lead, question mark. Yes, finally gets the move made. And another brilliant example of side-by-side racing from the reigning British Touring Car Champion.
Absolutely superb stuff. Remember, that car came in to the last set of stops in lead position. Dropped down the order slightly, fourth position when they came out. And Jake has worked his way through from fourth position into the lead as the next window is open. We've got, I can't actually see the board, but we've got Marshall holding something out. I'm guessing that is the pit board rather than black and white warnings.
Yes, it is. It is.
And
yes.
lead changing again.
Yep, UVO back through. By the way, sorry, I've got my school club cars mixed up. That's actually Phil Keane, not Russell Joyce behind, which is why he's starting to make a nuisance of himself. He wants to unlap himself if he can. I think only one lap down is the 22. Yes, one lap down. So if they could get back on the lead lap and catch a safety car, that could turn their entire race around, couldn't it? So brilliant job by that team as well to get that car fixed after what was a pretty hefty whack in at this corner, actually, in race one for Ian Loggy. So Keeney with two more cars to pass to try and get back on the lead lap, and the last of those cars he'll have to pass is Fabulous Randaccio in the UVO car, because Fabulous is back in the lead of the race. Jake Hill, though, with a good run over Deers Leap, gets the slipstream. Is Randaccio going to defend into Old Hall Corner? The answer is no. And Jake Hill doesn't think about the inside line anyway, in fairness. So they stay as they were. But we're an hour and a half in, and it has now been about an hour since the safety car came in at the end of the last safety car period. This is an hour of genuine racing, and the top three cars are covered by 3/4 of a second, with Jake Hill once again round the outside. Rear of the car snaps sideways. Has he done it this time? They're both on the limit of adhesion, but they're both still side by side. Phil Keane makes it three abreast, surely not. Phil Keane to the inside of both of them into Island Bend, trying to unlap himself. How's this going to work? Keane goes through. Phil Keane back onto the lead lap, and Jake Hill still hasn't actually finished the manoeuvre against the UVO car. He's got the inside line into Shell, will go back through, but Phil Keane, I mean, fair enough, he's perfectly entitled to try and do that. There's no rule in Fun Cup against that. If he thinks he's fast enough to get back on the lead lap, he's perfectly free to do so, and he did.
Yeah, amazing stuff, and because if you get a safety car now, he's laughing, isn't he?
Exactly. Well,
unless he causes it.
Which he nearly did. No, he knew what he was doing. These are 3 top-level drivers, aren't they? Let's be honest. And they all knew what they were doing there. They all gave each other enough room, not a hint of contact. That was just really great racing. And Phil Keane back onto the lead lap now then. So Keane out in front of this group, not in the lead of the race. Jake Hill leads in the yellow and black 110 car. UVO's Fabulous Randaccio second, and in fairness, Paul Turner sticking with them as well in the Green Heath car. Neil Burrows, interestingly, in the Ninky Nonk, not really catching them at the moment as Hill goes back up the inside of Keane, and all of that hard work done by Phil Keane has now been undone because he's back off the lead lap now. As Jake Hill clearly felt he was being held up, didn't appreciate a lapped car getting in the way, and took matters into his own hands there at Druids. He's a bit wide though at Lodge Corner, just about stays in front. Phil Keane's had enough now, he's pitting and he's bringing with him Paul Turner. So Paul Turner, the first of the lead lap cars to pit. The leaders, though, are absolutely locked together again into Old Hall Corner. Fabulous Randaccio looks to the inside, nothing doing there. But this is a terrific scrap between the two of them. And of course, no pressure from behind now either, so they are free to battle each other as hard as they like. Team HLR, by the way, have just gone 5th. Ahead of Olympian GRD. Who's in the HLR car now? It is Harry George again. They're just doing a straight alternating of stints. So Harry started, Luca took over, and they keep on in that fashion to the end.
So when Chris Devell comes in, that's his year done, isn't it? Because
it is,
second,
yes.
second stint. And he will hand over to Riley Phillips, so we can maybe expect the number 1 car to get back involved in the mix with the front runners. How quickly is he going to come in, though? That's the question. 5 minutes in, so he's getting a good run at this one, is Chris Devell.
You would imagine he'd be in soonish, I guess, but not yet made his way in. Here was Fabulous, meanwhile, still pushing, literally, Jake Hill down the hill. Couldn't find a way through just yet.
Shows how good the Fun Cup regulars are, doesn't it, when you've got the likes of Jake Hill, and we know Jake's good. And he's put, as I said to Mikey Doble earlier on, you put your reputation on the line coming and racing something else, which Jake has done. We knew Jake was going to be quick anyway, but it just goes to show how good the Fun Cup regulars are. Yeah, I chatted to Jake about that this morning actually, and said, you know, you are one of those few drivers these days who will just go and race anything. You know, reputation puts you on side, just go and have fun. You just love racing. He said, yeah, that's all I want to do is race. And he helps that he's pretty good at it as well. It doesn't really matter what he jumps into. He's usually pretty competitive. So a bit of historic racing that he does these days, and who knows, might see him back in Fun Cup again in the future. But yeah, he has been a real star this weekend. And has Ting ever driven one?
Yes, yes. Did a race at Brands Hatch in 2015, 16, around then. Was going very well until, I don't think he was in the car, but his car spun Exton Graham Hill Bend and got collected, and they were out. But he led, I think, at one point in that race. Yeah, another class act and a class driver is Tom. So UVO back in the lead. Can't remember if I mentioned that. How UVO back. I actually am losing track of when the lead changes because it's changing so frequently. How many lead changes have we had so far? I haven't looked this up yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 lead changes so far.
And that's only the ones recorded at the end of each lap.
At the end of the lap, yes. Yeah, exactly. What's the Oulton Park record? I hear you screaming at your TV
Andy,
screens.
what's the Oulton Park record for leader changes?
I will tell you momentarily. It is 22. That was a 4-hour race then. A few years ago.
Oh!
Jake Hill saw the opportunity. He's alongside, he's on the outside into Hislops. But interestingly, doesn't try and force the issue there. So, yeah, got a bit lucky to get alongside and then didn't want to put himself in a bad spot on the outside line, I think. So Jake backs out of that one. Of course, he's double stinting, as we've made the point already. So he's going to be staying in, well, not staying in the car. He gets out of it straight back in again.
And again, the stops are going to be fascinating, aren't they? I mean, every element of this works, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed so. Greenheath double fueled, by the way, Jamie's told me. So they will be going presumably with no fuel. Perhaps from here to the end, actually. Probably can go from here to the end without fuel. So may we see other teams do that
so
now.
is it two churns gets you through 3 hours?
Well, it would get you
Normally.
through an hour and however long's left, hour and 20 minutes or so, I'm pretty sure,
Right.
yes. 2 stints on a full tank should be doable. So, wonder whether we'll see some of the other leading teams try that, get the refuelling out of the way now, and then just flat chat to the end, maybe. So round Old Hall they go. Still not pitting, but they've got another couple of minutes to do it, in fairness, haven't they, Richard? So, no great rush.
Thought Christabel might have been in earlier, but hasn't done. Still in 6th place, so they are...
That's a good point, actually.
And I've forgotten, I did ask you at the top of the race what the points difference was between first and second in the championship.
10.
10, so 5 places.
5 places, yes.
So it's actually quite nip and tuck, isn't it?
It is really, yeah. It's you can't imagine that Olympian GRD wouldn't finish in the top 5 provided nothing goes wrong. But it's one of those, if they do have a hiccup somewhere...
They're out now.
They're out the pit lane. I wasn't watching. Did they take fuel or not? I'm not so sure. Oh, they've had another car released very slowly in front of them. Simon Rudd is all kinds of angry about that. Because the car, not only did it release in front of them, but then went very slowly down the pit lane. So that's cost them a few seconds. But Riley Phillips into the car now. Christabel, as we said, his day, his season is done. His role now is to sit, watch, strategise maybe, and put the trust in his very experienced co-drivers that they're going to be able to bring this one home. So at the moment, of course, if we were to throw the checkered flag now, UVO would be champions as well. So because they are 6 places ahead. However, that's about to change because Jake Hill's going to take the lead off them into Druids. And of course, we're not throwing the checkered flag now, thankfully. No early finish today. We're going the distance. And UVO have to really, you feel, have to win this race and hope that something goes wrong for Olympian. So round Lodge, are they going to pit this time? I doubt it. No, they're both going to go for one more lap, I think, aren't they? Is the board out? No, I don't think it is yet. So 2 more laps potentially they could do. Here comes Fabulous to the inside into Old Hall corner. Sails back through again. Another lead change between these two. And perhaps another one to come down at Cascades.
Yeah, I think you need to add these into your stats as well because the stats themselves aren't conveying the mid-lap changes that we're getting.
Yes, like I would love to say I've got enough time to do that. I don't.
And to be fair, I don't think you'd be able to...
It's physically impossible, yeah. I remember thinking that the race that had the most lead changes, which was that Thruxton Thriller a few years ago, 63 lead changes, it must have had close to 200 lead changes in actual fact, all around the track, and there have been other races like that even here at Oulton Park. This one certainly is racking up the lead changes.
It's very like boxing, doesn't it? We've got the Thruxton Thriller and the Pass on the Grass and all this kind of like the Rumble in the Jungle, wasn't it, with in the boxing world.
That's true. At least it's not a Donington Decider. Everyone has a Donington Decider these days, don't they? That seems to be... We need an Oulton version of that. I'm going to leave that to someone with a more creative mind than mine.
Scott's on the case.
Yeah. So the leaders, again, arrive at Hislops. Jake Hill descends the hill as the race leader. And the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car behind. Now, the pit window, I think, is just closing now. I think the ball's just gone out, so I think these two could do one more lap if they wanted to. They are side by side again into Druids. This is where Hill passed Randaccio a lap ago, and now in an exact mirror of that move, Randaccio goes back ahead of Jake Hill through the right-hander. So Fabulous Randaccio back out in front. Are they pitting this time, or are they going to go one more lap? I can see Farchini ready in the pit lane. So there's a chance they're bringing this car in. I think I can see Charlie Hart ready as well. Are they pitting? No, one more lap. So we get to enjoy this for another couple of minutes, Richard.
We do. One more lap. So let's have a look and see whether Jake Hill... I'm going to be keen to see how Jake does his stop and where he comes out in relation to Farchini.
Frustrating for them, isn't it, really? Because they've been consistently losing 5-6 seconds in the pit stops. If they weren't doing that, they'd be a mile ahead, wouldn't they? It's good for us because it's keeping it interesting. But you have to feel if they can just even slightly improve those pit stops going through the final couple of pit windows, that could make a massive difference to their chances of winning a race. So, leaders into Shell. Jake Hill again to the outside. And, well, maybe we'll have another move into Druids at the end of this lap, because that's where on the previous 2 laps the lead has changed. And Jake Hill, I'm sure, would like to bring that car in as the race leading car if at all possible.
He certainly will want to. We'll see whether he can manage it. So, Hill still chasing Fabulous Randaccio over Hilltop. Down in towards the chicane we go again. Is Hill going to be maybe just settled with coming in P2 in this one? Can see Farchini ready down in pit lane, poised and ready to jump in the car. Heading up under the Clay Hill bridge right now. And Jake, remember we saw the Ninky Nonk have a moment off, didn't we, just before the last stop? And is Hill going to have a look at the inside here? He's thinking about it. Whether it's the right time to make a move or not is another matter. They deal with the back marker car, and Jake is still all over the back of Fabulous as they go under the Paul Warwick Bridge and down through Lodge Corner for the last time in this stint.
He's got a good run through Lodge, but of course can't really get alongside because they're both going to pit, so that's a shame. He actually had the run that time, but couldn't do anything with it. Right, let's see what they do on fuel. In they both come. Hill, of course, will go a bit further down the pit lane, so we'll see the UVO stop first, a dry stop. No fuel for UVO. There is fuel for the Morpheus car, though, so Morpheus are refuelling, just a single churn by the looks of it, but UVO not, so it should be a much quicker stop this for UVO. There you can see the driver is out, Jake Hill out. He is running round the car, actually.
He does, yeah.
So he did run round to the
Good
other
old
side.
school, Jake, well done.
And in he gets. I suppose he had time whilst they were refuelling, but already the UVO car is gone, and they haven't even got Jake belted back in, so that's the time you lose for refuelling. In the background, look, the Ninky Nonk is in, and they've just fueled as well, I think. Pretty sure they fueled. Ted Bradbury watching on as out goes the 110. So all of those cars, well, not the Ninky Nonk, but the other two are both going to get out ahead of Greenheath's and ahead of Olympian GRD, interestingly. So 221 also we saw was in the garage. That had just been wheeled out of the garage, did a lap, came back in again. So they've had some dramas. Back out goes Neil Burrows behind Olympian GRD. So that's another car that's lost time, but they did take fuel, and I think quite a lot of the others around them didn't that time.
It's going to be interesting to see how they all settle down on this one. 1:15 left on the clock now, so UVO Hoffman's super stop. That means presumably they're going to have to refuel on the next one.
Yes.
Because this is now stint, I've lost count of stints, stint 4.
So they've got 2 more stops, yes, two more stops,
right.
yes. I'm used to the 40-minute stints here in Oulton. They're 30, aren't they? So yeah, 2 more pit stops. Yes, I would think they'll need some fuel at some point. Depends a bit how much they put in at the first stop, because we didn't really see that, but I do suspect that's going to be the case. So through the Britain chicane comes Neil Burrows, continuing to push on. Ted Bradbury. So yeah, we've had Burrows.
It's Burrows, Burrows was following himself, isn't he, this one?
Yes, he was, and then Ted's doing the same at the end. So Burrows at the inside of the 104. We'll see at the end of the lap where he is in relation to everybody else, but certainly behind Olympian GRD, that much is for sure. So Olympian are, I think, 4th at the moment. Double check at the end of the lap, and I think they're in 4th. UVO are at the line, though, so that gives you an indication of how far behind Olympian are. It doesn't matter as long as they're in the top 5, but they are a long way behind UVO, who have already gone across the line as Olympian were heading up the hill towards Druids, so a big gap. Right, whilst we figure out what the order is and what the gaps are, let's head down into pit lane. Jamie Peters-Ennis catching up with Fabulous Randaccio.
Yeah, I'm down with Fabulous now. We had a great stint with Jake Hill, and that was proper working together, passing and repassing, but he still built up a 10-second gap between the 2 of you.
Yeah, that was good going. It's always hard with those sort of situations not to trip over each other, but I mean, he's obviously a class act and makes a very good fun cupper, so you just got to pinch yourself when you're an old man like me and you're racing with the current BTCC champion. It's ace.
I was going to say, how cool is that?
It's very, very, very cool, but it's also very cool that we're ahead of the Team Olympian guys, so I think we ought to come on, have a little word with them. Come on. Come on, they're doing data. They're always doing data. Let's go and have a chat with them. Chris, you're live on air at the moment. It looks like you're data logging as usual. How's your race going today?
Turn this off. Oh my goodness.
I think you've got to come out.
What are you doing interviewing?
It was a bit lungy, wasn't it, that second chicane?
That was a bit lungy.
Oh, no, I didn't
looked
intend.
and I thought he's not going to try that, and then I thought, you know what, he probably is. So I went to turn in, and you were there, and I thought, bang, straight.
Good job missing me. You could have collected it. You could have collected it. I wasn't going to go myself, and then I thought, oh, I'm already committed now, aren't I? Let's send it. But it's a great race so far, hotting up.
It certainly is, mate. It certainly is. And let's see who wins at the end.
Who have you got? You got Riley in at the moment.
Yeah, Riley's in now, and hopefully he can make up a bit of the ground that I lost in the last stint, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, you're still well up there. You're still well up there. Looking forward to it, mate.
All
Looking
right.
forward to it.
Take care.
You too. Thank you very much. Jamie, you can have it back now if you like.
Right, thank you. Just for those wondering what was going on, it was all planned.
Just so you know, Jamie, you're sacked. I think we found a replacement. If Jamie ever gives this up, we've got a new job for Fabulous. Right, another job he's got, apparently, is breaking front splitters, because I think that car already had a bit of front splitter missing when it came in. Falchini now having to drive around that. But that's great, isn't it? I cannot think of another championship, maybe one or two, maybe MX-5s, where the drivers would do that. That is pure Fun Cup camaraderie. That sums up the atmosphere in this pit lane. The two teams fighting for a championship, and still that's the relationship they have. It's great to see.
Greenheath and Olympian just swapped twice, actually. So Olympian got to third and Greenheath had just taken it back. So things are changing there, but the UVA Hoffman's car still out front. Jake Hill 15 seconds down now on that stop, which is an incredible amount.
But that's a fueling stop versus a dry stop. So
and run around the car.
Yeah, and the run around the car, yeah. Well, I would say fueling one churn, I think it's 10 to 12 seconds that adds on. So they only lost a couple of seconds, really, I'd say, just through actual pit stop procedure. So that's not too bad. And, of course, the plan is they'll get that back later when they might now not need to refuel for the rest of the race. UVA almost certainly will. So don't count them out. This is one of the fascinating things about endurance racing, particularly Fun Cup, is that the strategy ebbs and it flows throughout the race. There will be cars which are leading in stint 1, then they're 12th in stint 3, and then they're back fighting for the win again at the end of the race. It's just the ebb and flow of the race. It's very NASCAR in that way, actually, I've always thought. Possibly why I enjoy this championship so much, because you know, if you track one team's progress through a race, you'll realise they're not, you know, within a couple of positions. You know, they're not going to be in second, then third, then fourth, then second again. You know, there's massive gains and losses throughout the course of the race, just based on strategy and who's in the car and safety car periods, things like that. It can really jumble things up. So UVA, though, in fairness, ever since that first pit stop when they rocketed up the order, have maintained good track position. They lead the way. Farkini Diot at the wheel now. Morpheus is 110. It's still Jake Hill. His final stint of the day has begun. 15.9 seconds adrift of the race lead. Third position now, though, for Olympian GRD. So Riley Phillips has just overtaken Greenheath into third position. That also put them in the lead of the Masters category as well. And that would put them very much in a championship-winning position right now. So Olympian in fact, no, they're not ahead of Greenheath. That was a dodgy transponder. So still fourth, still doing enough for the championship, but not quite leading in the Masters class. Greenheath in third. That will be Gary Bate again at the wheel. There he is, right on cue. Olympian GRD a couple of seconds behind. There they are, right on cue. And then it's about 5 seconds back to the Ninky Nonk, which is being driven by Neil Burrows still, isn't it, for the second part of that double stint. Then PLR Racing in 6th position, 146. That is Neil Plimmer. 7th, Signature RV. Is that Marcus Clutton now? No, Steve Ruston again. 8th for Axiometrics 103. John Railton aboard. 9th for Red River Sports number 200. They've been solidly in and around the top 10 all day. That's Gareth Williams at the wheel. And the top 10 completed by Vape Club with EDF. Number 246. That car now being driven by Vlad Vasiliev. So that's your top 10. 15.9 seconds the lead gap, and on the last lap, Richard, they lapped within 7 thousandths of a second of each other. So even when they're separated by 15 seconds, nothing to choose between those two cars.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, isn't it? And can I propose that we hire a track on Boxing Day this year?
Oh, yes.
And have a 6-hour race on Boxing Day.
I think that's a cracking idea.
What do you reckon?
I'd do that.
Stuff the football.
Oh, 100%. Fun Cup or football? That's not even a
we're
question.
not talking about those. Brscc, where do we reckon?
Well, Mallory Park always hosts an event on Boxing Day, doesn't it? I don't think Oulton Park would be an option. I think the locals would have something to say about that, wouldn't they? Olympia GRD, by the way, now into the Masters Class lead. There they go, up the inside of Greenheath. So third position now.
A gap that got negated quite quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 seconds, wasn't it, that lap ago? But this is Riley Phillips, and this is what Riley Phillips does. He is one of the fastest drivers on the track. In fact, to be fair, until Ted Bradbury rocked up, he was the fastest driver on the grid, really. But Ted may have just stolen that mantle from him. Riley won't thank me for saying that, but Ted's got the fastest lap, not Riley. So let's see what Riley can do in clean air now, whether or not he's going to be able to match that 1:59.6. Generally, though, the pace, Richard, significantly slower than it was earlier on. So that fastest lap for Bradbury at 59.6. At the moment, the quick drivers doing low 2:01s, so they're about a second and a half off that pace as the tyres wear, the conditions change maybe. The pace definitely slowing down a little bit.
It is, yeah. The driver's probably getting a little bit more fatigued as well as we get towards the end of the day. I was wondering about the sun. I'm not, Scott's looking, so I was looking at him. I was trying to see how low the sun was in the sky. It's affected the screen actually in here from this angle, being able to get a good clear view of the screen. But Olympian GRD back into a podium position, which is the first time for around about half an hour. So they were running P2 around about half an hour ago, and have got back in. So good work from them trying to chase Morpheus in second position. So we'll see. Interesting to see how Riley stacks up against Jake in his second stint.
It will actually, won't it? Yeah, that would be. We'll keep an eye on those lap times then. What's Jake doing at the moment? He is in the mid 2:02s. Riley in the low 2:01s last time. Now Jake may have had traffic, so we'll have to monitor that over a handful of laps. But yeah, that will be interesting. Another change, by the way, for Signature RV. Marcus Clutton is still in the car, didn't get out. So Steve Ruston will delay his stint. He'll be out next after Marcus. Thank you, Jamie, for the info. As here come Olympian GRD and Greenheath. That lap for Jake Hill, 2:02.5. Olympian GRD's Riley Phillips a 2:01.8, even with an overtake. Good battle going on behind them, by the way, between Neil Burrows, Marcus Clutton and Neil Plimmer for fourth position. Next group of cars just about to come into view. So this is a good little scrap going on. Greenheath, who were leading earlier on, well, they've just been over... sorry, not Greenheath. Signature RV, isn't it? Sorry, I should say. Neil Burrows there at the inside of Neil Plimmer has just lost a place to Marcus Clutton and wanted to try and limit it at one position lost, which he does for now. But Neil Burrows in this second part of his double stint does look a little bit like he's struggling perhaps a touch more than he was before. But just needs to try and settle into the rhythm and he'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. Turns through Ireland, Neil Plimmer in behind him, and these two will continue to do battle. Plimmer, of course, trying to chase after Signature RV because that's another Masters car. PLR only fourth in the Masters right now, so that won't be helping their Masters Championship prospects all that much. That is Team Summers. So that's Darren Brown, luckily getting going, recovering from a spin down at Hislops. So yellow flags briefly out, but no need for a safety car. Thankfully, he got going again. So through comes Burrows, leader already at the line though, and this is now starting to look like a proper UVO race, this, isn't it? This is what they used to do time and time again. Hit the front halfway through, pull a gap and break the opposition. They haven't been able to do that this year. It's remarkable to think they haven't won a race this year, but UVO are now in a pretty commanding lead, you'd have to say. Jake Hill comes through 16.8 seconds back from the race leader. Matched.
It's gone out, hasn't it?
Yeah, it went out a lap ago by a few tenths, but they matched each other that time. And then Olympian GRD in third, a further 10 seconds back, but lapping quicker than them. So this is the stint where Olympian are coming back into it, isn't it? They're 26 seconds back now, but at the moment they're taking about half a second a lap out of the race leader.
Fascinating end to the race. We've still got an hour of this to enjoy, so very nearly 2/3 distance through. And Neil Burrows in 6th place. It does all shape, and it all comes together, doesn't it, for that final stint. It's going to be a nail-biter for sure.
It certainly is, because you would imagine UVO, as I said, will have to take fuel at some point. That will cost them a bit of time, so they're going to get even closer, or Olympian will get even closer to them. And that's just going to bunch things up ever more as Burrows and Plymouth nip up the inside of a back mark. And lots of cars, by the way, being warned about track limits, including the leader, interestingly. UVO being warned about it, so too were 257, now 214. So a lot of teams being warned about track limits, but a warning is just a warning. It's not a penalty. As long as they heed the warning, it shouldn't affect their race too much. But yeah, it does feel a bit like the calm before the storm, this, doesn't it? 2 more pit stops, it's all going to come together at the end, I'm sure, but right now, starting to feel a bit more like an endurance race. So it's been about an hour and a half since we went green after that safety car. So far, touch wood, the only safety car of the race. And finally, things starting to settle down a little bit, but for how much longer?
It was a very, very long safety car though, wasn't it? And encompassed our first set of pit stops. Have we had a safety car free at Oulton Park ever?
I'd be surprised. Let me have a look. Safety cars. So we've had lots of safety car free races recently, actually, quite a lot of them in recent years. One of them at Oulton, and it was that 2023, the endurance race, the 4-hour race here last year,
wow.
Safety car free.
Goodness me.
Yeah, that is the only one. Most of them are Silverstones and Doningtons, places with live snatches.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. That is, yeah, it's to have a safety car free race here in particular, when you consider most of the races with a lot of safety cars have been here. Indeed, yes, the most safety cars we've had in a race was 9 at Croft, the second most 7 here in 2018. So, yeah, it's been a pretty clean race this actually so far. Hopefully that continues.
Yeah, touch wood. I hope it does. So we are, I think, boards being prepared. I wonder if we get some early stoppers this time.
Yeah, the question.
Most people have gone late, haven't they?
Yes, they have really. I can't see anyone who's in the car now who would want to. Maybe Neil Burrows. Maybe Neil Burrows, in fairness, because he does seem to be struggling a bit more in this stint. So perhaps Burrows to hand over to Bradbury. I can see down below the team getting ready, but I can't actually see Ted yet. 221 being pushed back out of the garage again as they try and get to the bottom of whatever issue it is they're facing. So on they go. Battle continuing between Plymouth and Burrows. Yeah, Burrows is now 37.5 seconds off the lead. Now that is a big deficit, but we think they're in a good position on fuel, so I don't think they'll be too concerned about it necessarily, especially with Bradbury still to come in that car. Leader goes across the line, looking to see if there's any other good scraps going on. There is a good fight for 8th developing between Axiometrics and Team HLR. We haven't really seen a lot of HLR. We should probably give them some love because that's the Harry George-Luca Hopkinson pairing, British GT aces, and they are currently on the tail of the Axiometrics car. It's the next 2 cars behind these, actually, so that's a good little scrap. To be fair, there are good scraps going on up and down the order, but yeah, this 6th place battle continuing to rage on. And as they go through Old Hall Corner, we wait for Axiometrics and HLR to appear. Who's going to appear first, 103 or 257? The answer is 257 by the looks of it, ahead of 103 now. So 257 picking up a place, 8th position now, that car being driven by Luca Hopkinson again. And 8th spot for them. Another one of those teams that came in this morning hoping to take some money away with them. Didn't quite work out. Where did they end up in the first race? 9th. So they're in the top 10. Not bad. So in and around that same position now. Well, a bit better actually. 8th spot now. Vape Club with EDF on the tail of those 2 as well. So that's actually a 3-way fight now. That Vape Club, yeah, look, there they are, right on the tail of the Axiometrics car. So 246 now being driven by Vlad Vasiliev for the 2nd time. closing in on the 103 of John Railton. And the 103 machine with a bit of defending to do now to keep hold of this 9th spot. Now, this should be fun. I've just heard in my ear that we have Paul and Christian Rose, rare sighting of the father and son duo together in the pit lane, and they've been collared by Jamie Peters-Ennis. This should be good fun. Jamie, over to you.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we felt Christian's had too much airtime this year, so we thought we'd give Paul some airtime as the pit lane siren goes off. 28 cars. You must be absolutely thrilled, and what a cracking day it's been.
You know, it's been really good. The weather's been on our side as well. We did originally have 30 cars, but unfortunately 2 of them had to withdraw. No, really good. It's going the right way, and we've got new teams coming in next year. So yeah, really pleased.
And that's great to see, Chris, isn't it? I mean, we've seen already potential customers here today that I know of one that's more than likely going to be joining us next year that are coming to look in, and they're loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one team on the way up here decided to pull in, look at a car, and they bought that car now for next year as well. So that's quite exciting. And yeah, I think just enjoying the atmosphere. It's a fantastically friendly paddock, and I think you struggle to not enjoy it really.
And we said to Chris at Donington, Paul, motorsport this year in general has been tough for everyone. To get the grids back to where you know you wanted them to be, it has been a hard slog, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, COVID obviously hit motorsport in general, and we're very fortunate that we're on our way up. You know, it's we haven't had grids this size since pre-COVID, so no, it's looking really positive. As you can see, it's a great atmosphere in this paddock, and more cars have been sold, so yeah, really pleased.
That's fantastic. And obviously new partners this year with Gala Performance coming in, and obviously the continual support with GT and the fabulous coverage from Alpha Live. It's been a great year, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, and I think the partners have seen the advantage of doing it. We're getting huge amounts of coverage, if it's on the stream, if it's just on the social media, and everyone's just enjoying it. When it's like that, you can't go too far wrong.
And from your point of view, your old team back in the hunt again, are you slightly wishing you were out there?
Oh, every single race, you get this itch. You enjoy it because everyone's having a good time, but I want to be out there all the time. It drives me mad.
And you're £3 lighter.
Unfortunately, yes, but it's better being £3 light than 10. So yeah, I'm pleased about that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you from all of us for a great year, and we'll have a beer later.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Back to you guys in the box.
That's good to hear. And yeah, Paul Rose, who these days I think has handed almost all of the day-to-day running of the business over to Christian, who's doing a sterling job, it's got to be said. But Paul's still very passionate about the championship and still involved, obviously. He's got the contacts in motor racing as well. And yeah, heard before was chatting to a couple of people who are interested in getting involved in the championship in the future. So yeah, that's it's great to hear from Paul. Christian, son, doing a splendid job, as I said, to run the championship these days, and we've waxed lyrical about this all day long, but the strength of the championship is down to those two and the rest of the JPR team, but particularly those two. Yeah, we thank them for all of their hard work. Right, pit stops beginning, so now it's the turns of the teams to put in some hard work. Johnny Molan getting back into the 200 car, I can see down below, and we await now the arrival of some of our front runners in. I do expect the Ninky Donk to be one of the first in, would you not say, Richard?
I think so, yeah. So we've got the joys of Ted Bradbury about to jump back in. It's so we're going to have Bradbury, we're going to have Simon Rudd, we're going to have Charlie Hart and Fabulous Randaccio.
Yes.
Battling it out. Whether they all come out in sync is another matter, because we have a 16-second lead at the moment for the UBO Hoffman's team, and we've got fuel to go in and so on and so forth. But yeah, the last hour, it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting indeed. I would expect UVO to hold the lead, regardless really of fuel, because they're 16 seconds up. I don't think they'll lose 16 seconds, especially over Morpheus, whose pit stops haven't been quite as quick, of course. So I expect them to hold the lead. The question is, where do Olympian GRD end up after this cycle of pit stops? It will be Simon Rudd, as you said, getting back into that car. They would love to win the championship with a race win, wouldn't they? But at the moment, pretty satisfied, I think, with how things are going in third place. in a championship winning position as it stands, and leading the Masters class as well, which I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying will net them the Masters Championship. But I will say that hesitantly because I don't pretend to fully understand the point system, but I do think they will be doing enough to be winning the Masters Championship. Certainly they're winning the class in this race, so that's got to be good. So Olympian will be pretty happy with their afternoon's work. The lock up there for Axiometrics. This battle continuing to rumble on, isn't it, between Team HLR, Axiometrics and Vape Club at the back of the top 10.
It is, yeah. HLR were in the top 6 with an hour and a half remaining, but have just dropped away. Luca Hopkinson at the controls for that last stint. But, yeah, still in a reasonably decent position.
Just had Morpheus in as well.
Just double checking me stints. It's Charlie Hart, isn't it, for the last 2 stints for the Morpheus car?
I think Axiometrics have flat spotted that tyre, haven't they? They keep snatching the right front into a few of the braking points. I've noticed that for a while. They've had a bit of a rough stint. They had that whack on the left rear corner a while ago, which put some bodywork onto the tyre. Now they've picked up by the looks of it a flat spot. With the best part of an hour to go, that's not going to be a pleasant ride home, is it, for them? They are going to have to manage that to the end. They won't change the tyre, I don't think. But if they keep on locking up, they could make it worse. So, building towards pit stops again. And who is going to be the first one to blink then? Is it going to be one of the race leaders or someone from a bit further back? Window is and has been open for a while, to be honest, but no one inside the top dozen or so have made their way in yet.
It's everyone relatively happy with what they're doing. You know, if you're out on track and getting decent laps in and decent track space. Oh.
That was Greenheath. We didn't see it on the screen. That was a very spectacular entrance to the pit lane. Just as I said, none of the leaders have been in. And PLR are in as well now. No, there is fuel for PLR. Ben Pitch, of course, getting in. Greenheath, I think that was a dry stop. So PLR in. Greenheath back out, and again Axiometrics locking up, look into Old Hall Corner. That's that would be concerning me if I were them, because it is happening very, very frequently now. Pit window is going to close this time by, so next time by is going to be very busy in pit lane. Greenheath then have pitted from 5th, PLR from 6th. They're back on their way again now. But another lap at least, probably, until, well, another lap after this one anyway, until we see the leaders in, I would imagine. And until this battle is put on ice with pit stops. All leapfrogged ahead of Greenheath, but of course Greenheath will get that those positions back again when the 3 cars ahead decide to pit. So there goes the 257. Hammering over the curbs. So as the leaders are preparing to pit, in fact the leaders are in, and there's a churn of fuel going into the UVO car. So this is the fuel we anticipated they'd have to take. What we don't know is whether some of those behind can maybe go from here to the end. Olympian, interestingly, have had all of the others staying out. So Morpheus staying out, Olympian GRD staying out. But fabulous Randaccio gets back into the UVO car for his final stint of the season.
Unhindered as well, wasn't it, in terms of going in and out, which is going to be key at this stage. So how intact will their lead be over the 110 car? Charlie Hart, remember, will be taking over from Jake Hill, so it's a more straightforward stop.
Ninky Nonker in, and they're fueling again, interestingly. So they did need more fuel, so they're not going to make the gains that I expected them to. Ted Bradbury, of course, is going to get into the car. And fuel goes in. Is it a full churn that they're doing? We're seeing this out of the window rather than on the monitor. But it looks like a full churn going in. Yep, full churn. So that was a lengthy stop. There it is, look. So pit stop. Well, driver change now begins. Where will they come out in relation to Greenheath? Because Greenheath are really the only other ones that have pitted. They've not left the box yet. Now they go. So Ted Bradbury unleashed for the final 48 minutes of the race. What can he do? But yeah, I wasn't anticipating them to need that much fuel, so that's not going to help their chances of a third win in a row.
No, you're right, it certainly won't, but safely back out on track. Take a couple of minutes for everyone to feed in. A little bit more staggered. This is probably the most staggered set of pit stops that we've had over the course of the race so far. So Olympian GRD should be next to go in. Driver poised.
This is Olympian, meanwhile. So, of course, Jake Hill leads the race at the moment, technically. He is into the pit lane now and will be followed, I'm sure, by Simon Rudd. By Riley Phillips, I should... no.
It's Simon Rudd, isn't it?
No, it's about to be Simon Rudd. It's,
right.
yeah,
Riley Phillips
then Simon, then Riley.
Then Riley again, yeah.
So in they come, Simon getting in. No fuel for Olympian GRD. There is fuel for the 110, but there you can see on the screen, no fuel going into the number 1 car. So this will be a speedy stop. UVO, for reference, have just gone round the first corner as Olympian blast off down the pit lane. So I think there's a good chance Olympian GRD will be in second place once these pit stops are done. Away goes Charlie Hart. Not far behind them, in fairness. They should be fueled to the end now, I would imagine. And they're all out ahead of Greenheath, who took fuel a little bit earlier in the pit window. So another really interesting turn there with the number 1 car not needing fuel. Does that mean they'll need some fuel next time?
Well, that's what I wondered. Have they had 2 fuels already?
I think they'll need some.
Right.
They've not double fueled. I'm pretty sure they've never double fueled. They have been single fueling each time, and I'm pretty sure they've not doubled. So, yes, I think that will be... yeah, I think they'll need some, but we'll wait and see. It might only be a splash. It's not the thirstiest of circuits, this. You don't use a huge amount of fuel around here per lap. So they might just need a splash to get them home. There's Charlie Hart. So Charlie Hart came out behind them, of course, but not far behind. And he will now very much have his sights set on the cars ahead. He can sort of sit back now, a 45-minute stint, just get into the rhythm, get into the zone and pump out some quick laps, see where he ends up. But we'll see what the gaps are, of course, at the end of the lap. Certainly UVO still leading, but that lead, I would say, is reduced, and I think it is now a lead over Olympian GRD.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? On track, there is the third-place car of Charlie Hart, who will take it to the end. Still one more stop to do, of course, for Charlie. And that final stop is only a roundabout, or the pit window is only 15 minutes away from being. It's amazing how the stops do sort of roll into each other as the race goes. It seems to get later and later.
Yes, they do, don't they? Yeah. Mind you, that last pit stop, very often they want to get the quick driver in, don't they? So it can all change at the last round of stops. Right, leader has gone through, UVO. That is Randaccio now, isn't it? Yeah, Fabulous Randaccio back in.
12 seconds.
Yes, 12.6, but over Olympian GRD, who are now, of course, into second place. So they are a lot closer than they were. I think they've gained about 13, 14 seconds there. So that's because they had a dry stop. UVO had a fuel stop, and that's the reverse of what they did last time. Morpheus are about 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds behind them. Sorry, 4.5 seconds behind them. That's now Charlie Hart, of course, with Greenheath a further 9 seconds back. So realistically, I think it's now boiling down to a 3-horse race, isn't it? Because 195 are so far back, having had to take fuel there. I don't really know what's gone wrong for the Dinky Nonk, but they've lost so much time over that last stint or two. Here they come across the line as the leader is at Britain, so they're half a lap back from the leader. They are over a minute off the lead now. As good as Ted Bradbury is, I don't think he's going to catch the leader now without a safety car.
Yeah, that could throw a spanner in the works, couldn't it? And you just don't know. You can't predict it. You cannot. The way they're spaced out at the moment, we could say everything's going to be all right, but a car could throw itself off on its own quite easily. So we literally do not know if we are going to have another safety car close things up. That would change the dynamic of it.
It would, definitely, a late safety car. It is not uncommon here at Oulton Park, although the average across the 20-odd races we've had on this layout, about 25, 26 laps from the end when you work it out on the averages. So it's not always a sprint to the finish. We've definitely had a few over the years. More common in the last round as well, although a lot of times that's because of rain and changeable conditions. I think the fact it's been dry today.
Bit of bodywork on the track there. Let's have a safety car.
Yes. It's been there for an hour and a half.
Actually,
We've only just noticed it. So.
I know championships that have done that in the past.
Oh,
I think the obvious ones were Rockingham,
Yes.
where you couldn't see what was going on between turns 2 and 3.
Yes.
And all this debris there. Safety car. Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. The phantom debris caution, as they call it in America, in NASCAR racing, yes.
What was the excuse? It's not motorsport, it's entertainment.
Yeah, well, it is a fine line. Stop-go penalty for 2:07, by the way. That's wave 9. Graham Pattle is going to have to come in. Now, stop-go penalties today have largely been as a result of speeding in the pit lane, which is a big no-no. 60 kilometres an hour, the speed limit. So, I believe we can head back down into the pit lane then, Jamie. Well, we've spoken to Charlie Hart Jr. quite a few times today. We now, I believe, have an opportunity to speak to Hart Sr., the man who taught Charlie everything he knows. Isn't that right, Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I am with Hart Senior, as you're now being affectionately known as. What's it like racing against the boy?
Well, I haven't had any racing against him, to be honest. It's been obviously a pleasure having Jake here. Mega watching. I mean, the first stint sat behind Jake and their car was mega. Loved it in the first race. Steve started that one. We had a rubbish pit stop. I had to come from the back up to 7th. Thoroughly enjoyed it. But yeah, just mega watching him out there. Obviously, as you know, I've been around this for, 22 years now. So to see your own son in it, it's a little bit surreal, so I'm loving it, every minute of it.
But it's a dream you've always had, isn't it? You've always said, since the boys were little, one of them, if not both of them, will be in Fun Cup, and you've achieved it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great to have Jake here and listen to him to say this is a proper championship. As you know, I've been a supporter of it for a long, long time. Great to have Charlie out. Yeah, of course we'll get Ollie out when he's old enough. But yeah, I mean, it's a family sport. It's a hard sport. It's a great camaraderie, as we all know in this paddock. It's a big family, isn't it?
This is the most I've ever got out of you.
Yeah, you've told me to behave myself.
Yeah, I know I have actually. Yeah, and. Your race has been going all right, isn't it? As you say, you've sort of been suffering a little bit in the pit stops, but the quality has stepped up another notch, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and I mean, me and Steve probably need a disabled badge on our car, to be honest. We're that poor at them now, but yeah, I mean, obviously where the pit stop, I think that's what cost Charlie in the first one, a little bit of time, but as we all know, this job's not easy when you first come into it.
And your plan next year, as you said at Donington, all the rounds that don't clash?
Yeah, everything's not secured yet. I'm pretty sure where we're going with Charlie, and of course everything he's not doing, we'll make our, do our best that we'll be here.
All right, well, thank you. Go and get yourself ready.
Cheers, mate.
Enjoy. Right, I'll go and find Jake Hill, because I've been sent on a mission to go and chat with him, but I think, unfortunately, he's wandered off. So what we'll do is we'll hand back to Andy and Rich, and I'll go and find him and bring him out into the pit lane.
Good man.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, drivers have a habit of doing this. You ask them for a chat, they say, yeah, absolutely, I'll be right here, and then they're not. Oh, EDF off at Lodge. They've been through the gravel. Now, they're going to get going now, I think, so another sigh of relief if you are UVO. And probably, to be honest, if you're Olympian GRD, I don't think they want a safety car now either. They're in a nice little bubble of clean air at the moment, and they don't really want to be sort of sucked into a battle, so...
Yes, and it would be a multi-car battle, wouldn't it, which could potentially lose them lots of places. But I was observing over the last couple of laps, the gap's come down 2 seconds between UVO Hoffman's and Olympian GRD. And you were speculating when Andy was talking whether Riley would want to get in a battle. I mean, it's not that at the moment, but...
Heading that way, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Heading that way. I mean, the very least...
Simon Rudd, beg your pardon.
Simon Rudd, yes, it is, yeah. At the very least... they've got 10 minutes before the pit window. I think there's a good chance he could catch him by then, the rate he's going, although that time, personal best lap for UVO. So 201.297, actually 2/10 quicker that time than Simon Rudd, so that's more like Responding, definitely. And what is Charlie Hart doing? 2:01.0, quicker than the pair of them. So don't count the 1:10 car out just yet. It's clawing its way back into this. A lot of it come down to what they do with fuel at the last stop, but they took fuel that time, didn't they? I'm pretty sure, the 1:10.
Yeah.
And they're keeping Charlie in, of course, for the next, the final stint. So don't count them out. 15, 16 seconds back, they're catching anyway, and they may well gain more at the last round of pit stops. So might not net them £10,000, but a race win in their second ever Fun Cup race, that would still be pretty impressive.
It's so nerve-wracking though, isn't it? When you watch so much sprint racing over the course of a season, you think, yeah, you've only got to bite your nails for 15 or 20 minutes, but in this one, it's nail-biting for, you know, an hour this morning and then 3 hours here.
Yes. And it's the slow build of tension that I like. You know, you start off and it's all very exciting, and then it gets quieter, but then when it quietens down, you start anticipating what's going to happen in the future, and you start thinking, well, if they do that, this could be quite close, couldn't it? And, you know, if you're Team Olympian GRD and you're on the verge of a championship, this will feel like the longest 37 minutes of your life, because there's so much that can go wrong. All it takes is a safety car, like you say, bunch everyone together, bit of an incident on a restart, suddenly the championship's done. It is that close, but...
and if they DNF, if the number one car DNFs, that's it, is it?
Yeah.
Over. Wow.
Yeah, because they will only score... Well, you can't actually DNF a Fun Cup race, even if you only do one lap and then...
For sure, so it's 27th or 28th.
Yes, but even so, that would become a drop score.
Yeah.
So they would gain back whatever they were already dropping, which I've forgotten.
It's 14.
45.
Oh, 45. 14th place.
Yes, 14th place, yeah. So if they're anything lower than 14, the worst that they can score in this race is 45 points. But if you give them if you give them a 0 here, they score back the 45, and as it stands, they would lose the championship by 15 points. So yeah, it's... actually, if they were to have some dramas and end up in a gravel trap somewhere, UVO might not even need to win the race to win the championship. That's how much it could change. So that's the last thing they want, but, you know, it's a long time before the end. As you say, people are getting fatigued, the light is fading, tyres are going off, you know, there are grudge matches to be settled. You just never know. A safety car can change everything.
Charlie Hart, black and white flag. 110. I did remember a Clark saying if you weren't doing track limits at least once or twice, you weren't trying that hard. That was a junior Clark as well, believe it or not. You know, and I suppose there's a point to that, isn't there? You know, you make the most of it, but if you then get another one and get your penalty, you're stuffed, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
It's like being nip and tuck on the fuel, isn't it?
It is, really. My argument is I want to see drivers driving flat out and on the limit, and if they go beyond the white line, it doesn't really matter. But but yes, I suppose there is some truth to that, I guess. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll have to wait until after this last round of pit stops and see if anything happens. But yeah, the final part of this race, I think, is going to be fairly nail-biting. So cars then up towards Lodge Corner. UVO 10.2 seconds out in front, diving to the inside of the 214. Ooh, and that was a nice move. Not an overtake for position, but still a move that had to be made. Drive-through penalty, Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart in the 110. A drive-through penalty, and that will be for track limits. He'd only just been warned about the track limits, and now picks up a penalty as well. So that is such a shame. I'm not going to say it counts them out completely. It's not the lengthiest of pit lanes here, but certainly not good news. Anything they might have been set to gain in the pit stops through maybe not having to refuel, well, they're going to lose now through a drive-through.
Helps Olympian GRD a little bit, doesn't it? Because it's a fast car that won't be threatening them immediately in P2. So Morpheus were behind them, 6 seconds behind with that warning going out, and Charlie Hart will obviously learn from that. Greenheath should go up into P3, with PLR up into 4th place, depending on how the drive-through penalty affects the time. We'll see how that plays out. Obviously the sign goes out first of all, then it will go. Meanwhile, we go with the UVO Hoffman's car out front that has led for the last 2 stints. I think he's going to go into the next set of the final set of driver pit stops, potential changes, with Fabulous Randaccio handing over to Farchini in the position, and with a 10-second, well, actually virtually 11, so lost a second over the stint, which is not too bad for the race leader.
No, and they can afford to, can't they? It doesn't matter if they lose a bit of time, it doesn't matter if they win the race, as long as they finish in the top 5, it guarantees them the overall championship. Of course, it does throw into the air slightly what happens with the Masters Championship, because if they win the overall championship, I think that means they can't win the Masters Championship, so then it defers to whoever was second in the Masters Championship, and that point system is really confusing. I think PLR would be in a good position, but we are chasing confirmation for the Masters.
That's another good old school thing, actually. I wasn't aware of that, but it's a good old school thing of a championship, and many others do that. If you take the overall win, you can't then pick up a sub category, which I think is quite lovely because it involves more people at the the awards night and so on and so forth, which is a great way of getting people involved.
Charlie Hart in to serve the drive-through for exceeding track limits, exactly what the 220 just did coming out of Cascades. So where does that drop him? Not too much time, really. I don't think it even cost him 3rd place. No, it didn't, because Greenheath are only now coming through. So no loss of position for Charlie Hart, but a loss of, 15 seconds, 20 seconds maybe. So they are going to be now a fair chunk behind Uvio, who, as you can see, are exiting Shell, as going into Shell was the Olympian GRD car. Jake Hill, I would imagine, going down Lakeside now. So they're the sort of gaps we've got across the top 3.
Charlie Hart.
Charlie Hart. Thank you. I just said Charlie Hart as well. Yes, so Charlie will push on. Of course, the trouble is he's now got an even bigger gap to try and bridge, and has to be very careful about track limits, because it's more likely now that he'll exceed track limits because he's pushing harder. But another penalty really.
Does it not get wiped out now?
Coffee.
Does it wipe the slate clean now?
It will, yes, but it'll get one warning and then
bang.
Yeah, so you can't really afford to be doing it again. So he'll have to drive within himself slightly maybe now. So Uvio down underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge towards Lodge Corner in the fading light. But through Lodge Corner they go, and onto another lap. Pit window will open, I suspect, next time by, Richard. So we're very nearly into the final round of pit stops of the season. It's gone by really quickly, this race, hasn't it? And yeah, let's see what drama and intrigue that brings. I also want to take a look at how far back Ted Bradbury is, because he's up into 6th position now, Bradbury. Remember, he was over a minute adrift of the leader when I checked earlier on. So we'll get a gap of that, a look at that gap in a moment or two. Charlie Hart goes through 26 seconds back. What was he, 15? So actually only 11 seconds or so lost through that drive-through. That's not too bad. So Charlie Hart, yeah, well, in fact, yes, that lap was 9 seconds off the pace, so he lost about 9-10 seconds, that's all. Round Lodge Corner comes Ted Bradbury, ahead now of PLR and into the pit lane. I think he'd already seen the pit lane open board once, had he? That seems early to me. Anyway, he's in. Oh no, and he's been waved back on again. Oh, Ted Bradbury's messed that up completely. He's come in a lap too early, and the team have had to wave him back on. So a bit of a miscalculation there from Bradbury, unfortunately, and he stopped in his pit box. Neil Burrows was there, waved him on, back out onto the track. So Bradbury, well, he had gained a bit of time. He gained about 5 or 6 seconds, I think, since I last checked. But unfortunately, he's just lost all of that time and then some, probably another 15 seconds, with that unplanned visit to the pit lane.
That's a great shame, isn't it? Especially for us and potential grandstand finishes or otherwise. Big pity. Ninkinonk in 6th place, as it was when it came in with the hour time remaining. So time was gained, but now lost again, but 6th position as the window opens for the Ninkinonk, the 195 car that you can see there. So Uvio Hoffman where they were. The Morpheus 110 car down in 3rd now with that drive-through, and lost a little bit of time on the penultimate stop, as the Greenheath car from 4th position has an off as well. Is that going to put PLR? How far behind will PLR that looks like it's taken a while to get back out on track.
And lost the entirety of the front splitter in doing so, so that's not going to help their pace either now. So even if PLR haven't gone through yet, in fact PLR have looked, because Ted Bradbury's ahead too. So Ted Bradbury's gone through. That's a big loss of time for Greenheath. That was up at Britain's, the exit of Britain's, which is a slightly odd place to end up. But yeah, Greenheath, Paul Turner with a rare mistake and a loss of time. But again, gets going, no need for a safety car. They're dodging some bullets as far as safety cars are concerned in this race. Lead gap came down quite significantly that time as well. It was a good lap, that, from Simon Rudd, a 2-minute 0.691, a full second quicker than the leader. So, and only about a tenth away from that car's personal best. Bit of barrier damage at Britain's. The Rector Cell barrier has been knocked loose. And the marshal's going out to do that under yellow flags. That's... What
do we reckon?
I think they'll sort it under yellows. They're certainly hoping to. I mean, they're brave marshals going and standing there, aren't they, on next to a live racetrack. Bit of news on Bradbury, by the way. I will rescind my telling off for Ted for coming in a lap too early, and I'm going to rephrase it as a telling off for doing track limits, because that's what it was. It was a drive-through for track limits. It wasn't actually...
Right.
But he stopped mistakenly in his box, thinking it was a stop and go, I think.
Right.
So that's what that was all about. The marshals have at least sort of bodged the barrier back into place. It's only the Rector Cell, the actual Armco seemed fine. So hopefully no need for a safety car there. And the race can continue on.
Yeah, gap's come down, isn't it? 9 seconds now. First to second position from 12 at the start of the previous, or this stint, which we're going into now. So Fabio will hand over to Farchini. We'll see whether we've got any splash and dashes going on. But the pit lane getting very, very busy now with 26 minutes on the clock, and Olympian into pit lane. No more fuel going in. It's going to be a straight run. We were speculating whether they did need any more, but the driver's gone in. So Riley Phillips is in the car, and away they go. Very, very rapid stop, as you would expect from the number one car, in and out very quickly indeed. How is the gap going to go with the UVO Hoffman's car when that comes in? So we need to keep our eyes on that. Andy busy working points.
Trying to figure out the Masters. I do think it's PLR. I do think it's PLR who are in the position at the moment, I think. They were dropping... I think they were only 3 or 4 points behind Olympian coming into the day. They finished third in class.
Yep.
Behind Olympian, but Olympian we think aren't going to win Masters because they're going to win the overall championship. So PLR were the best scoring of the title contenders, basically, in the first race. They are running second and only behind Olympian now. So I'm 90% certain it's PLR going to get the Masters Championship, but we'll have to wait for some sort of official confirmation of that one. But yeah, I do think that's going to be the case, or Simon Rudd getting held up there in traffic.
PLR actually in the top 6, which I note down every stop. First time that they've made it into the top 6, so it's been an extremely well executed race for PLR.
Yes, it has.
Coming in at the right time, you know, coming into the top 6 at the right time, and no reason to think that they won't maintain that one. We've got 4 minutes of this window open, and again, no sign of Fabulous coming in to pit lane, so we'll stay on track despite a little bit of traffic ahead. And again, we'll get an idea. Olympian coming out second still.
Yes, correction. I said Simon Rudd in this car. I missed the fact that they pitted.
Riley,
so yeah, Riley Phillips in.
And no more fuel either.
No more fuel. Right. Okay, that's interesting. So they will have gained, or they will gain here, because UVO we think might need some, don't we? So, although they took some last time, didn't they? Actually, they did take some fuel last time.
They went out to 12 seconds, and we thought that was good because of the fuel.
Yeah, that's right. So this will be interesting. If they need fuel, this could get very close indeed. Speaking of very close, Ratters Racing and Skull Club Racing just had a bit of a close moment past the pits. They're the two cars coming into Old Hall Corner now. Ratters Racing squeezing through. That is not for position, that battle, but for track position they were very much battling. So Olympian Giardi 37.5 seconds back from the lead. But of course they are the highest placed car to have pitted. Morpheus have pitted 5 times, but one of those was the drive-through for Charlie Hart. Charlie's pace, by the way, pretty comparable, really, to UVO and to Olympian GRD, so he's not really gaining on them. He will need a little bit of a miracle now to get properly into this fight. It's boiling down, fittingly, I suppose, really, Richard, to a UVO versus Olympian GRD fight for the win, as it's been so many times this year. I think it's 4 times they finished first and second in a race this year out of the 9 races so far.
A bit like the Mazda Mark 1 final last week, wasn't it?
Yes, yes, exactly. So yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting finale. How hard they'll fight, I don't know, because Olympian don't really need to take the risks, do they? But they might be tempted into it just to try and end on a race win, especially given the fact it would be a battle against their season-long nemesis, UVO, who go through to do another lap. They've got a few more minutes still before the final pit stop will be completed, I suspect, for the leaders, as they go past the 103 car, heading down into Cascades Corner. They've had that damage on the splitter for a while as well, haven't they? But it doesn't seem to have been slowing them down too much.
It seems to have been all right, don't they? The gap to Morpheus, 27 seconds now pre-stop, so literally just waiting for the last stop to happen.
Ooh, Riley Phillips a full nearly 1.2 seconds quicker than UVO that time. So Riley Phillips, regardless of what they do in the pit lane here, might be on the tail of UVO anyway. And of course the perfect scenario for Riley is that they leapfrog UVO in the pits. He doesn't have to battle them on track, and then he can still win the race. But
just trying to work out whether that can happen with what we've seen on the timing screen.
Well, if he keeps taking a second a lap out of him, it could be possible, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Because they had a quick pit stop.
Going back to the name change for Ninkinok, is it because we've got 2 Morpheus cars? Or are we allowed? Does it get confusing? Do the organisers say, right, it's going to get confusing if you've got 3 JPR for hire cars, for example, or 3 Morpheus cars?
I was under the impression it's just a sponsorship change. I just don't think they're running with Morpheus anymore. Hence, Ali and his team being here helping running them. I think it is a different team, just the car happens to look the same. Yeah, different team. Yeah, it is a different team. So, yeah, I had heard that this morning. So, yeah, the 195 car looks exactly the same as it used to. But a different team name, same drivers though. Just not quite going to be the same result for them, I don't think, this afternoon as it was earlier on this morning. Excuse me, and indeed last time out at Donington, sorry, that was Ratters. And yeah, these two have been getting very close to each other the last few laps. Ratters Racing and the School Club 22 car.
As you say, not even track position, is it? No. I'm not sure whether they're aware of that, probably not.
It's Phil Keane in the 22. It's not School Club either, I keep calling it School Club. It's JPR KL Racing. I'm sure it used to be a School Club car, this. Certainly looks like one. Ratters number 155, I believe, is David Ratcliffe. They've now got the 220 joining in the fun as well. Team FFS. Either Nick Heighton or Barry Thompson, depending on how many pit stops they've done. So into Lodge, Ratters Racing ahead for now. There's been a lot of squeezing between these two. The cameras, by the way, are making things look a lot brighter than they actually are. It is starting to go dark. The sun has almost set behind the tree line over at the other side of the racetrack. It is starting to get a bit gloomy out there. It really feels like a championship decider now, doesn't it? But it does look like Olympian GRD are in a position to wrap up this championship. It's gone down to the wire. It's gone down to the last race. Barring any late dramas now for them, they should be in a good position. PLR Racing are in, by the way, and they are refuelling. And in also came that 22 car, Phil Keane, to hand over to Ian Loggy for the final stint. Pit window is now closed, by the way. So it's almost time for the money stop, isn't it, then, for UVO? Where will they come out in relation to Riley Phillips? Riley on the previous lap was a second quicker than them again. It's going to be close, this, I think, isn't it?
It is going to be close. PLR had a little bit of a splash and dash as well. So back out, a relatively quick one. So hopefully with enough fuel to get them to the end of the race. Here comes the UVO car though. Getting ready to take the stop. Here we go, coming up towards the... No, one more.
They've got one more, yeah.
One more. The last knockings.
Yeah, they hadn't quite put the board out. I did spot that when they came through last time. So Uvio continue onwards. Look at that sun right in their eyes as they head down to Cascades. That's Greenheath and EDF, by the way, doing battle ahead. That is not for position because Greenheath are actually a lap behind them, I think, after having made their 5th pit stop. There is Farkini, though, ready to take over. In comes Charlie Hart, by the way. So, yeah, they're not refuelling. They're not refueling the 110 car, but of course neither did Olympian. And Olympian have already gone through, actually. They were right behind the Morpheus car on track.
Uvio with a couple of cars ahead of him, again, might lose the odd 10th here. With Greenheath, who dropped down the order, didn't they? Sadly, they're up in the top 6 for much of the mid part of the race, but this could be a little bit awkward for the race leader.
Ooh, very awkward. If they go 3 abreast, that's very awkward. This is not a situation that Fabulous wants to be in. Goes past 1, goes past 2. Brilliant stuff. Risky, but he had to take the risk, really. Didn't want to lose time. He could have lost a couple of seconds there if he'd sat behind them going side by side through the chicane. So it's not just luck when it comes to traffic. You've got to have the skills as well. In, by the way, have come the Dinky Nonk. Oh, and they almost get released into traffic, but stopped just in time. So down the pit lane they will go. And it was the Red River Sport car coming in that nearly got in their way. Well, Riley Phillips, I think, has gained about the best part of 10 seconds here on Uvio since he jumped in the car at the start of this pit window. So this could be very close indeed. Uvio are in. They have fuel waiting. They have fuel waiting. There it is, look. So Farkini is there. In comes Fabulous Randaccio. The fuel will go in. Driver gets out. Oh, it's only a splash that. No, that was not a full churn, was it? That was only a splash of fuel. Now, where is the Olympian GRD car? They're going to be appearing at Lodge Corner any second now, surely. Away goes Uvio. Away goes Uvio. So a really quick pit stop. This is Olympian, I think, coming out of Lodge Corner. So Uvio will hold the lead, not by a long way. They now get up to speed as Olympian cross the line. So it's about half the length of the pit straight. But Riley, I think, is going to be quicker. So this could get very, very interesting indeed.
They've only got 15 minutes left. I know Riley's pedalling, but
yeah,
Scott reckons Riley doesn't need 15 minutes. So
for once in my life, agree with him. I think I do think it's going to be. I do think Riley's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? And he's going to be very, very tough to hold back. He's been going a second a lap quicker than Fabulous Randaccio. We know Fabulous and Farkini are generally pretty evenly matched. There's no reason to think that that's going to change now in this final stint. There is Uvio. We wait, we wait, we wait, we wait. There is Olympian GRD. That's what, 4-5 seconds?
I tell you what, that's a lot closer than I thought it was, to be honest. And you called that, Andy, before the stops as well.
Yeah, well, even a broken clock's right twice a day, as I say. Yeah, this is going to be close, but what does Riley do when he gets there? If it was Simon running the car, I would fairly confidently predict that Uvio are going to win the race. Not because I think Simon's slow, because he's not, but I just don't think Simon would engage. Riley, on the other hand, I think is more likely to be up for the fight. He's a clever racer. He knows when to take risks. He knows how to battle without taking risks. I think that's exactly what he's going to do when he gets there. I think he'll go for this.
Nothing wrong with wanting to sign off with a win, is there?
No, absolutely not. And a 5th win of the year, would it be?
And we've seen the camaraderie as well.
Yes.
You know, with the interviews, planned or otherwise. It won't be, you know, it's not going to be a dirty battle.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Wouldn't have thought so. Yeah, they're looking for a 5th win of the year. Trying to remember who the last team to do that would have been. Uvio, probably. Yes, Uvio won 5 in 2022. They won 6 in 2021, so it's not going to be a record, but yeah, Olympian would really love to do this. And of course, if they do beat Uvio, it means Uvio go winless for 2024. Now, when was the last time that happened? It's been a long time, is the answer. I'm going to say... I'm going to say 2018 I think the last time that a UVO car did not win a race.
Right.
2018. And that was just before Fabs and
that's
Parks came back.
Another good reason for having a Boxing Day meeting in that case. So I'm sure they'll be.
If they don't win, yes, they'll be at the forefront of that.
Let's all meet at Lyddon. That's a long way for you. After
Well,
Christmas.
yes, that's true. That's true. It always is, though. Yeah,
actually, no, I've got about a 6-hour race at Lyddon. That might be a bit much.
And we can play. Oh my word! Right, Phillips right over the curb. Yeah, we complain the pit lane is too small here for 30 cars. I think at Lyddon we might have even bigger problems than that.
I don't think there even is one.
I don't think there is one. No, exactly. Right then, game on. Riley Phillips on that lap alone got the gap down to, well, it's 3.9 seconds. 3.9 seconds is the starting point, so it's less than even I thought. Greenheath being warned about track limits. They're down in 9th position at the moment. But can Riley get there? 12 minutes and 40 seconds. And Riley Phillips with a sprint to the checkered flag. They're already, just to stress the point, they're already in a position to win the championship. If they finish in second, they've won the championship. They don't need to win the race. But I've got a real feeling that Riley Phillips wants to. And I think the pace that he's carrying, he'll be pretty confident that he can make a move when he gets there.
Certainly nailing it down. And remember, before the penultimate stop, the gap was 12 seconds. It's come down to just a shade under 4 seconds now. And we'll see as they cross the line on that lap, it comes down to another 3/10. So there is a little bit of a response there from the UVO car.
Yeah, it was a good lap that from UVO, 2:01.4. It was a good lap for Riley, a 2:01.0, but he's been in the 2:0s before now. So he can go quicker. Or has gone quicker anyway. I'm sure he's going as quickly as he can, but he has been quicker than that. So we'll have to see what he can do now in the closing stages. Morpheus come through, Charlie Hart in third. Double podium on the cards for Morpheus, not bad for their first weekend in the championship. HLR are on for a double top 10 in their debut. Definitely a couple of good stories for the newcomers. It seems strange to call people like Jake Hill a newcomer to something, but you know what I mean, new to Fun Cup. But right now, all eyes on the battle for the race lead. And look at this, traffic now.
Yeah.
Traffic for Farkini, this is not good. Oh, and he's on the grass through Britons. That's one way of getting past the back marker. Luckily for him, I don't think they're monitoring track limits there, but that was definitely beyond the white line. But he wants to win this race. I think regardless of the championship situation, he knows he wants to win. He wants UVO to get a win before the season is out. But that will almost certainly have cost him time, you would imagine.
Yeah, very definitely. And it will rattle the cage, so to speak, as well. But, you know, these are professional drivers, so they know what they're doing. 10 minutes still on the clock. 3.6 the gap. Is it going to come down? It will come down more, won't it? Because of the traffic, because of the moment on the curbs that we saw, and still traffic to deal with. But, of course, the cars that the race leader has passed have now become the target of the chaser.
Yes.
So we'll see how Riley Phillips deals with them and how they fall for him as well. That's a key thing. Farkini making the move down the inside of another car cleanly. And now, as we come up to the conclusion of the lap, it's going to be having a look at the gap once again.
Yep, let's see. 3.6 seconds a lap ago becomes 2.5, 1.1 seconds gained, but of course now it's Riley's turn to have to deal with the traffic. In fairness though, Farkini is not yet out of the traffic, almost swipes the back of the 99 car as they exit Old Hall Corner. We're inside the final 10 minutes of the race, the final 10 minutes of the season, and it's going to be a typical Fun Cup nail-biter, isn't it? Through on one of the back markers has gone Riley, through on another back marker squeezes Riley. The fast-track car again, only just getting out of the way. I think he's lost less time so far in the traffic, definitely, than Farkini. One more car to pass, and then it's clear track to the race leader.
Well, you said we were going to have a nail-biting finish. You weren't wrong. We've had a few
Always
this
the
year
way.
as well.
Always the way. Oh, well, there goes the 104 car out wide. Who's in that car?
David Farrow.
David Farrow, yes. So I think they'll all be quite grateful it's not Anthony Reid, because Anthony had a real reputation in his first run in the championship. He could have been 17 laps down, but if the leaders came up to lap him on the last lap, he was defending. Every time he would defend. And possibly didn't make many friends that way, but certainly livened up a few races towards the end. But it is not Anthony, it's David Farrow in the car, and he makes things very easy for Riley Phillips by going straight on at the chicane. So I think that was definitely a net gain for Riley through the traffic, wasn't it?
Well, this is always going to come back. No, he's not going to have the speed to be able to do that. But now we've got the straight run for the remaining 8 minutes, and when you're focused, anyone who's driven anything will know if you can see the car in front, it just fires you up. You've got that target to focus on.
Exactly that. And, well, he's definitely got the target. He's almost within slipstreaming range now. He'll be getting a whiff of a slipstream, I think, at some of the faster parts of the circuit. But this is going to be knocking on the door of a second now, surely, at the end of the lap. This could be another 1.5 seconds gained. Out of Lodge, over Deers Leap. Headlights ablaze for Riley Phillips. He's got 8 minutes to chase down and overtake their championship rivals to end the season with a race win and to win the championship with their 5th victory of the season. It is almost exactly 1 second between them now. So that is within slipstreaming range. By the end of this lap, Richard, I anticipate they'll be together. How defensive does Farkini get? Answer, probably very. How much of a risk is Riley Phillips willing to take? That is going to be the big deciding factor, isn't it?
It is. And, well, your prediction was that Riley will go for it. He'll want to sign off with the win. I think, do you know what? I think if Simon Rudd had a better car underneath him, I think he'd have done the same.
Possibly, yeah.
Better as in better than the car he's chasing, not
yes.
Better than what they've prepared for him.
No, I know you mean, yeah. Chatted to Simon actually briefly. I popped downstairs for some water halfway through the race, chatted to him, and he was talking about that stint where he was stuck behind the 2 leaders when they were taking lumps out of each other, and he said, just didn't want any part of it. I just wanted them to work together and pull me away. So, yeah, he has come into it with more of a cautious approach, you'd say, than Riley. Riley, when I spoke to him this morning, was very much up for the fight. He was very relaxed. He's been here before, won the championship already, of course, last year. And, 97 is off, but fires back up again. It's good news. They brought about a safety car, of course, in the first race of the day. Leaders then, absolutely nose to tail as they come through the Hislop chicane. And it is game on now. Riley Phillips has got 6 3/4 minutes to try and find a way past the UVO Hoffman's Motorsports car and end the season with that 5th victory of the year. He's in the tow as they head towards Druids Corner, where surely Farkini is going to have to defend the inside line, which he does. Round the outside, attempts to go Riley Phillips. That's a bold and brave move to make at this stage. He doesn't get it on the way in, but he'll be much quicker on the exit of the corner. And again, Farkini knows it, pulls to the inside, defends under the bridge. Again, Riley Phillips will be forced to go the long way round. Every time he does this, he takes a risk, and there is contact. Once, twice into Lodge Corner. Off goes the Olympian GRD car, narrowly avoids the gravel trap, and that is why it has to be a calculated risk. If he goes for the move, he has got to be certain it is clean.
Farkini was not having any of that at all there. Incredible stuff. Absolutely amazing racing. You can't knock Riley Phillips for having a go. Wants to go out with a win. Now the question is, has he got time to close this down again, or is he just going to sit back in P2?
He's got time. Does he have the inclination, though? Has that scared him off, maybe, from having a go for the lead? Some drivers would respond to that by saying, OK, fine, you want it that badly? Have it. Other drivers, it will fire them up even more. And again, which category do you think Riley Phillips falls into? Probably the fires him up even more category, I'd say. So, yeah, this could get very spicy. Farkini is not going to let this go without a fight. I think we've got a replay of that moment. Let's take another look back then and see what we can piece together. Here it is, look, to the outside. They sort of meet in the middle, don't they? Farkini's drifting out, Riley's drifting in, and then I think they get tangled together. I don't think it's as bad as it looked, but Riley, I'm sure, will be spitting feathers.
Yeah, I think he probably will. What was he saying about camaraderie earlier on? But it's a race, isn't it? We're watching some great racing going on here. You know, nobody went off. Oh, it's a big 4-car bunch just going down into
yes,
turn 1.
We daren't take our eyes off this battle, but there's a 4-way fight for 4th place, and they were all bashing into each other on the way into Oulton Corner that time. But as often is the case at the end of these races, you need a few sets of eyes, don't you, to follow it all. But yeah, that is a cracking battle. If this ever calms down, which it probably won't, we'll try and tune into that one if we can. But anyway, leaders through Druids. Here we go again.
Riley's building up for this again, isn't he? You said he would, and he's close up. He's taking stock. He's taking a deep breath. And here he comes. He's close enough to have a look, tease up the car on the outside. He's going to go for a switch back here on the inside with maybe a little bit more momentum coming into the corner.
I'll give him 10 out of 10 for persistence, I will say. He tried the outside again, now goes to the outside once more. They are dead level at the line. Olympian GRD with a narrow lead, but UVO get the side draft. They've got the inside line into Old Hall Corner. 4 minutes to go. UVO retain the lead. They've got the 109 car, which is a lap down, by the way, catching them now, the Morpheus machine. What do? 109 is being driven by Chris Hart. Well, in fairness, he knows what it's like to be fighting for a championship. I don't think he'll do anything silly here, but these two are holding each other up so much that he's got all the extra speed in the world. He might be forced into racing them.
I'm wondering where the next move is going to come, and that chasing car is looking. Riley Phillips all over the back of Farkini at the moment. He's going to go for the burn up around the outside on the banking, maybe get the switch back again. That line's going to be covered by Farkini. Got to be careful here if he leaves the door open. Wow.
Yes, you've got to remember to breathe in these situations, the drivers and commentators alike. Through the British chicane they go, again hammering the curb. I mean, no notion of track limits at all through that chicane. At any point today, they've all been hammering the curb on the exit. More traffic now, the 97 car. Oh, and they're going to catch it into the chicane. This, by the way, is that other battle that was going on further back. This is the Ninky Nonk into 4th place now, ahead of Team HLR, PLR and Signature RV. And this lot have all been very much knocking lumps out of each other in recent past. PLR, of course, could end up losing another place in the Masters here if Signature RV go through. That could be of some significance. We'll wait and see. Down through Cascades they go. Who's in the Signature RV car? It should be Marcus Clutton, but I don't know whether it is because they've been changing their driver lineup all race. Here come the leaders, though, through Druids. Riley Phillips again has a run. Again, can't get to the inside. Paul Turner, though, is now... Sorry, Chris Hart is now to his outside and preventing the move from Riley Phillips. So this is now, even whether he wants to or not, Chris Hart is playing a part in this now. And Farkini might well be able to use that to his advantage.
This is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Throw another car into the mix as well. Lights ablaze, as he may well do, for the chaser, and goes across the line, side by side again, going for the run down into Old Hall Corner. Can't do it, but a little bit of a mistake there from Farkini. Lost a bit of momentum.
Down towards Cascades. It's the final lap of the season. They're absolutely level. They make contact again. UV on the inside line. No! Into the side of Olympian. They're both off the road. Into the gravel goes the UVO car. Can Olympian get going? In a way, it doesn't matter. UVO are going nowhere. UVO are out. Olympian get going. Where is Morpheus? They were 25 seconds back. Could Jake Hill and Charlie Hart yet win the race? Because this car may have some damage as a result of that, and Morpheus could pick up the win. The championship is done. The championship will go to Olympian GRD, but in what dramatic fashion. It really was a battle right to the end. The car is wounded. It's still going, though, and I think, Richard, they're still in the lead.
Absolutely incredible. I don't know who wrote the script for this one, but I think there's going to be a screenplay Oscar in the offing here for this one. Incredible stuff. You don't want to see a car go. Here's a replay.
It's a tiny knock, and then Farkini he wasn't going to give up the corner. He wasn't going to give up the corner, was he? Carried all the speed in that he could. The car didn't really stick. An unfortunate end to what had been a splendid battle up to that point, really. But anyway, Olympian are still going. That is the key thing. The car is damaged. You can see it crabbing. The left rear corner, the toe has been knocked right out. But it doesn't really matter. As long as they bring it home, they will be the champions in possibly the most dramatic fashion possible, really. We wondered whether Riley Phillips would go for it. We wondered how pointy Farkini's elbows would get. And, well, we got our answers, didn't we? Riley was going to go for it. Farkini wasn't going to give it up. But in the end, it is Olympian GRD who have won the day. They come through Druid's corner. They've got one more corner to survive to win the race. The Axiometrics car has stopped. Look on the run towards Lodge for the final time as well. Up towards the final turn they will come, though. Olympian GRD, Christabel, Riley Phillips, Simon Rudd are double champions in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Back-to-back victories in the championship. A 5th win of the year. They've done it again. What a fantastic job. What a sense of relief there must be in that garage right now. They hold on not only to win the race, they seal the championship as well. And there'll be a conversation to be had after that as well, I think. Charlie Hart and Jake Hill, another 2nd place finish. Really impressive stuff from them. And would you believe it, the Ninky Nonk will end up on the podium, because I think they have managed to keep that baying pack of cars behind them. They will come through certainly ahead of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. We know that. And I think that Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows are going to pick themselves up a podium. We wait with bated breath for them to come. Here they come out of Druids. They have got the Team HLR car not far behind them, but into a yellow flag zone. There's not really a lot they're going to be able to do. As behind it all gets a bit spicy with PLR and Signature RV, but yes, it is going to be car 195 that will come through to get a podium against really all the odds.
Incredibly, I really didn't see that coming. No. And if you want to tune in again, you'll know that the drivers actually aren't going to settle for second position when they don't have to.
I wonder at what point Riley started to rethink his strategy. Maybe the point he was going backwards into the gravel at Cascade, he might have, the championship would have flashed before his eyes, I'm sure. Because if the skeleton enjoyed that. We all enjoyed that. We all enjoyed that. Literally everyone here at Oulton Park, well, maybe not Olympian, but everyone else enjoyed that battle. But yeah, that could so easily have gone a different way. If Olympian's car got stuck and UVO got going again, championship to UVO, provisionally anyway, would have gone their way. But a final bit of good fortune there, a big slice of good fortune for Olympian GRD. And they deserved it. They were in a championship winning position basically all race. They played the strategy well. They had the fastest car at the end. They're deserving winners of both the race and the title.
And will they all be in the bar with the...
If they are, I will be, because I want a front row seat to that conversation.
I'm sure everybody will be back next year and ready to go again.
I would imagine
because
so.
Everybody now knows in that situation what to expect of each other.
Exactly so. So, funnily enough, in the bar last night, I don't spend all my time in the bar, I should stress this, but I was chatting to Farchini and Fabio, and apparently I'd made a comment earlier in the season saying that Farchini's elbows were pointier than Fabio's, and Fabulous, I should say. Fabulous didn't agree with me. I present Exhibit A, Fabulous. I think we can probably agree now, can't we? That Farchini, if you're up against one of them in an on-track battle, you'd probably rather it was Fabulous than Farchini. But anyway, it matters little. The championship goes to Olympian GRD, and I really cannot wait to get the thoughts of the drivers. I can see Chris and Simon ready and waiting. They're actually the only people in the pit lane right now. Well,
Jamie got his
Jamie, of course.
tin hat, has he?
Yes. I can't wait to get their thoughts on this. I hope they can see the positives, which is I hope they can see the positive, which is that they won the championship regardless. I hope they see the positives in that, and that it doesn't just become a bit of a complaining fest about what happened, because they did come out champions, they did come out race winners, and they now have the added treat of chatting to Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane. So let's head down there and hear from our provisional 2024 champions.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Chris and Simon from Olympian GRD. I will keep it short because I know you want to go to Parc Ferme. In typical Fun Cup fashion, that was a nail biter.
Yeah, I'm still in a little bit of shock with those last laps. It's weird not being in control, but yeah, I don't really know on that. But I think in terms of our strategy and the way we all drove in that 3 hours, it went exactly to plan. Yeah, we all drove really well. Great strategy as usual. Good pit stops. And then the last one, the plan was just to bring it home, but we thought make it exciting.
And Chris, you've done it again.
Yeah, that was a nail biter. It always is here. We didn't need to go for the win. I think there were a lot of people in the garage saying, just bring it home. And at the end of the day, we're racers, so we want to finish the season on the top step with the championship. What better way? It never feels quite right if you're not on the top step when you're in the championship. So to do that, it was fantastic. Last season, we won by coming 16th or something in the last race. This feels proper. This feels fantastic.
Well, we can say provisionally, of course, at the moment, you are the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship champions.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, mate.
We're going to go and find
Right, go and celebrate. Right, so what we're going to do now, we are actually going to be live streaming the podium. So if Andy and Richard want to come down and celebrate the celebrations down here with myself, we'll do that. But for now, it's back to the commentary box.
We'd absolutely love to, Jamie. Thank you very much for the invite. Well, the sun sets, quite literally, on a fabulous season of Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing, a fabulous final round. Dramatic, controversial, exciting. It had everything that last 3 hours. And if that doesn't make you want to tune into Fun Cup again in 2025, then I don't know what will. We've made a few fans, I think, here at Oulton Park today. Team Olympian GRD win the race. and the championship. It's their 5th race victory of the season. Jake Hill and Charlie Hart end up 2nd in the Morpheus Motorsport car, and the Ninky Nonk are 3rd on the podium again, excuse me, for the 2nd time today, having won earlier on in the sprint. Team HLR, really good under the radar performance that for Harry George and Luca Hopkinson, 2 top 10s, and in fact they ended up with a 4th place in race number 2. Then Signature RV 5th, PLR Racing 6th, Red River Sport 7th, Green Heat 8th, Morpheus Motorsport 9th, and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports 10th. Worth pointing out as well, Olympian won the Masters category, Signature RV 2nd, PLR Racing 3rd. I'm pretty sure PLR will be the champions. We'll get official confirmation of that, I'm sure, at the podium celebrations. UVA Hoffman's Motorsport classified 11th because they were officially the first car 1 lap down. Rare Vinyl 12th, Team FFS 13th, Team Ratters Racing 14th. 15th position went the way of Seed Data with Axiometrics, GMR Eco even, JPR, KL Racing, EDF Motorsports for Hire and Wave 9 completing the top 20. Then it was High Peak Racing, Not Fast, Extremely Furious the 22nd, Fast Track the 23rd, Fun Cup to Foci 24th, Team Summers 25th, School Club Racing's 221 car was 26th, and FNS Morpheus M Sport 27th after their early shunt with Fuel Up Racing. Of course, both of them retiring on the 3rd lap of the race up at Island Bend. Well, Richard, a last chance perhaps for us to sort of sign off for the season. Thank you very much, by the way. It's been an absolute pleasure calling this season with you. We've seen a little bit of everything, haven't we, over 2024. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Thanks for letting me come in and share the time with you guys. And thanks everyone at Fun Cup, Jamie, Alpha. Super season, thoroughly enjoyed it. Hopefully we get to do it again. Yeah, very much hoping so. I know plans are already afoot for 2025. It's going to be bigger and better. And yeah, really looking forward to being a part of the Fun Cup story again next year. We hope that you will too. If you're interested in getting involved in the championship, perhaps want to come and have a go at the racing yourself, then get in touch with Paul and Christian Rose. Their contact details are all on the website, and they would love to have you here. If you think you're good enough, you could take home the £10,000 grand prize for winning a race in your debut. But if Jake Hill and Charlie Hart can't do it, I think it's going to be mighty difficult for anybody else. Someone will. Eventually we'll keep on raising the bar and we will end up with drivers that do it. But I really thought today might just have been the day. And as I said, really impressive performances actually from a few of those very inexperienced drivers. You could have decades worth of experience in motor racing. It doesn't mean you're going to jump straight into Fun Cup and be quick. And yet certainly the Morpheus pairing and also HLR, in fairness, they've done just that. Yeah, I mean, everyone said that was the best chance, and they're right, it was the best chance of that money going. And many of us have looked at what you would need to do to get it, and I think that, I mean, we saw 2nd position. Yeah. Experience through Jake Hill, youth and speed through Charlie Hart, and Charlie, someone who understands this championship, having been around it. Exactly so. It'll happen. It'll happen one day, and I'm sure we'll have a few more contenders next year giving it a go. But yeah, we'll wait and see. For now, Paul Rose is safe. He can book that winter cruise that I'm sure he's been thinking of all year after all. So the cars have all long since arrived back in Park Ferme. Of course, we're waiting still for Jamie to assemble everybody and get the podium ready. There'll be some final totting up of points going on as well, particularly with the Masters category. I think PLR are going to do it for, I believe, a 2nd year in a row. I'm pretty sure they won the Masters category last year as well. So they'll be very, very pleased with that. And yes, we would, yeah, we're very much looking forward to seeing what next year holds in store for us and how many of our contenders this year come back. Because there are, Richard, a handful of teams, to be honest, I would say, who are sort of on the verge now of becoming regular contenders, I think. I mean, teams like Greenheath, for example, seen some really good runs from Greenheath this year. Ratters Racing, they've got much faster as the year has gone on. Axiometrics have had their moments as well. So I think we could have a few new contenders again next year, hopefully added to the race winners and front runners this season. Yeah, and some new teams coming in. You never know whether you get someone that's studied the strategy, practiced it all superbly, and will come in and grab wins. And it's not just about the wins, it's being consistent over the whole year. So I'm sure we're going to see a similar complexion next year, a few differences, and some really, really good racing again for next season. And I think we if memory serves correctly, I think we bookend at Oulton Park again as we did this year.
I think we do, yes. That calendar's been released now, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it has. Okay,
in
good.
the week, yeah.
Yes, it was.
Put all of them out in the week.
Hang on, yes, we start at Brands Hatch on the 12th of April. So no, not bookended, start at Brands Hatch. We're here on the 10th of May, 7th of June at Anglesey, 12th of July Croft, 16th of August Silverstone, undisclosed which layout at Silverstone that will be. I kind of hope the National, to be honest, because that's always produced good racing in the past. Donington Park on the 13th of September, and it ends here on the 25th of October. So this equivalent weekend in a year's time, and they will release more details, I'm sure, over the next few months about which will be double headers and which will be single headers and race lengths and whatnot. Well, it was a double header here at Oulton Park. We can take a look back, I believe, at some of the highlights from that final round. What a dramatic final round it was here at Oulton Park. Well, the race started in bright, clear, sunny conditions. It all seems like an absolute age ago now as the sun begins to set here at Oulton Park. And, well, immediately, really, the battle lines were drawn. A little bit of touchy-feely stuff into the first corner, and some of those who were drawn towards the back of the field, like UVO, like the Ninky Nonk, coming charging through the field early doors and making some big progress through the first couple of corners. At the front of the field, some interesting new names, teams that we haven't really seen running at the front an awful lot in the past, and this was their moment to shine. But we did have the prospect of Phil Keane in a hastily repaired number 22 car battling for the race lead. There was an early safety car after a spin after an accident, I should say, up at Island Bend for Fueled Up Racing and the 41 FNS car. Upon the restart, it was battle drawn for the lead as the 110 car that was started in race 2 by Jake Hill hit the front with a brilliant bit of overtaking down the avenue and into Cascades Corner. They weren't the only ones on the move, though, because from the back of the field, the 195 car, Race 1 winners, were also picking their way through, moving ahead of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, which, of course, was one of two teams fighting for the championship. UVO themselves, though, were on the march as well. It was a solid first stint for Fabulous Randaccio, and he picked his way up past the Axiometrics car and would be running solidly inside the top 5 by the end of his stint, and then some nifty pit work put them right in contention as the race moved towards the end of the opening hour. Jake Hill was leading the way, but battling hard with Ted Bradbury. This was probably the best battle of the race, really. Squeaky clean, full commitment. The pair of them absolutely on the limit, with championship leader Simon Rudd getting a grandstand view behind them. Simon didn't really want to get involved in the battle, but we were certainly enjoying watching it as lap after lap after lap, Ted and Charlie, I should say, went absolutely door handle to door handle, with neither wanting to give way. It was a bit of a shame, really, that neither of these cars, by the end of the race, were in contention for the race win, but they certainly put on a show whilst they were battling towards the end of the second stint of the race. Charlie Hart hit the fronts, Ted Bradbury would come back at him, they'd swap positions, and then again they would go side by side. On this occasion, Jake Hill defending successfully on the way into Old Hall Corner, but Bradbury was relentless, and one of the real revelations of Fun Cup in 2024, the youngster, the former Mazda MX-5 front runner, was putting on a show, battling against another youngster who came up through the junior racing ranks. Unlike Ted, Bradbury was able to prove that he was every bit as good as Charlie. This battle raged on for 20 plus minutes, really. They were fighting hard, but not really losing a huge amount of time either to the cars behind. Simon Rudd grateful for that, as he was building a lead over the UVO Hoffman Motorsport car, which needed to finish at least 5 positions ahead of Olympian in order to snatch the championship from them at the death. Bradbury defended into Cascades Corner. Looked as though maybe the car wasn't handling brilliantly. The rear starting to slide around a little bit as both of them were asking absolutely everything of their GT tyres. And still, the battle raged on as we then started to approach the pit window. Just as the pit stops were about to begin, Bradbury went off and Hodge Corner, bounced through the gravel, rejoined behind Charlie Hart, and it was a little bit of a bullet dodge that for Ted, who very easily could have ended up stuck in the gravel and going no further. Then the race started to settle down through the middle part of the 3 hours, with Olympian GRD slipping backwards ever so slightly, but always knowing that they had their quick drivers to come in the final couple of stints. That was the main thing, really. They had Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips to take the car home through the second half of the race. Christopher did a really good job. UVO were also making some really good moves here, passing Greenheath for position down into the Hislop chicane. Then they did battle with the 110 car. By this point, I think it was Jake Hill back in the car for his final stint. And again, they found themselves going door handle to door handle with one of the title contenders around the outside when Jake into Cascades. It didn't really work on the way in, but he was left plenty of space, in fairness, by the UVO car on the exit of the turn, and did manage to work his way through. They were also dealing with Phil Keane, who was trying to unlap himself in the 22 car, and did briefly get back ahead of the leaders, but they then forced their way back through again at Druids. Phil wasn't the only lapped car that found themselves in the middle of this spectacular fight. Team Summers also managing to just about keep themselves out of the way as they came up and over Hilltop and went either side of the 158 car. Then we were closing in on the beginning of the final hour of racing, and still these two were trading the lead, with Jake Hill trying everything he could to find a way through, but not only find a way through, stay ahead of UVO, who were desperate to win. They knew they realistically would have to win the race to have any chance of the title, and that was looking like it was going to be a real challenge. Then into the closing stages. After the final pit stops were said and done, Riley Phillips was closing in exponentially on Farkini Diot in the UVO car. The battle for the lead was about to ignite. Second place would have been enough for Olympian GRD to win the championship. Riley, in many ways, didn't really need to take any risks, but Riley is a real racer. He goes for gaps, he goes for opportunities, and was not afraid to take the risky outside line. He tried it once into Druids, that didn't quite work, but that would not be the last time that these two would find themselves sharing the same bit of racetrack, quite literally at times. Riley, again, had to keep putting himself into dangerous positions. There was a last lap collision, which saw the UVO car stuck in the gravel trap, and it was Olympian that came home to claim the race victory, and with it the championship for a second year in a row. It was second place for Morpheus Motorsports 110 car, Jake Hill and Charlie Hart, and third for the Dinky Dong, who were on the podium for the second race in a row, with Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows capping off an emotional day. They had a win earlier on in the day, which meant an awful lot to them, and they had a podium finish to complete the day in the feature. So with that, as I said, the sun sets. It is a lot darker than that camera makes it look, I can assure you, outside. We are waiting on podium celebrations. There's some post-race scrutineering going on for the cars, the podium cars, I would imagine. And also, I would think those that have won championships as well, because I want to make absolutely sure the cars are legal, which I'm sure they all are. It's a very meticulous scrutineering process in Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So we are going to wait for them to finish that, and then we will head down and it'll be over to Jamie to take you through the celebration. So we're going to step aside, take a very quick break. I'm going to take this opportunity to sign off. It's been a fabulous season of Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing. I've loved every second of it. Very much looking forward to being back in 2025. Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be back on the other side of this break then with the conclusion, the final podium celebrations at the end of a thrilling year.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Well, welcome back everybody to Oulton Park for our final round of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship and our final podium of the year. So first of all, in true Fun Cup fashion, can we please have a huge cheer for all of our marshals, medics and officials? Okay, so moving on to our Masters podium first. In third place was Red River Sport, that's Gareth Williams and Johnny Molam. I can hear myself now. Just making their way through now. Where's Gareth and Johnny? They're just coming through now. No, don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Mate. as you get the trophy, cap and some bubbles from Liz. Make your way on to the third step. Johnny's just on his way through. In second place was PLR Racing. That was Ben Pitch and Neil Plimmer. I've turned the volume up, so just be careful with their ears. Okay. Well done, guys. And the winners of the Masters class was Signature RV. That's Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. Well done, guys. Handshakes all round. Right, if you want to eyes forward for the photos before we pop any corks. Right, boys, you know what to do. Put your hands together for our Masters podium. Okay, so next up is going to be our Team of the Day award, and this team were new to Fun Cup for this weekend. They had a great weekend with 2 top 10 finishes. Put your hands together for Harry George and Luca Hopkinson of Team HLR. Well done, guys. As they get their trophy from Liz. Make your way onto the podium for photos. Up on the top step, Harry. Yep. There we go. There's our Team of the Day. Put your hands together for Harry and Luca. Right, moving on to our overall top 3, and again another thrilling race to round off our 2024 season. In third place is the Ninky Nonk. That's Neil Sparky Burrows and Ted Bradbury. Well done, guys. And second place, making it 2 second places on the bounce, is Morphers Motorsport. That's Charlie Hart and Jake Hill. Huge cheer for Charlie and Jake as they make their way to the podium as they receive their trophy. Sadly, guys, there's no check for this one.
Charlie taught him everything he knows.
Me. And your winners, making it their 5th win of the season, and your provisional 2024 champions. Put your hands together for Olympian GRD. That's Simon Rudd, Chris DeVal and Riley Phillips. What are you I think Sparky was a bit too keen with the bubbles there. Well done, guys. And also put your hands together for James, their mechanic as well. He's done a sterling job all year. Well done, guys. Right, eyes forward for the podium for the photo, before you do for the bubbles. Right, Sparky's already done it, but you know what to do. Right, I think... Okay. Right. We don't know where Ted and Charlie have gone. I think they're running around the paddock chasing each other. Right, here are your champions. Put your hands together. Thanks, Si. Right, so that concludes our podium for the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We hope you've all had a great year. Please make some noise. You've all had a fantastic season. And also my thanks to Andy McEwen, Richard John Neal, Scott Woodwis, Rob Lewis and Paul Jeffrey for helping me on this epic journey. Thank you everybody for watching, and we'll see you in 2025.